Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 80, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 615, Across the Sea, or as it was probably called, the life and times of Norman Bates and his twin brother.
Norman Bates? What does this have to do with that? I don't see the connection you're trying to make.
Yeah, there's probably not a connection, you know. Nothing that would be deemed psycho. So first I want to say, give us a pat on the back, and the listeners a pat on the back for podcast number 80.
Yeah, a milestone.
A nice milestone. I was going to use that word. Stick to your version of the script.
Oh,
right?
sorry.
Reading my lines over here. So yeah, podcast 80. That's cool.
Totally. Yeah, that's a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, it is a lot of podcasts. But okay, so Across the Sea, the big pivotal. Here's some answers to huge questions that we all realized we didn't want answered.
Yes. Everything you never wanted to know about the backstory of Lost.
That's why they call it a mystery. Because you don't want to know the answer.
That's why they call it a mystery, John.
So, all right, I'm going to let you go first, man. What did you think of this?
You know, I have to say, I really liked this episode.
Okay.
I watched it 3 times.
Okay.
And, you know, I'll admit I don't necessarily love every second of it. There's some parts I could do without. But as for an episode of Lost, like, I thought it was pretty good. To me, it was a little bit like Abiturno Part 2. But
my least favorite episode of the season.
Yes, but I liked Abiturno, so so I didn't mind that. I thought it was stronger than Abiturno in certain areas. I thought it, you know, it developed the relationships that we're supposed to care about instead of just expecting us to care about them out of nowhere. So it has that. I think it got that part right, and you know, it tells us probably as much as we're ever going to know about what the island is, what the point of Jacob is, you know, how Smokey got to be that way, and, you know, sort of the big motivations that are pushing the ending of the show, for the Man in Black at least.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I found it engaging. I liked the kids. And I liked how that transitioned into the adulthood, and how they, you know, the separate paths they took, and how that led into what they became. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, I have to say.
Well, you know, I almost feel like I don't know how I like this episode. I still feel very ambivalent about it. There are parts I liked. There are parts I disliked. I feel like the overall story I don't have a problem with. I think it's some of the details I don't really like. I thought there are a lot of, you know, sort of just the way this episode fits into the grand picture. You know, there are some things that came off that were pretty contrived, I think. Some of the stuff that may be unavoidable, but still just left a bad taste in my mouth. How he handled certain things, but yeah, I don't know. As an episode of Lost, I don't think it was a bad episode. But just in terms of you know, answering questions and how we're supposed to relate, you know, how this relates to the story, I don't think it was satisfying to me on that level. As an episode of Lost, it was sort of fine, but if we don't find anything else more about the light and some of the other little more details about the other big mysteries, then but I think I would end up not liking this episode as much. If it's a means to an end, I think it's fine. But if this is the end, I think I don't like it.
I see.
In terms of that,
I feel the need to clarify. Like I'm not particularly like head over heels about the answers. that we get in this episode, like in terms of like how Jacob became who he is, how Smokey became who he is.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve. I'm not head over heels about, and the role of the apparitions as well is kind of bizarre in this episode. But I like just in terms of the story itself, I did like it. I like these two sort of wild, raised in isolation brothers who have these, these kind of differing personalities, and it leads to this conflict, which is really just kind of what the backbone of the show is.
Mhm.
And it worked on that level for me in terms of just in terms of the characters and the way they related to each other.
Well, then maybe we pretty much agree, because like I said, overall as a story, I don't have a problem with it. But as the episode that is trying to answer questions, I don't like it.
Yeah, I see. I guess like I turned a corner with Lost as far as answers. And I'm not even expecting to be satisfied by answers anymore. I just sort of want to enjoy the story that they give us.
Yeah, see, I never lost hope that the answers they would give us would be satisfying on their own terms, but I guess this was the first one that this being, the big mystery of what is the island or what's at the source of it, and okay, the source of this light, I don't have a problem with it. Just tell me what the light is.
You want to know?
I don't have a problem with the light. Just tell me what the light is. Don't tell me it's life and death and reincarnation, because I don't think you know what it is. Mother. That's the thing. There's a balancing act, I think, when they're trying to give you answers, and it's like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and Jacob throwing Man in Black down there, and that's how you get Smokey. I'm totally fine with that. Just tell us what happened to him.
Yeah.
Just tell us what's down there. Tell us if I want to know if it made a difference that he was unconscious when he went down there. It's just that's the thing. I don't mind some of the answers, as long as it's a means to an end and not like this is all we get is if Mother is the basically the original inhabitant of the island, and even she doesn't tell anyone real specific information, then I am disappointed. I'm disappointed that even if it's okay, it's the light, but what is that, and how does everyone have some of it in them, and how does it go out? How does the light go out if people try to take it? And and some of the more specific things of how does the light relate to the electromagnetism? Like, what is the give me the one-word answer of the connection.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. In terms of storytelling, it was good. I definitely like the two brothers. The two kid actors were great.
Yeah.
They both were doing different stuff, and they both were really good kid actors, or teen actors. Mother, I liked her. It was just like American Beauty Part 2, though. I felt like she was playing the same character that she was playing in that.
She's in American Beauty?
Yeah, she was the mother next door who was like crazy.
Oh,
remember, she was the one who was, she was, Wes Bentley was, the kid next door who was filming everything.
The kid, the guy.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah,
She was married to that military guy who. Yeah. Who. Well.
Yeah, he had
closet
or whatever.
Yeah.
He took it. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was her, and so as soon as I saw her playing a role where she's kind of psychotic for no apparent reason, I'm just like, God, this just reminds me of that same character.
Mhm. That's interesting. I didn't remember her from that movie at all. They made a big deal that she was in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she was on West Wing too. I've heard people say that. I've never seen that show. But I didn't realize she was in American Beauty. I don't even really remember that character. I can remember Kevin Spacey and his daughter and the kid next door doing the filming, and the dad, the sort of military kind of dad, and then the whatever the girl at school that Kevin Spacey fantasizes about.
Do you remember Annette Bening?
Annette Bening was Kevin Spacey's wife, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's the only character I've blocked out, I guess.
Well, she's probably, out of all you named, she's probably at the bottom in terms of screen time.
Oh, okay.
But, she didn't have a lot to do, but her character was almost comatose the whole time. She really didn't say a lot.
I see.
But she played sort of this, crazy character.
I see.
Something was wrong with her, but...
yeah.
But, yeah, it just came off sort of the same to me, but...
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem with her role. I just, you still don't understand why she sort of does any of the things she does.
Oh, totally. It's kind of amazing to me. Like, I almost like that. Almost that I'm not sure. I feel like the story is that she got there in a way similar to the way Jacob and Man in Black end up there, and the previous person anointed her. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of like mysteries all the way down, and no one ever really knew what the island was. Like they have these vague explanations, but sort of what it is in some concrete sense, no one really knows.
Yeah.
I thought about it. Just it sounds like a really false dichotomy. You have a show like Twin Peaks, and you have a show like Star Trek. Next Generation or Deep Space Nine, one of the newer series, I guess. And I think on Twin Peaks, you get a lot of mysterious, weird stuff happening, and, it's exaggerating, but for the most part, no explanation of what it is or where it comes from. Really almost nothing concrete about it at all. And you just have to accept that it's there. And it doesn't bother me a bit. I'm willing to accept it.
Yeah.
Then you have a show like Star Trek that, pretty much, again, exaggerating, usually provides a concrete explanation for everything. Mm-hmm. They have, the Bajorans have these prophets, but the prophets are just this, alien race that lives in a wormhole that's outside of time. Mm-hmm. And so they're prophets because... Sorry. It is in the pilot of Deep Space Nine.
Hey.
It is a spoiler, though. So they just, they understand time in a different way, and so that makes them prophetic, sort of, in a weird way. Mm-hmm. And so they're revered, but they're just very concrete, beings. There's nothing, they're crazy, but there's a very sort of, simple explanation of what they are in a way. Mm-hmm. And I think Lost has veered between the two. I feel like they've had their Star Trek moments, and that's more with the Dharma stuff. But I think what they're doing now, and what they've usually done with, particularly with what is the island, what are the island's properties, has always been more the Twin Peaks side. There's something there, and it's significant. And it does stuff, but they never seem to want to specify what it is in concrete language.
Yeah.
It's
that's really, I still think that's an open-ended question. That's the thing. I'm waiting till the end of the show to decide, are they going to answer it concretely or not?
Yeah.
This episode we got an answer to the secret of the island, and they might not go any further, or they might go further.
True.
So it's still up in the air as to how much they're really going to, make, how much of the details are going to really satisfy.
True.
So that's the thing. I think to me, for the whole show to be built around the mysteries of the island, to get to the point where we can actually have that question answered, and then to leave it on a sort of amorphous note or something metaphorical, I think would be more would be less satisfying. Then okay, well, here's what the island is. It's this thing, or this is why it's here, or this is the original idea, or and that's the thing. Mother sort of gets at it, but she spoke in, cliches.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why she knows that or thinks that that's what's down there. Show me she knows what she's talking about, and I'll believe her answers. But if all we get is the most knowledgeable, see, that's the thing. I want an architect moment. I want a Matrix 2 architect moment where we feel behind the curtain, huh?
Interesting you say that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so we go behind the curtain and we get someone who we can at least, they might not be the final word, but they at least have some objectivity in what they're talking about. That's what I want. Now, it doesn't mean that's what they're going to give us, but that's what I want is some moment of actually having that answer, not just everyone is just delusional or wrong or misinformed. Because then it's like you can't actually answer the question, and then it's like, well, why were we spending our whole time wondering this stuff if it's a question that can never be answered?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've thought for a lot of the season that they're going in the direction of not, and the reason why I say it's interesting you say that is I read an interview with Damon and Carlton where they specifically mentioned the architect scene from The Matrix, and they talked about how they don't want to end the show like that. That they don't want to have a scene where someone comes on and just kind of provides, in exposition and explanation for, everything that, we've seen.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't expect it to be that, that sort of obvious of a connection of someone just explaining it. But I do want someone who has is reasonable to believe, to say what they think is going on, because all they leave us with is Mother, who she's crazy, and it's like, how can we really judge, place value on what she thinks the island is, Yeah. Why does she get credibility? We don't even know why she has powers or can do some of the things she does. So that's my thing. I don't literally want someone to sit there and explain it, but I would want an episode or a scene that where we're getting information that we can believe, and it's not this person is crazy or this person heard it from someone else.
Mhm.
Yeah.
See, I guess at this point, I'm convinced that there's something to the island. I don't doubt that there's something there.
Yeah.
I've seen enough to be convinced of that. So they don't have to convince me that the island matters. And as far as specifically saying what it is, I'm okay with them not saying it. I mean, to me, whatever they say is probably going to not be that exciting to me. And so, I don't know. I guess I can live without it.
Yeah, I would just hope that what they would say would be exciting.
I see. I'm just, based on the way the show's gone, the answers are almost never really exciting. I mean, they're usually just a big letdown.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know. To me, it's like the development and the drama of the characters and the way it plays out, that's sort of where the fun is for the most part for me, not in the answers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's been the whole big thing. The answers are never usually that great, but
yeah,
the main answer for the show should be great, in my opinion. I don't mind if other answers aren't great, but the central question that the show raises, I think needs to be good and should be answered.
Okay.
That's my approach.
I guess it's a fair point. The closest thing I can relate it to is reading other, going through other long series like the Dark Tower series or fantasy series, I should say, or even the Harry Potter series to a certain extent. Maybe the Lord of the Rings is another example, although I've never read it. I just saw the movies. In Lord of the Rings, for example, they, he provides a certain amount of background that's necessary to understand the story, but the sort of full development of the world and the origin of everything is he relegated to another book.
Mm-hmm.
Because it didn't really fit into the main narrative to sort of fit it in. And so I sort of see Lost partially that way, like to sort of tell the full story, to do it justice, that it might sort of go too far outside the show itself. Like that's one thing. With the Dark Tower with Harry Potter, like they give you these expectations over the course of the series, and there's a number of things that are raised throughout and you have this, you envision sort of where they're going, and then you actually get to the end, and it's sort of like, this isn't even close to what I thought I was going to get.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to be like a thing that happens with these long sprawling stories, that they just kind of, they never quite deliver what you expect, and they tend to not want to sort of give you some kind of ultimate thing at the end. They pull back from that.
Well, but I feel like with the Lord of the Rings, I feel like the analogy to Lost would be as if, I haven't read the books either, I'm just going off the movies, but if they didn't show the sort of prologue, the part that's narrated about how the rings were created and how Sauron was destroyed and all that stuff. And so if that was cut out and you just started in the Shire,
mm-hmm.
or you just started with Bilbo with the ring, and the sort of central idea, as they're, as the Fellowship is created and they're going on the journey and they're, and Frodo's going to try to destroy the ring at the volcano, if the central idea was no one knew what the ring was, and what we were missing was that prologue piece, but see, that's the thing. I feel like that story has that part. The island being the ring. We know why the ring has power, and we know who created it. And I feel like that's the piece we're missing from Lost. And true, you can have a whole other story that explains the world, but in terms of just like that central idea of what's going on, Lord of the Rings does explain that. And that's the thing with Lost, is I want them to be able to explain. Have that prologue part about the ring, but it being the and they did. This was the episode.
Yeah.
But what they decided to do was, not really go into depth with the answers.
Yeah.
And to sort of,
Right. I do think they shy away from an explanation like that, where they say, there was a council of elders or something, and they decided to put the light of life into the, I think they definitely don't want to throw in it. Like, for me, for Lord of the Rings, I didn't read the books either, but if they took the prologue out and just explained, in a cursory way, like what the ring does and the effect it has on people, I don't think the movies would lose that much for me. Mm-hmm. I think they would work just fine.
Well, and I would agree with you, but that's the thing. The central point of that story isn't what's the ring.
Yeah.
So, I would agree with you too. The analogy that I was setting up was trying to illustrate the opposite, but that's I would agree. That's Lord of the Rings isn't about what is the ring.
Right. And so you're saying Lost is about what is the island, so they...
Well, I'm saying, the whole central idea is what is this island, why is it important, why does it need to be protected or not, and if we, and that's the thing, I understand they don't want to have a council that, then that's the flashback to the original people who put the light there or something, but if they don't want to do that only because they don't want to show it, that's one thing. But if they don't want to do it because they don't know what the answer is, that's another thing.
I see.
I just feel like they need to intimate to us what the answer is. They don't have to show it. I just want to know that that it's not just the story of the island starts with the island was just there, nobody knows why, and the light is just there, nobody knows why. And if that's what we're left with, that to me would just be disappointing.
Okay. Yeah, see, I guess that doesn't bother me. Maybe that's why the episode didn't bother me as much.
Yeah.
I agree. I wouldn't mind knowing. It wouldn't hurt. I wouldn't be upset if they told us. That's fine. It's perfect. It fits in the story, like you said. In a way, I'm expecting it. The narrative makes you expect it. But I guess
that's my point. That's the thing. If Lord of the Rings was gearing up to be about, once we get this ring to the volcano, we'll know what this whole thing is about. Mm-hmm. And then they get to the volcano and they never find out anything. To me, that's disappointing. The same with Lost is if the whole idea is why are we on this island, this massive influence of fate and the universe and destiny is conspiring against these people for centuries.
Yeah.
Even I want to know why. I don't want it to be because there's light on the island. That to me just isn't satisfying for what has been invested into that question.
Yeah.
And I just want to know that there is an answer. They don't have to spell it out. I just want to know that they're, for just have a hint at what we're supposed to, give us some guesses as to what that's supposed to be,
Right. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I guess for me, like, it's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I valid point, 100%. I guess I feel like the problem with Lost is that, like I said earlier, they veered between the Twin Peaks and the Star Trek way at various points, and at the end they seem to be making a hard turn in the Twin Peaks direction. And I feel like it wouldn't have been a problem if they had always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they
I
haven't.
agree. Yeah, if they hadn't geared the central question to be, what is the island?
Right. And they have, like, the stuff they do with Faraday, like, they have him give very, they're pseudoscientific, but still very concrete explanations for what we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
The scene with him and Desmond where he talks about, his reason for maybe why the sideways timeline exists. Like, it's very down to earth,
Yeah.
It's not like some kind of ethereal, there was this magical force and it created this world because we didn't like our lives or something.
Yeah.
Like that sort of would be so they don't always do that, and I think if they were consistent one way or the other, it might be easier to accept.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think you could adjust your expectations.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
If they're more consistent.
That's the thing about. That's why I think Twin Peaks works, because there's never a point where they're really giving you concrete stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there's never a point where it's like, but you told us that. Why can't you tell us the main thing?
Mm-hmm.
Because we didn't tell you that. So I and this is supposed to be the point of the show. I guess. Yeah. I don't know. It's like I hit a breaking point or something where I just sort of decided to let go, and whatever they want to show me, I'm just going to go along for the ride. I won't necessarily like it, but I'm not going to demand that they tell me what the island is.
Mm-hmm. Even though they promised to tell you this whole time.
Even though Carlton was holding up a sign during the writer's strike that said, "Do you want to know what the island is?"
Yeah, that's my thing. I understand you want to give them a pass on this. I do. I want to give them a pass too. I really do. I feel like before this episode, I was giving them a pass on a lot of this stuff. I wasn't part of the bandwagon who was upset about the level of answers they were given. I was very happy with what was happening. But that was all. I guess that was predicated on the big reveals coming later, and actually them justifying them justifying how they decide to tell the story by where they leave it. But it's I feel like I can't give them a pass, if like I said, before, if we don't get if Jack and Christian don't get to get some sort of scene together, that's a strike. I'm going to hold the show to what the show tries to do, and to me, I that the relationship with Jack and his dad goes on the list of things that I feel like they need to address, and so if they don't, then it's like, okay, well, you guys didn't sort of follow your own rules, or your own, what the things that they were setting up, and the same with the island. If we never get anything but it's light, it's just not going to be. That's just not going to be a satisfying answer to me, unless But we'll see. Like I said, I want to reserve my final judgment until the very last scene.
I have to say, even though I think this is a big deal, I thought Ab Aeterno was all we were going to get in a way about what the island is. And, this, in fact, I'm not even quite sure how to reconcile this with what Abaturna told us. But but that aside, clearly, we did get more than that. And there's a full episode and then a 2.5-hour finale left. I would be shocked if they didn't tell us anything else about the island.
Yeah.
So I do think we will get more. I'm not confident that it's gonna be to the level that will satisfy you.
Well, that's up to the writers.
It is. It's in the can. We'll see.
That's their job to make it satisfying.
True.
And that's the thing. I have confidence they can definitely make it satisfying. It doesn't. I have I know I just outlined the requirements of a satisfying episode, but it's up to debate.
Yeah.
It's up for them to make it good or not, but.
It's not unsavable until the finale.
Yeah, exactly. This can totally work if other things that happen, make this work.
Yeah.
But like I said, if this is the last we get on the island, well, there's some light here, kiddo, and we have to protect it or not. I don't know.
Right. You brought up Jack and Christian. In a way, I'd be more disappointed if we don't get that than if they don't tell us what the island is, which shows you where my priorities are, I guess. But, that's a scene I really, really want to see.
Yeah.
And, I feel like them telling me what the island is just not a scene I'm excited about. I could watch it. I'll take it if they want to do it. But that's not really something I'm totally into. I mean, scenes like that, I like the architect scene, actually. But scenes like that can definitely go wrong.
Yeah, they can go wrong.
There's peril there. And I think the architect scene was great on its own, but the payoff to it was really lackluster. And I was never satisfied with where the story went after that.
Yeah.
So, of course, they're at the very end, so it's different. But yeah, I guess I definitely want to see the Jack and Christian thing. I hope they do it. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I hope they do it.
Well, are you ready to get into the episode?
Before we get into the episode, I just wanted to quickly talk about this picture from a Wired magazine article.
Okay, Wired?
Wired, yes. They did a Wired interview, and there's a picture of Damon and Carlton, I think, in the writer's room. It looks somewhat set up, but I think some of this is real. They have Dharma box. I don't know why that's there. Dharma beer cans. But anyway, the thing I want to address is in the back you can see the board where they've broken scenes from the Candidate. Actually, you see them talking about the Jack and Bernard dentist office scene and the scene where they get thrown in the cages. And then above the whiteboard, there's what looks to me like an early draft of an outline for season 5. I don't know why that's still there. I find that very odd, but because clearly from the board, they're deep into season 6. Since they're writing the Candidate, and they have episode titles all the way up to this one. They're kind of blurred out because I think they try to avoid the spoiler thing, but you can see they're there. And if you look at the outline for season 5, a lot of it looks normal. It's like, okay, I see 1950 Others, Rousseau, I remember that. Then it says Locke turns the donkey wheel, okay. Then it says Locke in Tunisia, I remember that. And then it goes to Locke captured by Widmore, rescued by Saeed. Don't remember that happening.
Oh, you don't remember that?
No.
That was a deleted scene.
Is that a deleted scene? Yeah, no, was that supposed to be Saeed shooting Abaddon? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. He was like in
Saeed shooting who?
He was in Santo Domingo shooting Abaddon.
Oh.
Like he was so not working for Ben at that point.
Yeah.
Like they portray it really differently.
But Locke wasn't even captured by Widmore.
Well, I know. That's the other thing that's strange about it. So clearly, at some point that's what was going to happen there, and then there's even more to that. So the next one looks like something talks to Oceanic 6, probably Locke. So that's okay. And then it says Jeremy Bentham fails to convince Oceanic 6, asks Ben to kill him. I don't remember that part either.
Yeah.
So at some point in the story, in the development of the story, I guess they had in mind Widmore was going to capture Locke, Sayid was going to rescue him, then Locke was going to go talk to the Oceanic 6 and fail, and then I guess because Sayid rescued him, like Sayid would still be working for Ben or something, and he wouldn't be able to talk them into it, and so then he'd ask Ben to kill him, and that was originally going to be the story. So then Ben wouldn't be as culpable for doing it. That whole plot line would be totally different if they had done this.
Yeah, totally.
Like, kill me, Ben. Like, that's so weird. Okay, so then it's more or less the same. Locke in the coffin, Jack, Ben start mission to convince Oceanic 6. That's all the same. Then Jack's group boards flight 154. Okay, they changed the number of the flight. Minor point. Jack's group lands on a runway. Flash separates Jack group from the rest. That sounds the same. And then we see a split where it looks like they're, split from the time travel, I guess. And on top we have Dharma times. And on bottom we have Flight 154 survivors find Locke, and I think that says incarcerate him.
Yeah.
Don't remember that happening either. And then
they did find him and they talked to him, but they didn't do anything.
Yeah. And then the part I really wish I could read, Carlton Cuse's head is covering whatever happens next in that story. It looks like Revenge Island. I really don't know what that says. And then finally the event, our group goes back to Island Present. So, if you ignore the details, it is pretty much the outline of Season 5. But if you look at significant details are changed.
Yeah.
And this thing's still up there. I don't even know why they have it up there. Like, it's pretty wrong now. It's weird to me that it's up in the writer's room. But the main reason I wanted to bring this up is I think it illustrates, it's like concrete proof that they really do change major story points.
Oh, yeah.
I've always, I often speculate, they were going to do this, and then they changed to something else. And rarely can I actually prove that happens. But this really shows that originally Locke was going to be captured. See, and the way they do this, it makes Widmore look more like the bad guy. He has to be rescued, and he asks Ben to kill him. So then Ben doesn't even look evil for killing him.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a very different story. And like since they wrote this right before Season 5, like that scene with Jack and Ben at the end of Season 4, they have in mind that Locke asked Ben to kill him at that time. So they're not thinking that he's actually the murderer.
Yeah.
So that's a specific thing that they really did change. I kind of like what they did better than their original plan. I think Ben actually murdering Locke was stronger. And I think they got mileage out of that. It was more dramatic. If I just asked Ben to kill him, and that would have drama in a way, but it would lead to a very different arc for Ben, I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't exactly know what to make of this. It's confusing to me that they wouldn't sort of replace this with an outline that actually is true. But I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know why that's up there. I would guess. I don't know if they just said, "Hey, put some old stuff up there."
Yeah, maybe.
They might have had Season 6 stuff up there, and they
something more spoilery, like an outline for season 6, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right about that. And they just had the old season 5 outline lying around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds pretty plausible. Because if that's their outline place, then they really should have more relevant stuff up there.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to imagine, like, them incarcerating Locke, and, like, I wish I could see what's behind Carlton's head, because that should explain the Jacob part of the story.
Yeah, maybe reveal. Maybe that's reveal island something. Reveal I don't know.
I thought it was going to be revenge, but yeah, reveal makes sense. Reveal island.
Reveal. Yeah, I don't know why there's 2 islands.
Yeah, it would be interesting to me to see what
reveal island's not an island.
That really would fit. Wow.
I guess.
They also don't really specify the Dharma part of the story, which is kind of interesting. It's just Dharma times, and then the event. Like, they didn't really specifically decide what the event would be that would bring them back to the present.
Yeah, I hope that's even their shit. I don't know. It's a picture. Who knows? Someone could have just drew that thing. I would assume it's real. It's authentic, but it's you never know.
I mean, it definitely looks real. Like, the scenes behind them are scenes from, like, the last episode.
Yeah. That's all very convincing. I agree.
So I have the same thought. Like, is this some kind of, like, the whole room is a setup?
Yeah.
They just created, like, a fake writer's board or something. Like, that could be true. It could be true, but it I don't know. It does look real. I love this, like, insight into how they work, because it's so shrouded in mystery, like, exactly how they plan things out and when they decide to make the story a certain thing.
Mhm.
And I think this really shows, like, one stage of the development of season 5. I'd love to have that for all the seasons.
Yeah, totally.
I wish we could get access to materials like that. Like Ron Moore, after BSG was over, and his podcast, he went over his detailed outline of what the end of season 4 was going to be like before the writer's strike.
Mm.
And it was really interesting to hear, like, all kinds of stuff. Nothing like that happened in the actual show. I didn't actually particularly think it sounded great, but it was very different. It was a completely different show than what we got.
Yeah.
And it was really interesting to hear, behind the scenes of the writers planning something and discarding it.
Yeah, totally. It's always interesting when they do that.
Yeah, because you never get to see that stuff. Like, you just see what they give you. For the most part,
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, you can, if you search for Damon and Carlton Wired, you can see this picture and, enjoy it. The article is not bad either, but it's just kind of interview stuff.
Yeah.
But the picture was because it's in enough detail that you can really read. I mean, if they just got Damon and Carlton out of the way and pulled back more, I could read the entire board.
Yeah.
But picture's not about that.
Alrighty.
So, okay, with that finished, I guess we will start the episode.
All right, let's do it.
Are you ready for that? Okay, so I will be narrating the episode today. We start off with a woman who comes to the surface of the water and grabs a piece of boat wreckage for flotation. She sees a mysterious island in the distance. Later, she wakes up on the beach, and we see that she is pregnant. She walks inland. As she washes her face in a stream, a woman approaches her and offers help in Latin. Later, in a cave, the woman gives Claudia, turns out to be the pregnant woman, something to eat, and they talk. The woman treats Claudia's wounds and tells her that she too arrived there by accident, but discourages Claudia from asking more questions. Claudia wants to look for her people, but the woman insists that she will find the others. Then Claudia goes into labor. Then we cut to Claudia in labor. She screams in pain. Out comes the baby. It's a boy. Claudia says his name is Jacob. The woman sets the baby down, and Claudia yells again, "There's another baby." Out comes another baby, and it's another boy. Claudia says, "I only picked one name." The woman sets the babies side by side. Claudia asks to see him. The woman apologizes and bashes Claudia's head in with a rock. Lost.
All right. Well, what is there to say? So we get the birth of this is ridiculous. We get the birth of Jacob and the Man in Black. I'm sorry, Evil Incarnate. Excuse me.
He started out just as a simple Roman baby.
Yeah. I'm at a loss for words here.
Okay, so yeah, I mean this is the start of the story that we're watching, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they clearly established that the island has a prehistory. There was stuff that happened before this, but the story we're watching now really starts here.
Mm-hmm.
And so first of all, we discover, as we thought, that the Man in Black was once a man, just a regular baby here.
Mm-hmm.
Born to some, I guess, Roman woman, Latin speaking at least. And in fact, Jacob was his brother, which I think is a theory that we tossed around a little bit at some point.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't quite accept the theory, but it was at least discussed.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Not quite what I envisioned, but it works. I guess they're fraternal twins since they don't really look anything alike.
Not at all.
Even a little bit. So Jacob as well is just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing particularly, unique about him, except that the circumstances he wound up in. At first they're speaking Latin,
mm-hmm.
So I took that to, well, okay, and then they switched to English for the rest of the episode, which ends up kind of leaving it up in the air what language they're speaking at a given time.
I think they're supposed to be speaking Latin the whole time.
The whole time? Okay.
Yeah, they just switched to English so we don't have to have subtitles.
So you think the mother taught Man in Black and Jacob Latin as their language?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way they can know modern English, right? I don't want to believe that. So.
No, I agree. Whatever they're speaking, it's not modern English. I agree.
Yeah.
But it just sort of it seems nebulous. It seems odd to me that she would teach them Latin. I mean, unless that's the only language she knows.
Mhm.
Especially given her contempt for the people, and their kids, like that she's raising them. Like, there's no reason she has to teach them Latin if she knows some other language.
Yeah, well, but does it matter what? I mean, I don't think she hates Latin-speaking people specifically, right?
No, she just hates all people.
Yeah, so
I guess whatever language, unless she made up her own language.
Yeah.
I guess whatever language she picks, she can hate the people that speak it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fair point. So I'm taking this as some kind of answer about why Jacob calls Richard Ricardus.
Mm-hmm.
Like earlier, I speculated that he was just a fan of the classical era, but he's actually from that era. That should have been what I said instead.
Yeah.
So you know, he speaks Latin natively, presumably, and so that's sort of the version of Richard that he wants to use.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that sort of makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I like that. tie-in. Let's see. The other thing that's notable about this to me is, you know, I remember when I was watching this, and we get to the point. So Jacob comes out. And it's like, okay, there's Jacob, and it's like, okay, there's another baby. That's going to be Man in Black. Like I instantly thought that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you think that as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I originally thought that Claudia was Man in Black's mother. I think when I originally saw she was pregnant, I thought, okay, that's Man in Black, and then I guess I was thinking Jacob would come into play somewhere else. And then, of course, when she's like, "Oh, that's my baby Jacob," I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, then she's got to have a second one."
I see. So you thought she was going to have another baby right away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once I realized she wasn't just Man in Black's mother.
Oh, okay. Oh, you thought this was just going to be Man in Black's story?
Yeah. I thought she was going to be his mother, and then Jacob would come into play some other way.
Ah, okay. I see. Right. So once we get to the other baby, and it's like, okay, this is the Man in Black, and she just said his name is Jacob. When the other baby comes out, they push in, and it's like, okay, and the other baby is named.
Mhm.
I didn't pick another name.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit, really?
So you don't care about the little mysteries and the little details, right?
No, I liked it.
Oh, you liked it. Okay,
I did. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's like after all the build-up, and it's like we get to the big moment, and no name for you.
Yeah, he's just not getting a name.
He is an unnamed person.
Yeah, he's just not going to have a name.
It seems awkward, you know, when they were growing up, that there's Jacob, and then there's the other one.
The other one, yeah.
It's like, I feel like, why was the other kid like, why don't I have a name?
Mm-hmm.
Call me something. I guess with three people, it's like, well, there's Mother, Jacob, and then there's only one left.
He's brother.
Mm-hmm. I guess so. Yeah, but what could they have said? I mean,
anything, any damn thing they wanted to. It doesn't matter what his name is.
It really doesn't. But I sort of like this like nameless kid, who's the villain now. Like he was the mother didn't know she had twins, I'm assuming, and so when she was thinking, I mean, this is a long time ago. The technology in terms of figuring out what's going on in there was pretty limited. So I think she just didn't really know.
You mean besides a doctor pressing his ear to a woman's stomach and listening? Yeah, that's all they had.
Yeah, that's what I would call limitation.
The early days of OBGYN. It was just pressing your ear against there. That's all you could do.
Yeah, I guess they came a long way from the ear to the belly method. So she's just thinking she's going to have a kid, and she picks out the name Jacob, and then it's like, I don't have another name. It's hard to just think of one on the fly. And
I almost feel like that shouldn't be true, because I mean, maybe it is, but I would just imagine if you're thinking of baby names, you go through a lot of names. So you've thought about, you've probably wrestled between 3 or 4 names that you can't decide on or something, at a certain point. So there are other names you've thought about, So I feel like she could have come up with another name just by virtue of the fact that she was thinking about baby names.
Right.
She goes, okay, do I name it after my father or my husband's father? Or something like that. Well, I'll go with my father, Jacob. And then it's like, okay, well, now that I have 2, I'll go with my second runner-up,
Right.
But I didn't have any problem with the fact that she didn't have a name. I don't see why they won't give him a name though. It just seems like a needless mystery to me. I don't understand why. What do they get out of him not having a name? If he's evil incarnate at the end of this, then I can see, okay, giving him a name might be weird. But if he's not, then I don't see why it matters.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't think, I don't really think this, but that there's a chance that they're gonna that they skated around the issue, but he really did get a name at some point, and they're gonna tell us still. Do you think there's any chance of that?
I don't think they're going to tell us.
You think he's never going to have a name?
I thought I read something where Carlton and Damon said they're not going to tell us.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe I made that up, but I thought I read something like that.
If they said that, then that's probably the case.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get an episode, a name in this episode, then when would he get a name?
Right.
I guess at the end, who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Titus. which is Latin.
True.
So
Jacob is not. Also,
Jacob is not.
Very strange choice for a Latin-speaking person.
Yeah.
But okay, whatever. He was already named that. She didn't really have a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, Mother. Mother, as soon as the baby was born, the babies were born, and Claudia says, first of all, she says, may I see him? Which I don't know why she didn't want to see both her kids.
I know. Which one did she mean?
I assume she meant Jacob.
Okay. It's interesting because, okay. She meant Jacob, sorry.
Yeah. And then as soon as, I was just like, wow, you're really about to die, aren't you? You're about to go kill this lady.
Man!
It was, and I knew she was going to say, I'm sorry. I'm so tired of these scenes where right before someone does something bad, they go, I'm sorry. And she gets to do it twice in this episode.
Yeah, she does.
It's like, I'm sorry.
You're
not that sorry, are you?
That's what Michael said before he shot Ana Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Bam.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm gullible, as cliched as it is. I didn't see it coming.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh, shit, she just killed her. Wow. I didn't expect that.
What else was she going to do?
I really didn't know who this woman was supposed to be.
Didn't you know Mother was going to be the one who's going to raise them?
I really didn't.
Wow.
I really didn't. Honestly, I thought, he talked about his mother was crazy. This is his mother. I didn't think she was going to die. Because if she dies, it's like, your crazy mother's dead. You never knew her. But that's
why I was thinking the woman who kills the other woman would be the crazy mother.
Yes. Well, once they did that, that's what I thought, but I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
The mother of what was clearly the Man in Black, I just thought,
Well, I was expecting Mother to be evil anyway. I mean, as soon as she appears to Claudia, I didn't trust her from the very beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she did not look trustworthy to me. She's like,
really?
No, this is not someone I want to trust.
I see.
She looked like she was had been waiting for something, or she had a plan, and it just no, I didn't trust her.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's so funny. It happens so many times in situations where someone gets captured and they're injured, and the captor is sort of talking to them and helping them with their wounds, and then kills them. It's like they spend a lot of time gaining their trust, but only just to kill them.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird.
That's
But all that wasted time on the wounds and stuff. It's like, I was going to kill you anyway.
Right. You know what else I hear a lot in these scenes? You should rest. You should rest, yeah. People always say that. And it's like, she's sitting down, getting her wounds tended. Like, what do you want her to do? Lose consciousness, I guess? Yeah, like, it was weird. Yeah, I didn't really love the writing in this episode. This is a C&D joint, but some of the lines I thought were pretty bad. And they have some stuff that comes off like retcons. They have some stuff that just is like, there's no way these characters would have said that in any other universe. You know what I mean? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, no way he said that. It's lines that they can only say because the show is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. It's like, if this wasn't a flashback, you wouldn't be saying that. Yeah. They love that, though. That's I don't know. They love that. Like, those lines can work or not. It depends on the situation to me. Yeah. I hate them sometimes, but I think for the most part I bought them in this episode. I'll point out the ones that stink. Okay. Okay. Stinkers along the way. Yeah. Look out for those. All right, I'm ready for the next episode. Okay. More babies. How many more babies are they going to have on this show before it's over? I think these are going to be the last 2 babies. All right. I'm just going to call it. Is Flash Sideways Claire going to have her baby? Oh, fuck. Don't forget. You're right. You were talking about how she just needs to sneeze and she'll have that baby. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Claire's definitely... If there's going to be any baby, it's going to be... Are they going to really deliver Aaron again? Jesus. Yeah, Juliet's died the most, and Aaron's been born the most on the show. Yes. We saw his birth twice already. We did, you're right. Yeah, with the Sawyer time flash thing. Yeah, yep. So he could be born 3 times. Wow. That's a lot of being born. Yeah, it is. Damn. Yeah, Ji Yeon doesn't have enough time to be born, I think, in the timeline, because she's, like, probably barely pregnant. Yeah. So that's if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Aaron. And I could see him doing it at the same time. Like, really? Again? Yep. I mean, what are they going to do? Like, have Jag deliver the baby and I don't know what, they'll bond over that or something? I don't know. Here's the question, though. Why did Claudia come to the island? Because, she asked Mother how she got there, and she says, Claudia asked Mother how Mother got there, and Mother says, same way you did. Yeah, thanks. But see, what's weird is, in the Jacob era, we can just sort of generally assume people get to the island by him. He's bringing people there. But I don't understand why Claudia and her people came to the island, and I don't understand what brought Mother to the island. It's like, who is bringing them there, or what is the cause that makes them come there? Well, there's several problems with that. First of all, what? Good. First of all, Mother could be lying. She lies a lot in this episode. So, when she says same way you got here, that could be a lie or it could be the truth. Yeah. So even if we can answer, so the question of how Claudia got there, I'm gonna say that they just crashed there. Their ship hit a reef or something near the island, and they just crashed there accidentally. Like, they weren't brought there. I don't get the sense that Mother would have wanted to bring people to the island, because she doesn't seem to share Jacob's point of view about people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, on the other hand, she does seem to use the opportunity to sort of raise some replacements for her.
Mhm.
So, like she's ready to pack it in, and so I wasn't sure whether to take it that she designed it this way or she just had an opportunity, by happenstance. And she saw, this pregnant woman, and she thought, hey, I can take her baby and make her the island, protector instead of me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure which one we're supposed to think. Because I could see her, sort of making the trade-off of, well, I don't want to bring people here, but I want a replacement, so I'll make an exception.
Mm-hmm.
Or, they just happen to crash. Because I think the people who come to the island, I don't think they were all brought there by Jake. I mean, I do think sometimes it's other forces that bring people to the islands.
Island forces or just random occurrence?
Yeah, sort of like random occurrence. Like the military being there and even Dharma, like the way they found the island, like they didn't get there by random chance, but I don't necessarily think Jacob brought them there.
Mhm.
So I think I feel like you can get to the island in other ways besides Jacob bringing you there.
Yeah.
I think. So I feel like it could easily go either way here. I don't quite know.
Mhm. Yeah, it's I don't know either. I guess I would probably guess that she just figured out once Claudia got there, but it's weird Claudia was the only one who, washed up on that beach and and she just happened to go into the jungle and she didn't decide to walk along the beach to try to find her people. She goes through the jungle.
Yeah.
So all right, well.
She didn't do things the Saeed way.
No.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I never know how much to make of that stuff because, like, some of it could just be the way they wanted to stage it, and so I'm not sure if that matters or not in terms of like how much of an accident it was.
Yeah.
Because like they sometimes things that are clearly not accidents, they portray them like they are. And so I don't know. It's up in the air. But I feel like Mother has the power to bring people there. I think she wanted a replacement. So, I don't know. To me, it makes sense to say that she brought these people here to get a replacement for her. And, she just paid the price, I guess, of having other people there.
Well, but that begs the question, if she brought people there, then are you saying she specifically brought a pregnant woman there, or she just brought random people and was hoping to find someone she could trust to take over, or she was specifically looking for, like, how are we supposed to believe she has the ability to specifically bring a pregnant woman there?
Right. Yeah, I guess I'm inclined to say she brought a pregnant woman there. Who was
due very soon. Why is she even on the high seas is my question, but, different era, I guess I can't judge, but I thought you weren't supposed to sail past your third trimester.
Was that
what I always heard? That's what I used to hear.
I don't remember that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I hope that's the case. You don't want to get on that boat.
Don't get on the boat, because it's a rockin'.
No, that's a good point. It is weird. She was super, super pregnant to just be sailing, I guess, in the middle of the Pacific. Who knows where they're supposed to be at this point?
Yeah.
I just always assumed Pacific. Okay. So,
Scene 2?
Scene 2.
All right.
A boy in black finds a game of Senate on the beach. Later, the boy in black is setting up the game, and a blonde boy we recognize as the teenage boy from earlier in the season comes up and asks the boy in black about the game. B.I.B. knows how to play the game somehow, and he asks Jacob to play, but not to tell Mother. Jacob Jacob agrees to play.
All right.
I guess I'll stop there. So, so here we see that, in fact, the boy apparition is young Jacob. Your initial theory was correct.
Ding, 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 ding.
You were right about that. We abandoned it, I think. I didn't believe it at first. Then I believed it, and then I was convinced not to believe it. Because they showed him with dark hair all of a sudden. Still don't know why they did that. But it really is him, and so I guess that means that really, I still don't know who that's supposed to represent, but based on what we see later in the episode, with the boy in black seeing his biological mother apparition, I guess I'm going to say that actually is a Jacob apparition, and he's just appearing as a boy to the man in black.
Which makes no sense.
Which doesn't really make sense, but, do you think that's what's going on there?
I don't know what's going on. I mean, I thought the whole thing with young Jacob appearing and he's got blood on his hands that first time, and I thought it was going to be Man in Black did something. I figured there was a brother connection.
Yeah.
Because that's just, you got to do that, right?
Right.
Why not make them brothers? And I thought it would be, Man in Black did something and he's guilty for it, and that was the whole idea there. But then it seems like the idea was supposed to be, now that we've seen this episode, then I was thinking, okay, they're trying to say that Jacob appears with the blood in his hand to remind Man in Black that he killed their mother, and that's where the guilt is.
Oh, that's what that's.
So not that he killed his little brother, but that he, so the reveal is he killed the mother.
Yeah.
I don't understand why Jacob would be appearing to him as a kid though. If the death had happened when they were kids, I would probably just say, okay, I can buy that's the reason. I thought the trauma would have that's why he was appearing as a kid, was because that's when the incident happened. But he didn't kill the mother until they were adults.
Right.
So I don't have any good reason why he's appearing as a kid. I have no good reason. I feel bad. I don't know. I can't think of why it would make any sense for. I don't think the ghost should be able to change their appearance. I want to look like this.
You think they should look like they looked like when they died, presumably?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes sense. The one thing he said, the rules, you can't kill him. I guess I can see Jacob saying that. So, and the apparitions seem to really be that person. I mean, that seems pretty consistent. When they're not a smoky apparition, those are the ones that usually seem different.
Yeah.
But the real ones really seem like that person. So it is a little weird to me. I feel like he's being a little bit colder or sterner or something than I would actually expect Jacob to be. And he did come off to me like he was some other entity. But and the idea of choose your own age as a ghost is weird, particularly since Sawyer saw him, and I feel like they made it pretty clear that when Hurley sees apparitions, the other people can't see them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've ever shown Sawyer specifically not seeing them, but I guess to me, if Sawyer could see him, I'd be surprised if Jack could not. And Jack couldn't see the apparitions. Yeah. So I don't really know. I don't know if that means anything or not. It's just kind of an arbitrary thing, but I'm still a little suspect of that kid. But at least we know it's the image of Jacob that's being used for whatever reason.
I also thought for half a second maybe the kid apparition of Jacob was Mother somehow.
Oh man, okay.
But other than that,
I guess
that
would
really
sort of make sense given what happens in this episode.
Mhm. Yeah, I just don't understand. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to do about if that is supposed to be Jacob, why he's a kid, and did they not have the actor for that episode or those episodes or something, or like why,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll make sense later. Next season.
Next season
I'll explain it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they have shown the adult Jacob as an apparition multiple times. Even in the episode right after we see the kid for the first time. So that doesn't mean he wasn't, they really didn't. I know that actor, Mark Pellegrino, works on a bunch of other shows. So
yeah,
they may very well have had, scheduling issues or something. But I feel like they introduced it. I mean, it's an image that works dramatically for the Man in Black, but in terms of actually why is it there, it seems strange.
Yeah.
So I think you called it right about the brother thing. I am glad that it's not quite what you thought based on the casting call. It did talk about, like, who's gone through a family tragedy, and I guess Jacob is sort of someone who's gone through a family tragedy.
Yeah.
But it wasn't exactly, as crappy as it sounded. Like I actually think the family tragedy was fairly satisfying. For me. Okay. Anything about why the boy in black knows how to play the game intuitively?
Nope.
Okay.
The show didn't give me anything. They didn't want to tell us why. That's the thing. A lot of the questions like that throughout this episode. Why does he know how to play the game? Why does he know how to install the donkey wheel? Why does he know how to do any of this stuff? I don't know where they want us to think the answer lies. I don't understand why. Are we supposed to believe the mother? Like, does the mother have anything to do with this? The fact that she gave birth to these two fraternal twins, and does their outcome? How much of her is responsible for their outcome, and how much is it? In terms of Claudia, and then how much is it in terms of mother? In terms of how she raised them. They brought up questions again that they didn't really answer. I don't know what we're supposed to think about how the Man in Black is quote special, and she seems to love him more, and it seems to me like she did want him to run the island, yet he's the bad one. He's the one who is corrupted by the humans, and he's the one who shouldn't lead because he's not the good one. So I don't even know what she wanted. Do you have any thoughts on that stuff?
The mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think she wanted the Man in Black to take her place.
Well, why would she want him? I don't understand why she would want him when the whole idea is that everyone else in the world is evil and conniving and manipulative. And this island is a place we want to protect from people like that. Why would you put the person in charge who's most like that? That's what I don't get. Why wouldn't why wouldn't she want Jacob to be in charge in terms of he's the guy who's trustworthy, he's the guy who's honest, he's the guy who I think sort of embodies what you would want as a protector. Yet she wants Man in Black in charge. I didn't understand that motivation.
Well, yeah, I mean, all they really tell us about that is that she loved him more and he was special.
Yeah. But he also wants to leave the island. You know, like, yeah, he's special and all, but he wants to leave the island. He's not even subscribing to the fundamental ideas that the island needs to be protected, or that he needs to stay. So I don't know. It's just weird to me how she cultivates these two diametrically opposed sons, and one seems like the obvious choice to be the protector of paradise or whatever. Yet she wants the one who wants to leave her, who doesn't trust her, who doesn't believe in what her goals are, and ultimately wants to leave the island. So, you know, I don't understand her motivation. Even though that's interesting, I don't understand how that makes any sense in terms of her motivation.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it is interesting. It's I mean, he didn't, as far as I can tell, he didn't like fully start not trusting her until, you know, he was about 13 or so.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it does seem like he always wanted more than the island and more than the life that they had there.
Yeah.
You know, it seemed like that, you know, this just wasn't going to be enough for him. And,
yeah, but that's, yeah, go ahead.
And she probably should have seen that. I mean, I think, you know, I even want to say she realizes that at a certain point, but I feel like also she found him to be she preferred him. I feel like she just liked him better, and she wanted him to be the one to, you know, carry on her job. Just like, you know, the favorite kid is the one you want to follow in your footsteps.
Okay, yeah, but if you have some sort of business, and your favorite kid is the one who likes to burn down businesses, I don't think that means you should put him in charge of your business. You know, I just feel like he was special and he was different, but that's the fact that, like, you know, Jacob couldn't lie. You know, Jacob didn't even know how to tell a lie, or he's always honest, and they're setting it up to be, you know, one kid is evil and one kid is good.
Mm-hmm.
Why put the evil kid in charge when you want a positive outcome to happen? That's my thing. It's fine if you like him better. He's more dynamic. Fine, that's cool. But in terms of the end goal being someone who wants to stay and protect the island, you know, why would you pick him? And it seems like she should have picked up on those qualities. I mean, it almost seems like that's why she likes him, is because he's got these dark qualities.
Yeah.
Yet that doesn't mesh well with who's right for the job.
Although she's kind of got those, you know, she knows how to lie. You know, she's
mm-hmm.
kind of crazy, you know,
mm-hmm.
/ a little bit evil. You know,
yeah.
It's almost like she's picking someone who's more like her.
Mhm.
And maybe she thinks that someone more ruthless, more cunning would be better at the job.
Well, and that's my question is, did she raise those two? Should she make them different like that, or were they have been those two people anyway? I mean, this is a nature versus nurture conversation.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to know is, did she specifically say, okay, I don't know who's best to raise an island? I mean, to protect the island, a good guy or a not so good guy? And I have a chance to play the experiment out the same way Jacob wants his experiment to play out in terms of, are humans corruptible and all that stuff, and he brings people to the island to figure that out. Like I thought, okay, are they trying to tell us that that's what she did in a very small way, or a more narrow way, but still huge because it's raising people? But, you know, like, she's going to raise one good, she's going to raise one sort of, you know, because that's the thing, like, she tempts Man in Black or Kid in Black, you know, with the game, and, you know, and she knows he's gonna hide it from her. You know, it's just like she's playing all these games, and it seems like she's setting up this experiment. Yet, you know, that's what I want to know is that really the case? that she specifically wanted two kinds of kids, and then to sort of see which one would be the best to run this place, or was it she just raised the two kids she had, and one was just more dark or something, and that was interesting to her?
Yeah. I thought it was the latter. I mean, I feel like they're kind of bound up together because I want to say that, I mean, when they're babies, like, she probably couldn't tell that big of a difference, but once they started to develop personality, she probably picked up on, to a certain extent, the nature part, the inherent qualities of the people, but then at that point, I feel like her the way she relates to them or raises them is affected by that, by what she sees in them. So then, she probably, tailors the way she relates to the kids. And I definitely feel like she relates to the kids differently based on who she thinks they are.
Mm-hmm.
So then that influences who they become as well. So
but that's weird that they're so different.
Yeah.
Like, why they're twins? Why are they so different?
Yeah. Well, they're at least fraternal twins.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're
they're
right.
99% of the same DNA.
Right. That's all.
I'm sorry, 99.9. Yeah. I don't know. That's the kind of stuff that I want to figure out, and that we'll probably never find out. But anyway,
it's hard to know. It's hard to know. I mean, in a way, I feel like this story is big enough for a lot more time than they're giving it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could watch a movie about this story.
Well, you're on your own there, but I know what you mean.
To me, it's interesting enough for that. Like I would like to see it fleshed out more, but I feel like it, just like Abiturno, like they're telling a big story in a short amount of time, and to a certain extent, I feel like it becomes more fairy tale like because of that. Because they zoom out of some of the details.
Yeah.
And they try to get to the point of scenes very quickly and really, really move through the major beats in a fast, efficient way.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like the questions you're asking are like questions that you could develop in a longer version of the story.
Or have a one-sentence explanation in terms of her motivation for raising these two kids. You could have it longer, or you could just have her say, you're special, I saw blah, blah, blah in you, and this is why you're ripe to control the island one day, And that's my other problem with this episode is and it's sort of a sort of general comment about this larger trend that happens in movies and stuff, where people get upset when they find out information, and the person who was hiding the information was going to tell them, but just not yet. So they, when the two boys, Jacob and Kid in Black, find the people, and they come over to Mother and tell her, she basically tells them, you're not ready to know the answers yet. The same thing Jacob told Richard, like, yeah, I'll tell you everything in time. And it just, so these people get upset, when they don't get the answers that they need and as on their own, for whatever reason. Yet, it wasn't like the person wasn't going to tell them; they just didn't tell them yet. That bugs me after a while. That it's like, well, you had a plan, you just didn't get to put it into motion, because things might have been completely different if she would have just told them what was up,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then part of me thinks that's just a cover for not actually having a plan. Hard to tell.
Right. Well, yeah, that's why Richard was trying to kill himself.
But yeah, I mean, the mother, leaves this game for the boy. And,
is that what you like? I guess You might be right about that, but I kind of thought that she was lying.
Well, sure, why not? But I got the sense she was telling the truth, that it wasn't time yet.
That it wasn't time yet? What do you mean?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about when she said... What?
I was talking about the game, like when she says that she left it for him.
Oh, you're talking about the game.
Yeah.
Oh.
What were you talking about?
Oh, I was talking about it later when she says, why they're there and all that stuff, and that she's going to tell them at a certain point.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you thought she was lying about the game, that she left the game there?
Yeah. Yeah, that basically she's lying because I'm guessing that it just washed up from the wreckage, and it's from the people that he came from, and she doesn't want to tell him that they're there. So she has to say it comes from her. It's clearly a manufactured thing.
Yeah, but that definitely makes sense. That's totally plausible. The thing that made me think she was telling the truth was when I rewatched it, and then the scene before when Jacob comes in after having played with his brother with that game, she knows all about it. She seems to know all about it. When you know, if you think that she put it there, and because she's like, "What's your brother doing?" And he's like, "Oh, he's just walking on the beach," So she gets this information out of him, and the first time it seems like she just, she either has a power or she knows Jacob really well. But after, you watch it and then she says she left it, it made me think that it was just another game, another test, and she knew she was testing to see if Jacob would lie to her about what his brother was doing.
I see.
So, and that's the thing. I want to know if she was doing stuff like that to sort of make the boy, different over time or not, or. But yeah, I mean, the idea that it just washed up on her, yeah, that's totally fine too. I mean, that's the thing. I just want to know which it is. Don't give me both, damn it. I want to know which one is it. Did she leave it or not?
Yeah, they don't really tell us. Yeah, it would have been nice if somehow, like if she left it there, it would have been nice if they could have shown her actually having it earlier, so that we could know. Because, I mean, she lies a lot, and like one of the things she wants to cover up is the fact that there's people on the island besides them. Yeah. So that gives her a motivation for lying about it if she didn't put it there. So like there's a good reason to think she's lying. On the other hand, she does get something out of the fact that it's left there. So then that suggests that maybe she left it there. I just to reiterate, I see what you mean. I kind of came down that she was lying, but not a definite thing.
Yeah. Just the way that whole scene with Jacob is built on, Jacob, she said, "Do you love me, Jacob?" "Yes." "Then tell me what happened." I mean, what kid can, withstand that kind of, like, guilt? Tell me what happened if you love your mother. Jeez, pour it on a little thick,
Right.
But, and then, then she goes straight to the kid who by the way, does not hide the game very well.
No.
She'd have to be blind not to see that. But,
yeah, it was pretty obvious.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's I guess to me it's more sinister if she put it there to fuck with them.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, and I guess I just felt like she was that devious, but it's sinister enough if she's just lying that she, to cover up that there's other people around.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, from what we see her do, it's definitely not even close to, like, beyond something she would do to leave it there. So, I mean, I don't see any reason that can't be true. It's just, well, they didn't really tell us.
Yeah, and I thought they were trying to say something about, when she's like, "It came from me," where else would it come from? Like, some idea of, like, she's trying to make them think that, everything comes from her or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these kids have a weird life. Like, they just grow up in this total isolation.
There's nothing to do.
No.
What were you guys doing? Walking on the beach? You know, it's just like, what's your brother doing? Looking out into the ocean? There's really not a lot to do.
Yeah, she should have left him a game a while ago, I guess.
Right?
Because they really...
13 years and they never had a game?
Yeah, they need something to do.
Yikes.
Yeah,
I don't know why he knows how to play. They need to tell us. That's the thing. I feel like they need to tell us why he's special. Because Jacob apparently isn't.
True, which is very
not
odd.
the same way. Yeah.
It's very odd.
Is it odd really at this point, or is it to be expected that the person who was at the center of the current mystery was not the person who's at the center of the next mystery? It's really the trend. So, I'd be surprised if Man in Black. I was like, no, it's really about his shoes. That's where the secret of the island is. Where did he get those shoes?
Where did he get those shoes? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see. No, I mean, I should have expected it, but still, it's weird to be told, like, the most pervasive, sort of all-powerful spiritual presence on the island for the last 2,000 years was not the special brother.
No, he wasn't.
He was the dutiful, boring brother.
Yeah.
Like, in a way, I like that, but it does surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I expected. And is there supposed to be a connection? I mean, again, Lost has these little phrases like, the island's not done with you, and you're with me now, and you're special, where I don't know if it's actually a technical term, or if they're just using the words. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, when they say special, do they mean special in the same way Walt was special, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if they want us to draw that connection or not.
Yeah, I don't either. They need to tell us.
Because I mean, special is just a word. And, like the incident, you could talk, or the others. Like, those are all things you can say. You can talk about the others. You can talk about an incident or even the incident. And you don't necessarily mean the specific one or the actual others with a capital O,
Yeah.
So it's just like special. I agree, he's special in some way, but how much does that mean? I don't know.
Yeah, and I want to know, why is he special? Is he special because of anything Mother has done? I mean, she knows that he's special. How does she know he's special? How does she, make it where they can't hurt each other? Like it's just, that's the kind of stuff that bugs me when it's, I don't know. We can go to the next scene now. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But.
Okay, yeah, we've covered a lot. Okay, so back at the cave, Mother makes a tapestry, and Jacob enters. Mother asks about the BIB and what they are doing on the beach. Then Mother, you sort of filled in what they actually say there. Mother goes to the beach and talk to the boy in black. He infers that Jacob told her about the game. See, again, like here's, so I think he's right about this. So this is where I think Jacob actually told her about the game, and she didn't necessarily know about it. So that would make me think she's lying about the fact that she left it there.
What's that again?
There's this little line where the boy in black says that Jacob told her about the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think, I mean, we didn't hear that, but like when she says, if you love me, you'll tell me what happened. So, like, I think Jacob did tell her about the game.
Oh, of course he did, yeah.
So she didn't know in advance necessarily.
Well, why does that mean she didn't? Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, but it doesn't preclude her from knowing just because she made Jacob tell her.
No, you're right. I know. I was just saying, like, for a second I thought she actually knew about the game without being told, which would be a clue that she did leave it there.
Yeah, I think the only clue in terms of that is that she's pressing Jacob for information in that previous scene.
Okay.
As if she, like I said, either she's got some power and she knows something's up, she's just really intuitive when it comes to Jacob as just a mother, or she's just fishing. You know, it's one of those three. And or I should say she's, or she already knows. One of those four, I guess. So with, I don't know what to decide on, but just watching the scene with the idea that if she already knows, it still plays out okay.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, so just to continue, Mother says that Jacob doesn't know how to lie. He's not like you. Boy in Black asks what he is like, and Mother says he is special. Boy in Black asks to keep the game. Mother says she left the game for him. He thinks that it came from across the sea, but Mother tells him there is nowhere else, and the island is all there is. The boy in Black wonders where he came from. Mother says from her, and she came from her mother, who is now dead. The boy in Black asks, what's dead? And Mother says something you never have to worry about. Then she puts her arm around and kisses the boy.
Lost.
Okay. Right. Right. So, based on what she says, and of course she's a known liar, so who knows? It's kind of like Ben that way. She just read Jacob because he doesn't know how to lie. She read that he was hiding something, seemingly. Because the one
it seems like she already knew something when he even walked in the room, though. She was already, seeming suspicious.
Suspicious, like right away? Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how it came off to me, but...
Yeah. But it seems like it could just be that, she wanted to know, but then the way Jacob was behaving made her more suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
And she sort of reads him. I think it's weird to tell your kid, your brother's not like you. He doesn't know how to lie.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that line, but is that supposed to make him? I don't know what she's trying to accomplish with that line.
Exactly. I don't either.
Does she? And then he asks, what am I like? And she says, they're special, and it's like, I'm special in that I know how to lie?
Mm-hmm. You can be deceitful, like those humans I don't like. See my point here? I don't know what Mother's all about. I don't get Mother. I really don't. He's showing qualities of the people she doesn't like, therefore she likes him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And why doesn't he know how to lie? It's really easy. It's really simple. I like your shirt, it's that simple.
Ouch.
Take that shirt off then. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and I guess because they sort of segue into there is nowhere else and the island is all there is, he suspects that it came from somewhere else, and she immediately defects that. Again, that's something that could happen even if she left it for him. But I guess to me, if she wanted to she could have just given him the game, and then he wouldn't have suspected that it came from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this is playing into his drive to find out what's out there, if there's anything out there.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Is I'm thinking she is invested in how she's raising these two boys differently, and how they're developing. And I think if you look at that, so I'll buy either interpretation, but the other interpretation is just that she was using this as an opportunity to test to see if Jacob could lie. I mean, she already knows the answer, but you know what I mean? She gets to set up the situation where, where she's favoring one son, and then she gets to test the other son to see if he will rat him out or not, and he does. And that has larger implications in terms of what happens when they're adults.
Yeah.
Sort of similar stuff happens. So that's why it seemed to me she set it up, because it gave her an opportunity to figure out these, something important about the kids.
So you thought she was testing Jacob?
Well, it was a test for both of them, but I think, yeah, mainly a test for Jacob.
Okay.
I think she's not surprised the boy. What is he going to do? He's obviously going to play the game.
Right.
And she knows he's going to try to hide it. I mean, he doesn't really do anything. I mean, yeah, it's really on Jacob, I guess.
Yeah. Also, it was kind of strange that the boy in black actually thought that, Mother would be mad at them just for playing a game.
Mhm.
Like, how strict is she? Like, they got nothing to do. Can she really be mad for them playing a game?
Well, I think it's the kind of it made me think. Okay, well, the game obviously came from somewhere else, so he doesn't want. She'll take it away because it'll be from somewhere else, an outside influence.
Oh.
But I think it's one of those weird things where the context changes once you realize they're under the impression nothing else exists.
Right.
Right. So it might not really mesh. Maybe that's why it seems confusing. Because I think when you first watch it, you think, oh, well, that came from somewhere else. She doesn't like outside stuff.
Right.
That's why she would take it. But when you watch it again, you realize, well, no, they don't even think anything else exists. So that's not why they're thinking she would take it.
Right. Right. Yeah. It made it when I was watching it. It made it come off like she just won't let them have any fun.
Mhm. Well, she is a mother.
Ooh. Oh. Ouch.
And so close to Mother's Day. The mothers will forgive me, I'm sure.
I'm sure they all do. They watch Lost.
They do. Speaking of mother, being a mother, she gives an explanation in terms of where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want to believe that if there was any way for men to give birth to kids, that mother would be father. Like just in terms of the whole daddy issues thing the show has.
Wait, I'm confused. Oh.
Like
I feel what you're saying.
If there was supposed to be a single parental character on the island that starts everything out, I feel like they would have chosen to be a father if, but there's no way that, it would make any sense because men can't have babies.
Okay. Because he wouldn't be able to say. I mean, they don't necessarily know that, but it would be weird for the viewers for him to say, like, "You're my kids," and there's no woman there.
Exactly. Yeah.
And there's in fact no one else around, and that's the whole story.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Her story, in terms of how they got there, is only really possible. Obviously women can have kids, but they don't understand how recreation works,
right.
Reproduction works. So like. They don't understand you do need a guy there, too.
Right.
So I don't know. Just when she told that story, I'm thinking, this would probably be a lot stronger thematically if it was this father raising these two kids and then them having issues because of that.
To tie into the whole father thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
My mother, I came from my mother, and she came from her mother, who came from her mother and her mother. They're the only women ever, except for you two.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They must perceive that they're not exactly like her.
Mhm.
And, so they, shouldn't necessarily think that they can have kids.
Yeah. I was surprised when they said, when they're like, there's people, like... I'm like, that concept should be pretty strange to them.
Yeah.
But there's other individuals, out there that, I feel like they wouldn't think to call them people.
Yeah, right. That wouldn't necessarily be in their vocabulary.
Yeah, they don't get to say that a lot. But
yeah.
And it'd probably be weird to see an adult male be like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they didn't. They do that. They do that a little bit, but they definitely didn't take that as far as they could have.
Yeah.
In terms of them not knowing about stuff.
Mhm.
They only did it a little bit. You know, like here he asks, like, what's dead?
Mm-hmm. Which he should know what's dead. Stuff that dies on the island all the time. Don't they eat stuff? Don't they kill stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Were they not hunting a boar? Dead is what happens to that boar when you stab it.
Yeah, but I guess they don't understand that they're sort of animals like them and they would die like them.
Mhm.
You know. But you're right. They should have a word for what happens when they kill the animal.
Yeah.
And so they should have some sense of what that would mean for a person.
Totally.
But
plus, they just wanted her to say, "You'll never have to worry." Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think she says that here because at this point she wants him to be the successor.
Mm-hmm.
So he would never have to worry about it because once you become the island, well, it isn't quite true, but you don't have to worry about it. I guess you get to sort of choose to die at some point, but you get to live for more or less as long as you want.
I get the sense they were already on the path to immortality even before she decided. I feel like whatever she did to them where they couldn't hurt each other is the same thing that would make them live. They would both just live forever, live a long time or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I thought it was just about becoming the island protector and that they actually would have died in a normal course of things.
Mhm.
You know, that basically Jacob would have just died.
Yeah.
In her original plan.
Sure, why not? I mean, I don't know. That's just as good as any other explanation, I think. I mean, it just seems to me she gave them, there was some sort of power that happened where they can't kill each other, so I just assumed they were both equally immortal or whatever.
Right.
But we didn't get to see that play out like that, so.
Yeah.
Can't
yeah.
tell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically going to be impossible to ever know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can definitely say that. There's no reason to contradict it. It's just not what I thought. I guess I thought, that was part of her plan. Like, she's specifically saying that to the boy in black. She's not saying that to Jacob.
Mhm.
I mean, it is like their conversation, but since they didn't have Jacob there when she says that.
Yeah. I don't know. That's, add it to the list, of things you can't really decide.
Okay. Next scene?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Next scene, Jacob and the boy in black hunt boar with spears. The boar they're hunting is killed by someone else. The boys discover that there are other people on the island, and they hide and watch these people as they, I don't know, stand around and having just killed the boar. I don't quite know how to describe what they're doing, but they're there. That's the point. Then the boy in black run back. Boy in black and Jacob run back and tell the mother that there are other people on the island. Mother says that the others are not like them. They are there for a reason. Oh, I think she means herself and the boys are there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Pronoun problems, and the boy in black instantly wants to know what that reason is. Mother says it's not time yet. The boy insists. Mother says, come with me. She leaves the boys blindfolded. Mother says she knew about the people but didn't tell the boys because the people are dangerous. Jacob says, what makes them dangerous? And Mother says the same thing that makes all men dangerous. They come, they fight, they destroy, they corrupt, and it always ends the same. The boy in black picks up on they come and asks where from. Mother says another part of the island. The boy in black asks if they can hurt each other since they are people too, meaning them, the boys, and the mother, I guess. Mother takes off the blindfolds and says, "I've made it so you can never hurt each other." Then the boys see a stream leading to a cavern containing a glowing light. Okay, sorry. Before I get to this, I just want to stop. This is a bit much for me. Because we're about to get to the ultimate reveal of Lost, and I'm not really ready for it.
You want to just breeze on through that part?
Yeah, no, that's a bit much. I want to deal with this other stuff first.
Okay.
So, let's see. Okay, so she decides she's going to show them the thing. But the big thing I want to address here is the fact that Mother says, of course, verbatim what the Man in Black says in the incident about people. So, whatever his feelings about her were, he agrees with her about people.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting. I also think it's interesting the source of that quote is sort of the previous Jacob. The person who had the Jacob job. And then Jacob, gets into the role and does not agree. And I don't know how long it takes him to come up with that response about it only ends once and everything that happens before that is progress. But, he had 2,000 years, I guess, to think up a good response. And I think that's a great one. I applaud Jacob for responding to what his mother said eventually. But I just it's very curious to me that what's been going on. It's like I guess I've come to realize that the way part of the island. I mean, there's the protector of the island and other stuff happening there, but the Jacob regime is governed by his own personal views on things. And I really feel like when Mother is there, she disagrees. She's the opposite point of view, and so there is during Mother's regime there is no debate about I'm going to prove you wrong. That people are good. She doesn't think that at all, and I take that to mean that for her, for the most part, she doesn't want anyone there.
Yeah. Well, I think it gets a little convoluted in terms of who thinks what and why and when and how and who and where. Just to finish those.
Sure. Complete the set.
Yeah, there's a sequence there. Because what's strange is you have Mother thinking men are bad, and then you have Jacob. Man in Black, Kid in Black, Boy in Black, 13 years old, saying, "I don't believe you. I want to go live with the men, with the humans, because I don't believe you, Mother. I don't trust you." So he goes and lives with them, and what does he find? Well, she was right. He gives proof that she was right. And what's strange is Jacob, who does trust Mother, decides not to leave. He doesn't get the proof that people were bad. So that's what's strange is that that the Man in Black ends up agreeing with the Mother in the long run.
Yeah.
Even though he's the one who doesn't trust her and is against her and ends up killing her.
Right.
And Jacob is the one who thinks people are good. And so I feel like what it's coming down to, or what Jacob was really trying to prove, was that he could trust his mother. I think, to me, I feel like the crux is whether or not Mother killed Claudia or not. Or, did Man in Black make that up, or did she really do that? Is Mother a good person, or is she a bad person?
You think he doesn't? I mean, she tells him that she did. You think he?
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, it seems like, well, maybe this isn't the case. But what I'm trying to connect is why does he want to prove that people can be good?
Mhm.
So I'm trying to connect that to his trust in what Mother told him and what she, you know, whether or not what she did was right or wrong. And I'm trying to connect her views in terms of his views. And you know, she thought people were bad, yet he trusted her and loved her.
Right.
So I feel like he's trying to prove. I feel like if he can prove that people aren't all bad, then somehow that says something about his mother.
Well, it seems like it says she's wrong. I mean, he talks, you know, when he's talking to Man in Black, the context is still trying to prove me wrong. And he says, you are wrong. And then he says a direct quote of their mother, apparently. I mean, a retconned direct quote of their mother.
Well, but what's strange is, yeah, okay, that's what's weird is he's trying to prove her wrong in the sense, in terms of people being bad, but there's also that wrapped up in the need to protect the island.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not that's valid.
Yeah.
Because if people are good, then, I don't even know if you can say that. I don't know. Do you still need to protect the island if people are good?
Oh, I see. Maybe
you
not.
Know, I don't know. I don't know if that's even a relevant question.
If you can prove that people are good, then the need for protecting the island isn't there?
Yeah.
Because that's sort of the problem? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah,
I feel like it's got to come down to something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I really, this is one of the things I like about that. I like the fact that the brother who leaves the mother and eventually kills her actually shares her viewpoint, and the good brother, the dutiful brother, the one who follows in his mother's footsteps, thinks the opposite.
Mhm. Yeah, but one is evil.
Like, that's interesting.
So the one who leaves her and the one who kills her is the evil one.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
So it's like, how much is it that he learned by example that they were bad, and how much is it that, you know, he's just bad himself?
Mhm.
Because you know what? I hate these fucking people. Sorry for the harsh language. I just hate the idea that just because, you know, that the breadth of human emotion and existence is divided into good and bad. You know, like, okay, well, this is all bad stuff, and since is some bad stuff that people do, okay, they're all bad.
Mhm.
You know, the oversimplification of the human species, I think, but really irks me on this show.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's just like, just because some people do bad things or, you know, some people lie, does that mean that there's no good in people at all? You know, that's what it seems like she's saying. Like, it's not worth any of the good stuff they have to offer because they have these bad qualities too.
Yeah, they sort of outweigh those.
And I just don't agree with that premise, you know. And it just, you know, maybe it's just an easy premise to work with, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just want to know why she thinks that, you know.
Yeah.
People wouldn't have to be so conniving if you would tell them what was going on. You know?
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, again, that seems like a story that we're never going to see of why she doesn't trust people.
Yeah.
You know, because they don't really explain it. We don't know what her history is. We don't know how much contact she's had with people, you know.
I mean, she says that the humans aren't like them, yet she kills people, she lies to people, she manipulates people. She's just like them. You know, so
but she does those things for a good reason.
Oh, okay. But when they say they do something bad for a good reason, it doesn't count.
No.
That doesn't count. All right.
I do think to a certain extent the mother is supposed to be kind of crazy and kind of bad.
Yeah.
You know, and I do feel like Jacob sort of ushered in a new era.
Mhm.
You know, and he didn't really, I mean, he still stayed apart. He didn't necessarily come forward, but it seems like he, first of all, didn't hold the view that she had, and second of all, didn't, you know, go out and, like, try to kill people.
Yeah, but they ended up dying anyway because he brought them to the island. So it's like, was he that much better?
Right. He does, and that's the thing. Like, I always had trouble, separate or figuring out what the connection was between protecting the island and trying to prove the Man in Black wrong about people. And now it seems like they really are two separate things.
Yeah.
You know, he's in charge of protecting the island, but he has this personal thing with the Man in Black. You know, that sort of goes into their history.
Yeah.
You know, even back to their mother and, you know, what she thought and, you know, and he's just spending this entire time, you know, I mean, besides protecting the island, he brings people there. And I guess, you know, bringing people there is proof that, you know, you don't think they're bad because you're not, you know, you're supposed to be protecting the island. You know, so bringing people there just makes it more likely that they'll, you know, find the light or do something with the light or whatever it is with the light that's the bad.
Yeah.
You know. So it's a separate, like, personal, bringing people to the island is like Jacob's personal mission. Protecting the island is sort of the thing that's handed down. And I think this episode clarified that for me.
Yeah. But to me, it doesn't seem like they're necessarily separate. They're definitely different, but I feel like they're still connected.
In what way?
Well, just in the way, just in the sense that if you're bringing people to the island, you know, he wants to test to see if people are good or not. It just seems like if the reason you need to protect the island is that people are bad, and you know, and then okay, that's one thing. Okay, that's column A. And then column B is the thing you personally want to do is prove that people are good. It seems like those two things should be connected. It's both about the nature of people. You know, so it seems to me if he proved that, if he winds up 2,000 years later, I mean he's dead now, but you know, if he came to some conclusion at a certain point and says, okay, well people are bad, then it justifies his need to protect the island. If he comes to the conclusion some people are good and some people are bad, I don't know what that says about his need to protect the island, but I think it should be reevaluated based on his outcome of his personal goal.
I see.
So I think they are separate, but it seems like they should be related because it is about the nature of you know, people or something.
Yeah, okay, because the whole reason they need to protect the island is sort of because people are bad.
Yeah.
So
like if people were all good and she was like, well, you know, we're here on this island, but we can leave when we want because no one would ever dare just mess with this light, you know, that's a whole different show.
Right. So you think Jacob had in mind, like, if I can prove him wrong, if I can, convince himself that he's right, then he can just kind of stop protecting the island? Do you think that's what his goal was?
I don't know what his goal was. I'm just saying I think they're connected.
Okay.
And I think it should. I feel like he should be trying to prove something to do with his mother. Obviously, he's trying to prove something to Man in Black, but I feel like that goes back to the sort of differences in how they were raised by mother. Their different viewpoints.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Yep.
I see. I think I agree. I do think there's a link between the two, but I guess like the way Jacob described it to Richard, it seemed like they were the same thing. Like his need to protect the island was him bringing people to the island to prove Smokey wrong. Like he'd sort of like seamlessly segue between the two.
Yeah.
And I didn't really understand what the connection was. I mean, I can see that they are connected, but he didn't make clear sort of what his duties were and what his personal interest was. I feel like this does make clear that, which is which.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So now I guess I'll finish the scene now.
All right.
Unless you have something else about this stuff.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, so, no, forgot. I've made it so you can never hurt each other.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have to comment on that. That is the one-sentence explanation, I think, for why they needed a loophole.
Mm-hmm.
Why Man in Black needed a loophole.
There it is.
Of course, she states it a little more strongly. I mean, we see Jacob punch out Man in Black twice, so it's not quite hurt. It's more like kill, I guess.
Yeah.
But it would be weird to say, I've made it so you can never kill each other.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a little awkward. And, you know, they wouldn't be able to have the emotional outburst if they couldn't show a little violence between the two.
Yeah.
It'd be weird if Jacob's fists were, like, stopped by some invisible force or something.
I thought it was strange how he was so emotional, and they showed him to be so emotional in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
With reason, I guess, but still very, very emotional and almost weak in a way. He was very reactionary.
Yeah.
And not really what I thought of Jacob before. You know, very sort of pitiful in a sort of way.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you said something I didn't like, so I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the good son. You know, like I don't know. I don't know what to think about that.
That's the good one.
That's the good one.
I liked it. I liked it basically because what?
So he'll just bludgeon you. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like where does that violence and brutality come from if he's the good one?
Mhm.
You know, he's the one who can't lie, but he can kick your ass.
Yeah, it's fragile. I mean, if you mess with his basic feelings and assumptions, he just snaps.
Mhm.
Like he's good as long as sort of things are going in his way, and you're not telling him stuff he doesn't want to hear.
It just sounds like he's not very well adjusted.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think he is kind of immature, a bit petulant. I guess for me it was helpful because I never really I don't necessarily like the way Jacob's character is in this episode, but I like the fact that he's a person. You know, he's always been this like vague, like almost abstract nothing kind of figure in the background. And I really felt like there's a huge asymmetry between him and the Man in Black, who has been kind of a main character for a season and a half at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've had a lot of him, and we really know a fair amount about what he's like, I think, and what his personality is. And Jacob just never really came across as even having a personality. It's just this, you know, too ethereal character. And so what I like about this is sort of giving Jacob personality, giving something to hold on to, and also giving a sense of his development, like seeing the Jacob later and comparing it to who he is here 2,000 years ago. You know, you see that he really did sort of change as a person over time.
Mhm. Well, did he? Or has he not just been provoked? Like, you know, if you told him something now that would upset him, would he wail on you or would he
die? To handle again?
Well, that's the question I think that's left unanswered is how much of it was the circumstance and how much was it just his age or his character? I don't know.
Yeah. I still think, I mean, besides the sort of flying into a rage, I mean, he did sort of attack Richard when he showed up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like there's a difference in his maturity or something. Like he's less petulant, I think, you know, and I think he's much more comfortable being himself.
He seemed fine being himself as a kid to me, though. Like what you mean?
Really,
as a kid,
I really feel like he was insecure. I feel like he you know was jealous of his brother, and you know felt like he you know he's all alone with these three people, and he feels like the odd person out, I think.
I didn't really get that sense. I mean, I understand that they brought that stuff up, but I didn't get the sense that was weighing on him in any dramatic way. I mean, he asks his mom, why do you love him more later? And she's like, well, I just love you differently, you know. It seems like a satisfactory answer, but they didn't play it where he was lashing out or he was running away or he was really rebelling in any sort of situation. You know, it was really, you know, I feel like the kid in black is more petulant than Jacob was. He was a good kid who was sort of always stayed in line, except for when he was told, you know, his mother was a liar. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. I didn't get the sense that he was, you know, the way you're describing him. I didn't really get that strong of an impression like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I mean, it's there. It's in the lines. I'm not making it up, at least.
No, I mean, you mean the line about why do you love him more?
There's that, and you wanted it to be him, and, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree that she seemed to favor Kid in Black a lot more. I just don't see.
And he was aware of that.
What are the scenes? Okay, yeah, I agree. He's aware of that. But what are the scenes where he's rebelling against that or using that in any sort of real way?
I mean, he doesn't really rebel, but he confronts her about it twice, and that's the closest they get.
Yeah, but he asks her about it in a situation where it comes up. I mean, she's crying about him leaving, and so he says, well, you know, he realizes that she really cares about the brother.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm saying it's obviously there. Yeah, there are scenes. You know, those lines do come up, but I just don't see that as a driving force of his character. Like he's this petulant kid because of that.
Mhm.
You know, he seemed to be the opposite of that.
I mean, he was beautiful, and he loved his mother, and you know, I think he was a good kid, but he was also, I think, insecure because he felt less favored.
But insecure in terms of, like, what scene does he come off insecure? You mean just him asking, why do you love him more, and stuff like that?
Well, there's that, and then, you know, the way he attacks the boy in black when he starts, you know, saying bad stuff about mother.
Mhm. Yeah, but that's the thing. If he was saying, mother loves me more, then I would say there's a scene where he's being insecure about how much he's disfavored. But that scene was about, you know, him saying, this isn't your mother. So it was more that the insecurity is coming from his connection to the mother.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's insecure about a specific thing. I'm just saying he's got this insecurity.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were saying you're connecting his lines about the brother loving him more with that's why he's insecure.
Not necessarily, no. I just think he's also got this insecurity.
Mhm. Okay.
You know, like his world is sort of fragile. And, you know, I feel like even at the end, you know, towards the end, he's doing that tapestry and he's asking mother for approval. You know, and she sort of half-heartedly says that it's good. Like, I feel like I agree it could be more fleshed out than it is, but I feel like it is there.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is there. It just doesn't seem like it's driving his character, you know.
I see.
Like he asked his mom about the tapestry, but I don't know, I didn't get much from that. You know, she should care. She's the one who probably made him learn how to do that.
Yeah.
But anyway, anything else with this first part?
Oh, so I mean, I guess, you know, okay. We already said the thing that needed to be said, which is that this is the origin of the fact that he couldn't kill Jacob.
Mhm.
And I guess also Jacob couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I guess Jacob probably wasn't necessarily going to try to kill him, but
well, he already did once, didn't he?
I don't think so.
He tried to do something to him. I don't think he tried to make sure he'd live forever.
It was something that was supposed to be worse than death.
Yeah. So I think that means it goes past the wanting to kill him into something worse than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not as bad, but he knew it wasn't going to kill him, I think.
Mhm. Well, yeah, definitely.
And I guess the point is he's already done the thing. Like, he's already given him the thing worse than death.
He effectively killed it. I mean, he definitely just, took his spirit from his body. So
right.
That's something.
Yes. He did. You're right. You're right. But I guess he can't totally annihilate the Man in Black. The Man in Black's, like, soul or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I think, it would, I think he only got that far because he, put him in that cave. Like,
right.
If it was something more pedestrian as him trying to just stab him with a knife, I don't think he could do that. But
right.
He got lucky that there's a cave with light in it.
Right.
And if you go down there, it's worse than dying.
Right. Right.
Worse meaning better. Because you're still alive. Because now you can shapeshift.
You can shapeshift. That's true. That's true. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily that bad to be a smoke monster. But okay.
Yeah.
I digress.
So, I got a big question about this, but I think we'll save it to the...
Oh, about the pre-light stuff or about the light?
About Smokey.
Oh, about Smokey. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll definitely get to that. I mean, you can talk about it now if you want.
Well, just the question that I want to ask is Smokey evil incarnate because he just looks like a cloud of smoke and somebody said, oh, he must be evil? I just feel like from watching this episode, there's nothing that tells us the kid that Man in Black is evil incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're supposed to believe when Jacob put him in the cave, and then the smoke cloud came out, he took evil with him. Like he was, you know what I mean? Like he got trapped in the evil, and then he left, and the evil was in him, and there you go.
Yeah. So the fate worse than death is to become evil incarnate.
Yeah.
Via being a smoke monster.
And then we're gonna maybe. So does that mean we're gonna somehow figure out that or find out that, they go back to the cave and they realize, oh, it's not life, death, and reincarnation anymore. It's just life and reincarnation. And that therefore Smokey is carrying around all the death and the evil or something.
Oh.
Oh, and
okay.
So now they need to put Smokey back into the cave or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Could be. That's a theory.
Get back in that cave, you.
Hope that's a line.
Lost. That's the last line.
No, that's the last line.
That's the last line.
Wow, get back in that cave, you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, let's hope. Let's hope it's at least that good.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a big question and a very good question and a question that I would like to raise myself.
Mhm.
But perhaps later.
All right.
Okay, so continuing the scene, the boys see a stream that leads to a cavern containing a glowing light. Mother says, "This is the reason you're here." The boys approach the glowing cavern, and Mother tells them not to go in there. The boy in black says it's beautiful. Mother says, yes, it is, and that's why they want it, because a little bit of this very same light is inside of every man, but they always want more. Jacob says, can they take it? Mother says, no, but they would try, and if they try, they could put it out. And if the light goes out here, it goes out everywhere. And so I protected this place, but I can't protect it forever. Boy in black says, and who will? Mother says, it'll have to be one of you.
Mhm.
Woo!
So I don't understand why Mother cares if the light goes out everywhere if she hates everybody.
You think she should be okay with human extinction or something?
I feel like she should be.
Because people are bad, so what's so bad about a planet without people?
I mean, that's what I asked her. If they're so bad, then why should they live?
Mhm.
Why? Because she's basically protecting them.
Yeah.
She's protecting the people she doesn't like.
Right. Right.
Now, of course, you could say, well, if the light goes out, that might include her, and so she wants to live herself. Okay, that's self-preservation. That's fine. But
that seems too weak to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't really want to buy that. I'm inclined to say she protects the light for its own sake. You know,
then why say if the light goes out here, it goes out everywhere?
Well, they're kind of telling us. I feel like partially that line's exposition for us.
Mhm.
You know,
so I protected this place. She's saying why she's protecting it, though. I feel like.
Well, that is certainly the literal meaning of those lines. If you insist. I mean,
maybe you're into literal meanings.
Maybe it's that, you know, she hates people, but she doesn't think they should be exterminated. She thinks they deserve to exist, but they're bad.
Mhm. Then why do they deserve to exist?
I don't know. You have to ask her. She's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know, just something of like she could tell Jacob, yeah, they're bad, but there are good people in the world, Jacob. You're one of them or something.
Right.
I love you because you're one of the good ones. Just just tie it together. That's the thing. I just want this stuff tied together a bit better.
Which, clearly she knows. Isn't Jacob himself proof that she's wrong?
Well, I don't know. Is he or isn't he? Is he good or is he not? I don't really. I
mean, she admits herself that he does not know how to lie.
Mhm.
Doesn't that make him not like most people?
Yeah, it should by default.
According to her.
Yeah.
So I feel like Jacob himself. I mean, regardless of whether he's good, period, and that's it. He's clearly got like certain qualities that most, that she thinks all people. That's not the way I want to start that sentence. He does not. He exhibits things that she thinks shouldn't be possible for people.
Mhm.
Basically. So I mean,
she might just say, well, Jacob's only good because he hasn't been corrupted.
Oh, because she raised him.
Mm-hmm.
So if only she could raise everyone.
If only she could raise.
They would turn out good, like Men in Black did.
If only she could lie to all the kids of the world, then things would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess, Jacob turned out all right. Man in Black, I don't know. I think he turned out kind of bad.
Yeah.
So I'm not totally convinced that she can just parent people into being good. And she even likes the bad one. She's a crazy character.
Yeah.
Man, she's all over the place.
Yeah,
I hate people, but of my two sons, I like the bad one.
Mm-hmm.
I hate
Who
people,
also hates people.
But I'm dedicating who knows how long of my life to protecting them.
Yeah.
She's crazy.
Yeah, she's crazy.
I mean, in a way I like it, but it really doesn't make sense.
That's the kind of crazy I thought she was going to be. When Locke said his mother was crazy, I didn't think she just, her logic was flawed. I thought it was a little bit more than that.
She's nothing like Claire.
No.
Claire is nowhere near this lady.
Yeah.
She's not given to like hissy fits.
I don't think she had a hissy fit, no.
No. She's not just kind of bipolar and erratic.
Mm-hmm.
She's more like calmly insane.
Yeah.
And so it's like the comparison doesn't even make sense to me.
Oh, geez. So what do you got about this light?
Okay, so the light.
AKA the answer to the big question.
Yeah. This is, congratulations, everyone. You've been listening to Lost Lowdown since, who knows how long, perhaps when we started. We've talked about Lost Mysteries for several years now, and here's the ultimate one. I remember thinking when Carlton Cuse held up that sign, do you want to know what the island is? I remember thinking, that's not a mystery, is it? Like, I actually thought, I remember having a conversation about it where I was like, it's an island. Like, what?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah.
I didn't even get that was supposed to be a mystery. I mean, to me, it was like, the island is an island, and
there's crazy stuff that's happening on it.
Yeah.
But the island itself is just an island, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm not sure that this really proves that wrong. I mean, it still seems like the island is an island, and it's got something on it that's crazy.
Yeah.
So it still doesn't seem like that's quite right. But this is as close to what the island is as they've gotten so far. The ultimate mystery of the show.
It's light, ladies and gentlemen, photons.
It's photons. Thank you. Thank you. They've been around for a while, and
Yep.
Bet you didn't think that that would be the answer.
No one could have predicted.
So, I mean, I feel like you're not going to want to go down this road, but any theories about what the light is?
I think it's Desmond going to the bathroom.
Okay. Wow. Again?
Can I bring that one back? I don't know. Is it too soon? I don't know. A light down a shaft. I don't know. What could it be?
They did have it coming out the top of the thing, and it did kind of look like the light coming out of the top of the hatch.
Maybe it's the briefcase from Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, that's what it really looks like. Golden light, mysterious, beautiful golden light.
Yeah.
That's totally what it is. And I guess, again, that's the kind of thing I don't mind. There are people that hate that he never showed what was in the briefcase.
See, I don't mind that we didn't see what was in the briefcase because that movie is not about what's in the briefcase.
That's true.
In any sense of the word.
Yeah.
I
guess I want to say that, in a sense, like, maybe this is probably going a little too far, but I want to say that Lost isn't about what the light is.
Well, hey, at the end of the show, that might be proven true, but it won't negate the fact that that's not what I feel like we were legitimately led to believe. That's not just a. There's a difference between things being a product of expectations, and there's a difference between that and something the show is legitimately telling you is a valid thing to wonder. Will the Oceanic Six get off the? Will they get off the island? Will they get back to the island? These are questions that were legitimate to be asking, and I feel like what is the island is the number one big question that we were supposed to be asking for a long time. The first question was really sort of like what's going on the island, but really that question got fine tuned into being what is the island?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not like Pulp Fiction. I feel like it as much as Pulp Fiction is about the characters, Lost is about the characters too. But I don't agree that the briefcase in Pulp Fiction is tantamount to the island. The island is way more a part of what's going on. Everything in Pulp Fiction did not revolve around the briefcase. It didn't revolve around, well, this person had it, and then this person had it, and this person was trying to get it, and that person did this to get it or take it from that. that's not what the movie is.
Yeah.
So,
I agree. The comparison.
And maybe they want it to be that way, and that's that's fine. But that's just, to me, it's not what not the path that we were led down.
I see. Yeah, in Pulp Fiction, the briefcase is very much a MacGuffin kind of thing. It doesn't matter what's in it. It drives the plot that people want it.
Yeah.
and that's how it sort of functions. And I mean, I guess it's frustrating, not what a lot of people want, but I almost feel like Lost is telling us that the island is a kind of MacGuffin.
Mhm.
There's something to it. People want it for a reason, but sort of exactly precisely what it is, I don't know how much that is going to matter in terms of the story.
Yeah. We'll see.
But yeah, I mean, obviously I can't conclude that they're never going to address that, because there's plenty of time where they could still do that.
Mhm.
I just, I feel like that's a possible road they could go down.
Yeah.
After this episode, where they had ample opportunity to specify more than they did.
Yeah.
Unless they're withholding, some more detail for later because, they need it to be part of a scene later. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah. Barring that, I feel like the reveal should have been here.
Mhm.
And so that's what makes me want to think, if this is what we get, this is what we're going to get.
But part of me didn't like the reveal of what, this reveal, because it wasn't any of the main characters figuring it out. So maybe they'll give us the real reveal when the main characters are around.
That's a good point.
Because it was kind of awkward to get the secret of the island in a flashback with two characters that are dead, and well, I guess Smokey's technically still alive, but
right.
It was just weird to get it from their perspective of like, you guys barely characters.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 Okay. Now that you put it that way, I think the main characters are going to have to learn more.
Yeah,
about
the
island. This did not tell them what the island was.
No, they still need questions. They still have questions.
So it may be like they didn't see this. Like they didn't have like a frame story here like they did for the Abiturno where they're sitting around a campfire. Like
exactly.
I wonder how how the smoke monster was created or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of like flash back and we can assume that they know about it or something like that. None of that happened. So I think. Like having Hurley have a vision of the mother or something, like where they all know something about the story.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. You just turned me. They're gonna have to have the main characters learn more than they know now.
Oh, totally.
So when they do that, that's their opportunity to say more.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of, I think, the penultimate answer, and I hope that the ultimate answer is a little more specific, isn't just vague metaphor. Oh, this is life.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Allspark. This is whatever. This is I don't know what. I don't know why that's boring to me, but it is. If it's just this is life.
Yeah, I mean that's the theory I was going to throw out there, that it is something like the spark of life, and like they're going to tell us something like, okay, well, now that I'm saying that, I'm contradicting what I said earlier, but they're going to tell us something like life started here.
Mhm.
Like the origin of life is this like the light is something like the monolith in 2001.
Mhm.
It's sort of, I mean, it wasn't
now,
quite...
yeah, if they want to make it, see, that's the thing. If they want to make a conclusion based on what they presented, that to me can definitely work. Because we don't know what the monolith is.
Right.
We know what it did, and we have a sense of why it did it, and to me that's fine.
Right.
So the light. If they just say, "Oh, it's life," that's nothing to me. But if they say, like your example, this is where life began, or this is without this, blah blah blah. Then they're making a conclusion, and then I can evaluate it, and that can definitely work, and it could still just be, oh, it's light or something. But yeah, if they can, I mean, that's the thing. Even though I didn't love this episode and didn't love the answers, like I said, I still have to wait till it's all said and done, till the story's over, to really tell whether or not this works for me, because it's going to come down to what they say, what the final word is.
I see. Yeah. I almost feel like it makes it worse to have the mother say what she says.
Mhm.
because like in 2001, if they had a character in 2001 like look at the monolith and say, you know, this is light, and there's a little, or this is a black monolith, and inside every man there's a little black monolith or something, and like if we don't touch this black monolith, then we'll never progress as a species or something. Like if someone actually said that would be crappy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like it would be better if she said less.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, don't get specific unless you're going to get it bad, unless the specific information is good, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the thing. On top of all that, she could just be wrong.
Right.
So that's why it's like, well, I can't even really evaluate your crappy answer because you could just be lying or you could be wrong.
Right. Right. I think she's supposed to be right, and I don't think she's supposed to be lying. She is, she is preparing them to protect it, unless, like, the ultimate twist is, the protectors have been lied to about what the island is.
Maybe no one knows. Maybe no one ever got the real story.
Yeah. That would be something.
The first person who found it just assumed it was the life source or whatever, and that's where the story starts,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's clearly something to it, It's not a totally mundane, like, glowing light.
Yeah.
I think we've seen it sort of do stuff, but like, it's not clear why. Okay, so first of all, just like the basic point, well, I'm still not even sure. I guess that gets into Smokey, and I can't even do that yet. So let me save that. Well, okay. At the very least, I'll say this whole thing about the light going out and the light going out everywhere. I feel like that's supposed to be sort of the stakes of the show. And
that seems to me supposed to tie into why Smokey can't leave.
Right. That's what
we need to talk about.
I was afraid to bring that up because it does raise that issue. So you agree? Like, you think that this is sort of connected to the lines everyone's been saying about Smokey can't leave the island because everyone will cease to be, or whatever else. There's been various ways it's phrased, but okay. So that is what they're talking about here. So there is some connection with Smokey somehow, and of course he does kind of go in there. So he is connected to this light in some way.
Okay. I'm really starting to think my little made up on the spot theory of he went in there and absorbed all the evil, and that's why he can't leave. That's making a lot of sense now.
I agree. Although I think it's weird that there was evil in there. I mean, maybe if it really is like the essence of life, like part of that is evil.
I think that has to be true. I think that was what my point was earlier, is that the breath of humanity is you can divide it up into good and evil, but it's still part of, two parts of a whole.
Yeah.
And I think there should be evil in there,
Yeah. Yeah. I guess because it's like, it's seemingly a good thing. It's like, it's weird to me that there's evil there, but.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean.
I'm going to say Mother probably didn't even know there was evil there.
Oh, you think so?
I don't necessarily. I don't think she necessarily. I don't even know why she knows what would happen if you went in there.
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's only so much you can tell about looking at something.
Right.
I don't know how she gained all this knowledge about it just by looking at it. Okay, yes, it's a light, check. A warm glow, okay, check. All external observations.
Right.
But don't go down there because it's worse than dying. I don't know how she knows that. Unless something else like Smokey happened before.
Right. And I feel like if there was another smoke monster on the island, they should have shown that to us.
Oh, I totally thought she was She was going to be a smoke monster.
Oh, really?
When I thought when she was going to go destroy the human little camp that Men in Black was staying at, I thought it was going to be like she would be in Smokey form or something.
Oh, and that's how she knows, because she actually went down there herself or something.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I never thought that. That's
I was expecting a Smokey origin, so I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe she can be turning to Smokey for something, or I don't know.
I thought she was just gonna march in that camp and like give them what for. Listen up, you.
Listen up, you. Hightail it on out of here. You see, skedaddle. You're bothering me.
You're not welcome in these parts no more.
This island's only big enough for one mother.
Yeah, I don't know. It never occurred to me that she would change to a smoke monster. Although, actually, what she did do, is that right? I don't know. What she did surprised me as well.
What she did do?
Is that right?
That's correct.
You can say what she did do?
Yeah, it's English. You can say whatever you want at a certain point.
Well, I can't. Okay, I mean, nothing's going to stop me, but is it, like, grammatically appropriate?
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
In English, you can wind up saying some awful, crazy things, and it can be grammatically correct.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think what she did do, it sounds weird, but did you do it? Yes, I did it.
Yes, I did do it.
I did do that. You can say I did do that.
Is that what you did do? Yeah, that's what I did do. I guess it works. It just sounds bad.
Yeah.
Some things are like that, though.
Yeah. It's English.
Usually I can tell if it's right just by listening to it, but sometimes there's things that are right, but they sound wrong.
Mhm.
You know, and that's the hard ones.
Like, where you at?
Yeah, exactly.
Can't handle the preposition, then how are you supposed to end it? I don't know.
Wow.
We'll never find out.
Never, ever.
So, any more time, I feel bad that I don't, can't spend an hour talking about the central mystery of the show, but there's not much here. It's light. Let's move on. What else you got?
Yeah, I guess my best stab at a theory is that it's something like the monolith in 2001.
Mhm.
That it's going to be sort of what I mean in 2001 it isn't exactly like life itself, but it's somehow the thing that makes life progress.
Mhm.
So I want to say it's, I mean, not exactly that. That would be kind of crappy if they just ripped off 2001. But in terms of, it's the thing that makes life interesting, I guess.
Mhm.
And so maybe that started here. Like it used to be, the island used to be attached to another body of land or something, and it sort of started there and then like drifted off on its own.
Mhm.
And that's how that's how humans were, began to exist.
Yeah, so they're going to give us an origin story for humanity?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And sort of like that's why it's in every person, because sort of the source of humanity's existence is the island.
Mhm.
So it's sort of binding them all together because it's the thing responsible.
Yeah. We'll see.
That's my best stab at a theory.
Alrighty. It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's. Yeah. I mean, I don't have another theory, so I guess that's all I can say about it.
Why does the light go out? Why does the light go out everywhere if it goes out there? That's not how light works.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's it's a supernatural light.
Mhm. Super light.
So I don't quite have what it means for the light to go out in people. Like it's the thing that makes them people. So I don't know. Maybe they just start acting like chimpanzees or something. Like I don't. That's a little silly, but
really that. I would have to assume the consequence would be that they would die. Okay. Otherwise, why are we even talking? Why are we even? If they're not going to die because of the light going out, then there's no real consequence.
Okay. Well, if everyone in the world started acting like chimpanzees, I mean that would be a consequence. Just
that's come on, come on.
Yeah, I understand. That's clearly not the story. I think death makes the most sense, but at the same time, I want to say, they'll be. Like, it's possible that they'll just be different, or, they'll lack the light of life somehow.
Mhm.
Because I guess, like, in terms of, like, it just reminds me of the whole thing with Saeed being claimed, where it's like everything you ever knew about him will be gone. And of course he's still there. He's still walking around.
Mhm.
It more means like. His physical appearance hasn't changed at all. Like it's somehow his essence or spirit or something that they're saying.
Yeah.
So I feel like in terms of ceasing to be, like they could be just talking about a thing like that. I mean, it's a little weird to have like everyone, just like it's weird to have everyone start acting like chimpanzees. It's weird to have everyone in the world just like lose their, go to the dark side or something simultaneously.
Yeah, and I mean this isn't being claimed. This is the light of the island going out.
Right.
It should be more drastic than just being claimed.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I'm also trying to connect it with what Jacob said about how the island is a cork, and if the evil gets out, it'll spread. And is that actually a separate thing from the light going out in people? Like there's also the evil spreading. That's something else that could happen. Like I want to say those are the same thing. I guess that's why I'm sort of connecting them. So I'm trying to like connect it with the Abiturno plot. Or exposition. Not really plot.
Yeah, I don't know. The cork thing seems. That's the thing. He didn't explain that the island had light. He just said the island was corking in the evil. He didn't really explain how the light worked with that. So I feel like he was really talking more about how the island relates to Smokey. Not necessarily how the island relates to the light.
Okay. But Smokey is related to the light.
Yeah, I would say he's related to the light. So, it just doesn't seem like. I mean, I think they should be connected. I can't really figure out the connection though. There is something to be said about light, and there's light in all of us, and then there's a darkness growing, and I mean that sounds all similar, but I'm not sure what exactly the connection would be.
No, I agree. The whole world being claimed doesn't sound like enough.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that being claimed isn't so bad.
Yeah, and the fact that they've told us what would happen if he left was everything would cease to be, not just being claimed. So. Yeah.
So that would be taking that as being very metaphorical.
Mhm.
They would cease to be in essence or something. Maybe figurative instead of metaphorical.
People have said that. Like, if one person said that, I'd say they're speaking in metaphor, but they keep saying that. So I feel like they're not being metaphorical, or they're not too far from the truth.
Yeah.
I just want to believe that, they keep saying it ceased to be, so
right.
I'd imagine they would cease to be.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want them to mean it.
Yeah.
More than that, but it's just I feel they need to try to reconcile everything they've told us, and it's I'm trying to shoehorn the evil part in there.
Mhm. You never said that sentence before, huh?
No. No, that was wow. Lost made me do that.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm ready for the next scene if you are.
All right. Next scene. Later, Jacob and the boy in black play the game. Jacob makes an illegal move but accuses the boy in black of making up the rules. The boy in black says, one day you can make up your own game and everyone will have to follow your rules. Then the boy in black sees an apparition of Claudia, his biological mother. Jacob does not see her. The boy in black leaves to go talk to Claudia. Claudia wants to show the boy in black where he came from across the island. She leads the boy in black to a small village and tells the boy in black that they came here 13 years ago, the day before he was born. They're shipwrecked. Claudia tells the boy in black that he comes from across the sea and that mother is not his mother. Claudia is.
Mm-hmm. So the big question here is, why can B.I.B. see the mother and Jacob can't?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this isn't much of an answer, but he's special.
Oh, okay. Well, he's special.
I mean, it's sort of, to me, it's got to be the same reason Hurley can see apparitions and other people can't.
Does it have to be, though? Because I feel like there's so many stark differences between Hurley and the Man in Black. I don't see the connection of why. I want to connect it to Hurley, but I don't see anything that connects them.
Well, they both see dead people that other people can't see.
Well, okay, aside from that, I mean, but that's the thing that they have in common, but what gives them that ability? What common factors they have that would lend themselves to both having that ability is my point.
Yeah. I see.
That's like, two people having, the same thing. The question is, why do they both have that? Not, they both have it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm saying, since it's the same ability. Now, are you saying like it has to be connected to their personality somehow?
That's what I'm saying, is that I don't know what the common denominator is. Who can see dead people? Hurley and Man in Black. Okay, what common factors do they have? One hates lying, one loves lying. Okay, that doesn't count. You know what I mean? If it was Jacob and Hurley, I would say, okay, maybe we can see some similarities here, but it's Hurley and Man in Black, and I don't see what similarities they have that would say, okay, well, they're both this kind of person, so maybe that's why they could see dead people, or they both have this kind of experience, or, So that's the thing is, I want to put Hurley in there with Man in Black and say, okay, well, they can both see dead people, so they have to share something, but I don't see what they share.
Right.
So that makes me think it's something else. It's some other reason that they both see dead people, and it has nothing to do with the fact that any commonalities between them two. It's something else.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I don't expect that all people who see dead people are the same personality type or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would guess.
Well,
go ahead.
No, you finish.
I would guess that somehow. What I was trying to say was, I feel like it's the same explanation for both of them.
They're just special.
Well, that's all I got, but I mean, I'd like to think, maybe there's something else to it than that, but I mean, I feel like whatever the explanation is for Hurley, it's the same one for Man in Black, and it's not.
Well, I would like that to be true. And if they tell us what it is, then that's it. But when I'm trying to figure out what the explanation is, it's like I don't know what they have in common. I can't figure out what the explanation is. I guess it should be the reason they can see dead people, I guess, should be the same. But I guess I'm saying it could be different reasons.
I see.
Since they don't have any obvious commonalities, then it's a different reason. Then maybe they're seeing it for different reasons.
Okay.
But I don't know. It
could be. I mean, I guess like the thing like Miles can sort of talk to dead people or something, and I guess was there something else like that? Let me think. Does someone else have an ability that I'm forgetting about?
Jack can cry on cue. Does that count? No.
No.
Who has an ability?
This.
I feel like you're somebody.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm forgetting someone really obvious. And I feel like someone listening to this has probably thought of it already.
Oh, of course they have.
Let's see. I'm thinking of all the characters.
I'm looking at a list of all the characters. Who has an ability?
Oh, I guess Miss Hawking potentially has an ability.
Okay, and Desmond is special for
Desmond, thank you. That's also...
Yeah.
Yes, Desmond is what I was really searching for.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so, and possibly Miss Hawking, but then there's Miles as well. So, at least with Desmond and Miles, you have a clear-cut case of people with these odd abilities.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I don't see that they really have anything in common. Of course, it's not the same ability. But, I mean, to me, it's, I guess, I mean, the best I can do besides the special thing is attribute it to the island.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it did seem like they were trying to tell us that. You know, but it's really odd that, like, Desmond would be on the island and he would just acquire the power to survive large amounts of electromagnetism. I mean, I guess the island has a lot of that, so, you know, maybe that's something you could develop there. But, I mean, that's, I don't know. I want to say it's the island, but I guess after this episode, it really seems to me like the island is not a consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the island is this inert thing. It's an island. It's got this crazy light on it, but it's not something that has a will or thinks or, you know, does things, as far as I can tell.
So all the island isn't done with you yet, and this is the sacrifice the island made. All of that was just wrong.
Well,
they're just personifying the island needlessly.
It looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be revealed to be wrong, but like it looks like, you know, it looks like the island has a lot of stuff going on it, and like sometimes when people talk about the island, they're sort of talking about Jacob,
mm-hmm.
or they're talking about Man in Black or something like that, or even just Destiny. You know, but I do. I mean, it seems to me like they to a certain extent they personify the island more than really applies.
Mm-hmm.
So saying the island's not done with you yet, I mean, at this point, it seems like it just means, you know.
Well, it seems like it's saying you're special for a reason, and you haven't fulfilled that reason.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I don't mind if these people have powers indiscriminately, but as long as there's a reason, you know. And I want to know why. I want to know the reason why Man in Black can see dead people and Jacob can't. You know, considering that they're twins, you know, considering they're raised by the same mother, they're twins. Why can't he see? And the mother, Claudia, didn't seem. I mean, obviously, she didn't have a lot of time to talk about random stuff, but she didn't explain why. You know, why Jacob couldn't see her. She was just like, "Oh, only you can."
She just said because she's dead.
Huh?
She just said because she's dead.
Yeah, because she's dead. But it doesn't explain why Jacob can't see her. Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me like the default is people can't see dead people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the most part, from what they've shown us, most people can't see dead people.
Yeah.
And so it's the exception. So I feel like she shouldn't necessarily need to explain why Jacob can't see dead people, but rather why the boy in black can.
Well, yeah. The questions are pretty much the same. I mean, just in terms of if the boys didn't have the same mother, this wouldn't be the same question.
Mhm.
You know, if they were just two different people, I don't think it would apply. I'm not asking why can't Jack see dead people.
Yeah.
Well, he can. Well, he sees apparitions, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, the question doesn't just apply. I'm not applying it to non-seers in general, just specifically to his twin brother, who has the same mother, who was raised by the same, guardian. What makes him different? You know? I mean, that's really the central question anyway with his character, is why is he special, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because based on what this episode gives us, that's the main thing that seems to separate them.
Mhm.
The boy in black seems to just have something extra that Jacob lacks. And I'm guessing this is a manifestation of that. But it also just seems like the island bestows powers upon people.
Mhm.
Yeah,
exactly. So that's my question: is why not Jacob? Why does he get to see dead people? Why Hurley and Man in Black?
Mhm.
It just seems arbitrary until they tell us, if they ever do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely seems arbitrary to me. I guess I've never really thought the powers were not kind of arbitrary.
Well, I always thought it was, they had powers for a reason. They had things they were supposed to do for the island. They had, there was reasons why they could do certain things.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's just random. Random isn't that fun.
I see. Yeah. I mean, I feel like they're going to use they use those things, but I guess the reason they had them, it's sort of like the reason Dan was good at physics. Like I feel like it is to a certain extent arbitrary.
Well, he was good at physics specifically because his mother pushed him into it.
Yeah. But he was particularly good. I mean, everyone whose mother pushes him into physics isn't going to be him.
Mhm.
Like he had an aptitude for it.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying why could he reach that level of understanding?
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I think is kind of arbitrary.
Well, sure, that kind of stuff is arbitrary, and that kind of stuff happens in real life. That's just the luck of the draw. Seeing dead people isn't a luck of the draw. So that's why I feel like, I want an answer to that.
I see.
That seems like a power. Now, if they said, okay, that Dan had a power,
yeah,
I maybe want to know why.
Okay.
But just in terms of the fact that he was good at physics, I feel like, okay, well, yeah, different people are good at different stuff, but these other people are actually having supernatural skills,
right,
and abilities, and I feel like that, if they want to tell us that's just in this world, that is just the part of they're showing the extremes of human ability or something.
Yeah.
Some people just can see dead people for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
If there is no answer, there's no answer. But I'm just saying it seems like there is an answer, so I want it.
Okay.
But maybe there's not. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I think there could, like, on the one hand, I want to say the island is doing it for a reason. On the other hand, I want to say that the island just kind of, exerts its, it has this crazy light in it, and it just affects people in different ways.
But yeah, but this is like, people don't even have to go to the island for them to be affected by it. It's just like random people get random stuff, and
well, who didn't go to the island that has a power?
Well, but I mean, those people had those powers before they ever went to the island. I mean, Miles was born there, but Hurley.
Oh, Hurley! But Hurley didn't see dead people until he went to the island.
Okay, yeah. I just assumed he had the power, but
I mean, they've never shown him seeing dead people before.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, and so Miles was born there, so that's why he's got that power?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I always assumed. That's not. I mean, that's not like.
I don't know. It's just not that satisfying if it's just random. But hey, we'll see what the end of the story is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what kind of answer are you looking for?
You know what I want from this show is I don't want this to be, you know, a day in the life or, you know, some centuries in the life of the island. I want this to be, you know, like, you know, there was some sort of structure, some sort of plan, some sort of operation going on, some sort of will and determination and a goal in place. And not just a lot of random things happening and people are trying to cope with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I want it to be Hurley has this power because, you know, which helps him become the person he becomes. You know, helps him in certain situations where he gets the help from dead people. You know, which helps progress the larger goal. Progress towards the larger goal. That's what I want it to be. I don't want it to be he just happens to have a power. It could have been anybody else, and that's it.
So, I mean, I guess I'm asking is, like, do you want some character to come out and say, that's why you can see dead people, Hurley, because X, Y, and Z plan had to happen?
Not necessarily a character saying it, but I want there to be a plan. I want them to reveal the sort of big picture, and for us to be able to say, okay, look at Hurley. He was able to see dead people. Without that, they wouldn't be able to make this plan work. Therefore, this is why the island gave it to him. Or, you know what I mean? I want to be able to make some conclusions. I don't need a character to specifically say it, but in essence, yeah, I want to believe that these people aren't just random. Like Jack specifically had to go on this journey and become the person he's become at this point. That is integral in terms of whatever the final outcome is. That if it was someone else, you know, if Jack had died in the plane crash and someone else was the leader in the beginning, that this plan wouldn't have necessarily gotten as far, or they would have all died already, or something like that. I want these people to be very important in terms of what's going on, and not just be cogs in the wheel, and not just be, you know, it's fine to have randomness, it's fine to have happenstance and that kind of stuff, but I do want it to matter that Hurley has that power. I do want it to matter that Miles has that power, you know. And it's not just, it could have been anybody else.
I see. Yeah, okay.
You know, because like one of the ideas I thought before we talked about on the podcast was this idea of, like the season 5 stuff, like this whole idea of, okay, maybe the island or Jacob or whoever wanted the Losties to create the alternate timeline. Like this was all this long plan to sort of help them get to a place where they could affect this major change. You know, this, major's an understatement here. They created a new universe. You know what I mean? Like I want that to matter. I don't want that to just be a product of random occurrence and them just, obviously on their part they're just, playing it, minute by minute for the Losties. But and it doesn't have to be that the island is this grand designer of these events that knows what's going to happen from point to point. I do want the stakes. I don't want anyone to be assured that it's going to work 100%, but I do want it to be a specific, goal that was in mind, on some level, and not just Jacob was just fucking around with people for 2,000 years or something, and that's the show we got because he just decided to mess around with people. I want it to be Jacob is trying to stop the Man in Black once for all, and he gets these people together in the hopes that they can somehow do blah, 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 blah. That's what I want the story of Lost to be. I don't want it just to be this. These are people who were in this situation. Nobody ever really knew 100% of what was going on, or even close, and they were just, flapping about in the wind for 6 seasons. And yes, there's some character growth, but,
Yeah, I mean, I guess to me, like a lot of the stuff that's happened, it served its function at the time, but I don't necessarily think it all has to be part of some giant plan.
Mhm.
I mean,
it doesn't all have to be. I think there's definitely some tangents they went on story-wise, some stuff that most likely doesn't have to do with the long-term goal of the island or protection of the island. It doesn't all have to be a giant plan, but I want the crux of why these people to be very important. I don't want it to be any, that if these people weren't on 815, then some other people were on it, then things would have been more or less the same.
Right.
Whatever comic book loving, surfer dude who was on the plane when the plane crashed would have ended up seeing dead people.
Okay.
I want it to be specifically Hurley is the one who gets to see him, be it a test for his character, be it, whatever the reason is. I want it to be specific to the people and for it to matter. Because then I think I care about the characters more and I care about the stakes more than if it's just more of the answer just being random occurrence.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the kind of thing you want is. Like it's so I do feel like part of this story, okay, Jacob visited, 6 of the people before I guess not quite all of them, but a number of the people before the plane crash. Mm-hmm. So I think that does away with the idea that anyone could have been on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's clear that they were supposed to be on the plane. They were supposed to go to the island.
Yes.
He had his eyes on them for a long time. I think the lighthouse told us that as well. So I think, I think that part is definitely correct. As for why he chose those specific people, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting what they say about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a question that, I really don't know what I really don't know what they're going to say about it. But I do feel like if you step back from that part of it, I do feel like what they're telling us is, the story of the island before Jacob is different, and the story we're getting now is because of the rather arbitrary fact that Jacob ended up being the protector of the island,
mm-hmm.
and that he had this brother who wanted to leave the island, and Jacob had this conflict with him, and that whole thing is driving the plot now. Jacob's brother becomes the main villain of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they crashed there and became who they became and all that, that does look arbitrary to me. It does look to me like there's not some grand design and that's how the show had to go. It's, because of who happened to be there and who they were and what happened to them that, led to the story that we have now. So, to me, there's an arbitrariness that's built in, already.
Well, there's a difference to me between this backstory of the island and then where the show first starts with them getting on the island. I want the plan to have to do with the Losties. There doesn't have to be any grand plan. There's no need for a grand plan when Mother's the only one on the island. There's no real need for a grand plan when she's got the 2 boys either. But when this episode is done and it's set up with, the rivalry between the brothers is set up, the adult brothers, and Man in Black is in Smokey form, who now more than ever wants to get off the island. Then I think there's a need for a grand plan if you're Jacob and you want to make sure he doesn't get off the island. And of course, you don't even have a grand plan at the beginning because, he does go for many years of just bringing people to the island to try to prove his point.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. But that goes back directly to the first thing I started with saying I don't want this to be centuries in the life of the island. I want this, this isn't just another day where he just decides to bring another group of people to the island, and lo and behold, this isn't going to work either. I want this to be the one that works or gets them further or says something bigger about what's going on. That's what I mean, and that's the thing. I don't mind randomness. I don't mind random occurrence. I just want it to be. I just don't want it just to be sort of in general arbitrary what happens. To me, it's not that interesting if it's just this could have happened or this could have happened. It doesn't really matter which way it went.
I see. I mean, I think it matters. It can matter, but still be arbitrary.
Okay, I guess as you're just saying, but I mean, matters that it's those people in those instances.
Yeah.
And not just let's replace the people and it's the same. It still matters, but it's different people or something.
Right. I mean, I do think he chose those people for some reason. I think it was totally arbitrary. But I do think that, I mean, so far, of course, we haven't seen the end of the show, so I'm speculating here, but it looks to me like the story of the latter half of the show, or latter part of the show, is Jacob, well, maybe this is the story of the whole show. I don't know. Jacob finding his replacement. Like Mother found her replacement. In her day, it was simpler. But when it came time for Jacob to find his replacement, there was all kinds of shit on the island going on.
Yeah.
He had the Dharma era, and he had brought the others there before, and they had their thing, and then there was a purge, and then Ben took over, and all kinds of stuff was just going on. There's on-island drama left and right. And so when it came time for Jacob to find his replacement, it couldn't play out as simply as his mother's replacement did.
Well, when do you think he started looking for a replacement?
Well, it looks like roughly around the time when the current candidates were born. So maybe 40 years ago, roughly 50 years ago, something like that.
So why wouldn't he have been looking for a replacement the whole time?
Well, I'm assuming you get. I'm assuming that you protect the island, and then when you're ready to be done, you try to find your replacement. So he just got ready to be done. He didn't want to look for his replacement the entire time. I mean, that's the sense I get. I could be wrong about that. Maybe the people he brings to the island were all potential replacements. But
that's what I want to believe. I mean, that's why I feel like I can't really decide when he would have started looking for a replacement, because I feel like everyone he brings to the island should have been in some way considering his replacement by virtue of the fact he's bringing people to the island to test his theory. I feel like that has to be part of it.
I mean, it looks to me like there's only 360 candidates, and I just don't believe that goes back as long as he's been bringing people to the island.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think the first people he was bringing were supposed to be candidates, but I do. That's why I feel like I don't know when he would have started, but I feel like it wasn't just when he went. It wasn't necessarily when he just went to go talk to the first losties, to go test the first lost. I feel like it should have been way before that, yet, of course, after he starts being in charge. So, I don't know. I feel like there's just a amorphous period of time when he should have been thinking about his replacement. But I can't find a marker that says, okay, well, this is when he first started really considering it.
Yeah. I mean, he might have thought about it for a long time, but it doesn't look like he really started coming up with a list until fairly recently. So, I mean, maybe he was
but that's the thing. If none of these people pan out, I mean, first of all, he's already dead. So,
right.
That's the thing. It's not like, because to me it seems like he could find a replacement and still be in charge. He doesn't have to, give up command just because he finds his replacement. Like his mother knew one of the kids was going to be in charge, but she held on for a while.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I feel like it's not necessarily just when he goes to talk to them or touch them or whatever that
Well, it's certainly at some point before that. I mean, obviously he's planning
to visit
That's
what I said. It should be some point before that.
But I don't think it's
I don't know when.
too long before that. I mean, it's he's picking those people, so he would have to know that they exist to even think about visiting them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 50 years before Jack's, parents are born or something. I mean, is he really thinking about Jack? Like how?
Well, how do we know how far back the names go for the candidates?
Well, I guess we don't know how far, but a lot of the names are names we recognize, and I guess there's a number that we don't, but they're all sort of jumbled together, and it doesn't. I mean, okay, so you want to say like some of those names are really old, and it's just been he just had a lot of people from the recent times, like proportionally.
I don't know. I'm not saying anything. I don't have enough information for me to determine that. I wouldn't even say that. So
I mean, it looks to me like the names. I mean, I don't know all the names. Of course, there's 360 of them, and I don't even think they've all appeared on screen. But from the ones that we've seen, a lot of them are familiar. People from the recent history of the islands, and that gives me the impression that even if he's been making that list that whole time, that means that people from the recent history are making up a giant share of the names on the candidates list. So really, whether he was looking for candidates all along or not, it looks like he's gotten more serious about it more recently.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of the story of Lost really seems to me to start with Jacob looking for his replacement.
Yeah.
That's where all our characters get involved.
Yeah, totally.
And I don't see that story starting that much longer before they were born.
How can you tell?
Well, just because, unless you want to give Jacob I guess we don't know how much his powers are, but if you want to say he just knows who's going to be born and, in advance, and he's just kind of waiting around for it to happen. I guess that's possible.
I don't know. That's my whole point is I feel like we just don't have enough information to decide when did he decide he was going to go after his replacement. Because like I said, I feel like the whole bringing people to the island to judge them thing should be part of his candidacy process.
I
thought
that was a separate
thing. The island a long time, so because
Richard, I don't think Richard is supposed to be a candidate. I think he just kind of gave him a special role, and so I could see, someone comes to the island, he sees some potential in them. I could see sort of, giving them something to do. But I guess I feel like the candidacy thing is recent. We don't have any confirmed names on the list that are older than, the last 50 years or so.
But how will we know from some of those other names we've seen? How will we know what time period they're from?
Well, we don't. But I'm saying all the names we do know are recent.
Yeah, which it should be. What would they show us that wouldn't be? Of the stuff we'd recognize, it should be recent.
Well, if we saw people from Richard's crew or something, anybody that we know that was on the island a long time ago. I guess there aren't that many. But
that's the thing. There's not that many people, so it's like that's my whole point. I'll say it again. I just don't know. I feel like I can't really make a good guess. But I do think it is safe to say that's when the story starts, and that I definitely agree with that. That's the driving force behind what's going on is Jacob trying to find his replacement. I'm just saying it's just not clear to me when he started, looking.
Right.
I'll say it's clear when he started getting serious.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's, obviously he knew from the beginning that he was going to have to find a replacement at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like on some level he's mulling it over the years the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess to me, the getting serious about it is the real start of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that works.
As opposed to just sort of thinking about it, knowing that you're going to have to do it, vaguely making plans.
Mm-hmm.
Like really going out
there.
Well,
but that's the thing. We don't know what he's done with the other people and the other names on the list and how far back that goes and what he's tried before and we just don't know.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it just, if they wanted to illustrate that, it would be hard. Like I said, I mean, it could have some of Richard's people on there, like a Whitfield or Hanzo or something,
mm-hmm.
or even, Richard himself, I guess. On the other hand, like the other thing they could do is they could have names on the wheel that are written in other languages or something. Because English is, a fairly recent invention in terms of language. Jacob lived before English existed.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was recruiting people back then, some of those names really shouldn't be written in English.
Mm-hmm.
They all are. So that would be another way. Like if they had.
Yeah, that's a production detail, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying that means it's not true. I'm just saying, like, if they really wanted to communicate that, I mean, I feel like if all the names we know are from recent times and they're not giving us clues that there was names before that there's just no reason to think he was doing it all along.
Well, I feel like the reason to think that is the fact that he's bringing people to the island to judge whether or not they're to test his theory.
Right. But I feel like, yeah, I mean, yeah, so I guess to me, I just see that as a separate process from finding his replacement. I mean, I see that as.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is both are about bringing people to the island, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying is he's bringing people to the island for a very long time. There's obviously a start period where he has to think about a replacement, and there's an end period where he's obviously actively trying to recruit replacements. I'm just saying there's between those 2 points, I don't know where he really started. That's
I guess I feel like bringing people to the island to find out if they're good, to prove Man in Black wrong, that's sort of what he did with his tenure as the Protector. That was his main activity.
Mm-hmm.
But like if he spent his entire time as Protector trying to find his replacement, like that would be weird. Like I feel like he used that time to carry out this experiment, and then at the end, he tries to find his replacement.
Well, why would that be weird to spend most of your time trying to find your replacement, since that's the most important thing he's going to do?
I don't know. It's like your job as Protector is to find your replacement, and then he finds a replacement. Okay, find your replacement. Like that's just, I don't know. I like better the idea that he did something else with most of his time, and then at the end started looking for a replacement. Like that just sounds like. That sounds like a more. I agree, it's an important thing. So okay, maybe he should have been thinking about it for the 2,000 years. But it just seems if that's all there is, if that's like the main only thing he's done, I don't know. Like that just.
Well, no, he's doing the other. He's doing both in any scenario, right? Or in your scenario, he's doing one at one time and one at another time. In my scenario, they overlap.
I see. The whole time. So if he finds someone good in the first year, he'll just take them as his replacement, right?
Like I said, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to make them his replacement. He doesn't have to give up power just because he finds a replacement.
Okay. He just keeps them around or something?
He could keep them around. He could, I don't know what.
Okay.
And I think there's something to the idea that, he may not even be able to find a replacement until he is able to bring all these people to the island and judge them and see how they react and see the qualities he wants or something over time. That might have something to do with it too. But anyway, I think we said enough about that.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I want to add is that I feel like they showed him visiting the remaining candidates in the real world, and in some cases, before they came to the island. So, like, it seems to me that that's not something he does just for everyone he brings to the island. You know, that's specifically because they are candidates.
Yeah.
So I guess, okay, so under your sort of story, he would have been doing that all along. He would have been, in addition to bringing people to the island, he's also going out in the real world and touching potential candidates. And
maybe not.
As a side sort of project. Maybe not.
People come to the island without him touching them.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So just because you come to the island doesn't mean you're a candidate.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, but okay, now I'm lost. So I mean, you're saying that they overlap, but now you're saying that they don't?
No, I'm saying just because someone comes to the island doesn't mean that they're candidates.
Right.
So I'm saying I don't know if he, I don't know if he went off the island to touch people and bring them to the island. I know that he brought people to the island.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is we've seen him do that with people we know to be candidates.
Yes.
We've seen the lighthouse is, among other things, something that monitors people off the island, and the people on the wheel are the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think that's some kind of evidence that he does that consistently for all the candidates.
Yes, I would say that that's true, but that doesn't mean that just because he's bringing people to the island that he's not looking for candidates before that time. Like, for instance, could there have been another lighthouse or another wheel in the lighthouse that had different names on it? Like, he went through a whole 360, and none of those people worked out, and so now he's got this new
over
360, like
clean slate.
I don't know. I mean, we're sort of just talking in circles here. My whole point is I don't know when he started looking for candidates, but I will agree he got serious about it, in the recent time period.
Or, as your alternative theory suggests, he just didn't find any good candidates until recently.
Yeah.
He searched and searched and searched, and none were to be found. And only recently did he find a good pool of candidates.
And it could be that the reason he went to touch them was because he was like, okay, well, these are the ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are the ones that want to go to level 2, or the next level of test or something or whatever.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that story
totally
works.
Who knows what Jacob wants? Who knows? I don't feel good saying I don't know, but I just feel like it's just hard to tell.
It is. I mean, I feel like I know in a very vague sense. I mean, if you ask me what he wants, I can tell you some vague stuff. It's, when you want to try to specify things, it gets harder.
Yeah.
But I think, first of all, he wants to bring people to the island to prove they're good, to prove the Man in Black wrong. Second thing, at least recently, or maybe perhaps in general, he wants to find someone to replace him. So, I mean, I think those are the basic things that he wants.
Yeah.
And as for, like, specific, does Jacob want this, does Jacob want that, I mean, I don't know. That stuff gets hard.
Yeah.
In terms of either special abilities, which is how we got on this, or, specific events like the Purge, or, the stuff that happened to Richard, or, whatever. It's hard to say, because Jacob hasn't really offered his opinion on those things.
Yeah. I don't think he will either.
He probably won't. I mean, he's been dead for a whole season.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've gotten a bit off the topic of this scene. The main thing I wanted to say about this scene is that for me it kind of complicates my understanding of the apparitions, because basically this apparition comes up to Point Black. For whatever reason he can see them. That's that's a mystery for the ages. She tells him, you know, who he is, where he's from, leads him to the camp, tells him she's her mother, tells him apparently that, you know, the person he calls mother actually kills his real mother.
Mhm.
You know, so we have this apparition on the island, you know, very much going against the protector of the island. I mean, this revelation, in a very direct way, leads to the boy in black leaving the mother, going to the people, and eventually, like, all the stuff that leads to the events at the end of the episode.
Mhm.
You know, so having this apparition step in, I mean, she really seems to be stepping in on her own behalf.
Oh yeah, and all she does is prove mother correct.
What? Oh, are you gone? I have to remember that sentence because I have no idea what that means. But for the short pause here, I'll just check Google News, see what's going on. Schwarzenegger compares California's woes to Eurozone. I don't know what Eurozone is. Sorry.
And I'm back.
Okay. On Google News if you want to read about it. Right. So, you said she proves her mother right? She proves mother right?
So
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So what am I saying? You know, mother says, you know, men are corruptible and are evil, basically. I'll simplify that. And you know, and so that's what mother says. She tells that to the boys. Then Claudia appears to Kid in Black and says, you know, hey, these are your people, which it makes him want to go live with them. But that only ends up proving I guess I shouldn't say she proves her right, but it only reinforces what she said. He goes to live with them, and then he, you know, 30 years later, whatever, 20 years later, he says, hey, Mom was right.
Yeah.
You know, that's what was weird to me was she, you know, if Claudia hadn't intervened, he would never have gotten that first-hand experience that mother was right, or the first-hand experience of what mother thought to be true.
Right. He wouldn't have come to agree with her as much.
Exactly. He wouldn't have come to agree with her, yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's true. Okay, so are you suggesting that Claudia is somehow serving the mother's purpose, even though it looks like she's divulging information that the mother didn't want him to know?
Well, I definitely was suspicious of the Claudia apparition. I guess I'm suspicious of anyone. Hey, you're new or you're dead or something. I don't know about you.
I don't trust you.
I don't trust you. You're an American Beauty. I don't trust you. So yeah, what's my point? What was I talking about?
You're suspicious of Claudia.
Oh yeah, so I was suspicious of her. I was wondering what her motivation was. You know, I was wondering if she was supposed to be Mother, some sort of apparition version of Mother. You know, is Mother playing another game here? You know, because it's almost like, you know, it's a very big version of the game. You know, that the kid finds, the Senate game. You know, if in fact it's true that Mother left that game on purpose, then if for instance, so hypothetically, if Mother left the game for the Kid in Black on purpose, that'd be similar to if hypothetically Mother was the Claudia apparition, sending the kid to go be interested in the humans.
I see.
You know, but I don't think that's true. I definitely don't think that the Claudia apparition was Mother.
Okay.
That's
yeah, I agree. But man, your conspiracy theories always shock me. Like, I always assume, like, the opposite of the conspiracy theory. And, like, it doesn't even occur to me that, like, this can be Mother. Like to me it's either, like, I could buy somehow, some way she's serving Mother's purpose, but it never would have occurred to me that she's really Mother, actually.
Yeah.
You know? Like that's much like the scene with Richard and Isabella at the end. It's like never would occur to me.
I don't trust these people.
That's Man in Black. Because, I basically trust the ghosts. Like, I think, okay, I'll be fair. Like, I trust them to the extent that the people they are trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
So if I see Michael as a ghost, I trust him as much as I trust Michael.
Yeah.
I think he didn't really do that good of a job. It wasn't the best advice he's ever given, but, whatever. I don't think he was intentionally trying to get them killed.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was actually trying to not get them killed, and I guess he went along with Hurley's plan for I don't know what reason. But anyway, the point is, when I see Isabella at the end, I trust her as much as I trust the real Isabella, which since I know nothing about her, I trust her completely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I usually, if someone's saying you got to do something or giving somebody who's impressionable information, I'm a little leery, especially if that person is dead.
See, because I know that she, what she says, that when she says she's his mother, she's telling the truth. When she says, we don't see it, but we find out, she says that the mother killed her. That's the truth as well. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also, we didn't quite see this, but I think also the fact that these are the people from the ship that their real mother, her, was on originally, and so that's sort of where they came from. I think that's true as well. So
but you gotta, you have to admit at this point, it is possible. It happens where characters tell the truth but have totally different motives. Look at Locke. He'll tell you the truth. Doesn't mean he doesn't want you dead.
Yes, you're right.
So that's that. I'm just skeptical when
right,
in certain situations like that, when it's like, okay, well, what do you have to gain by saying this? What does Claudia have to gain by doing this?
I think Locke, Claude, sorry.
I'm in the show now?
No.
Claudia was the closest I've come to being on the show.
I'm thinking of Claudia.
Yeah,
I think that's how that came up.
You had a Justin character.
I did. I got the crappy other that got axed by Claire. that was my grand moment. You got to be the fucking mother of Jacob and MIB.
Well, sort of. I'm not exactly named Claudia, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, your doppelganger or your twin or whatever.
Nomen ganger.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that Claude is a Roman name. It's a Latin name, so I did like when they said Claudia. I'm like, all right, unlike Jacob or something. I'm like, that's Hebrew.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. That's not really plausible. But as a name that someone named Claudia would have chosen.
Yeah.
Now she's supposed to be in Palestine or something, living under the Roman Empire. But the thing is, those people didn't speak Latin, so she should have been speaking Aramaic or something like. Of course, they're not gonna go into that. I mean, he's already been named Jacob, so she didn't really have a choice. But it does make the name of Jacob look like bad planning on their part, because he really should have a Latin name. Yeah.
They could have just given him some other name and he just goes by Jacob later on. Like, I would have been fine with that.
Yeah, they could have. Something vaguely like Jacob in Latin, I guess. But
Jacobus.
Right. Sure. I don't think that's a name, but it works. Jacobus.
Sounds more Latin, doesn't it?
It does. Put us at the end.
Yeah.
That's the trick. So yeah, anyway, I'm supposed to make a point. What was my point? I mean, like I said earlier, like, I already didn't trust Locke. He started out deceptive and he killed people, and so he was just I never really trusted him, even though he told the truth sometimes. Claudia, I got nothing to go on, but everything I've heard her say is true. and I haven't seen her killing people.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't have any reason to suspect her, and maybe I should, but I just my reaction is if all I see is you telling the truth and seemingly being helpful, I'm sort of trusting you.
Yeah.
You know,
except if you're Abaddon.
Well, okay, if you sound scary, if you act scary. Abaddon scared me. That's the thing. Although Claudia is a little bit scary in this scene.
Yeah, she is scary.
She's got a kind of scary smile that I could live without in terms of being a nice person.
Yeah.
But I can't decide whether she's trying to be warm and coming off as creepy or if she's really trying to be creepy.
She comes off cold, don't you think?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she doesn't come off like I don't buy that's their mother, you know. Like, really? This is your son that you've been separated from by this crazy woman, and I don't know what I expect her to do. She's a ghost, but she didn't come off motherly. You know, like Ben, when Ben saw his mother, I don't know, that came off like Ben's mother, you know.
True.
But
yeah, she seemed to show. I mean, Claudia is supposed to be showing concern and care for MIB here, but her mannerisms are off. I feel like, you know.
I mean, I didn't dislike her part or anything or her acting.
No, I liked it too, but it does seem untrustworthy in a way. I mean, I trusted it completely, but like it's a little bit scary.
Yeah.
I think also, like, it looked to me like they shot her with a spotlight above her or something.
Well, in that scene when he turns the corner to go, after he first sees her, she's definitely got a spotlight on her.
Yeah. Yeah,
in the jungle.
Think they've really done that with apparitions before.
I feel like they have. I feel like if you look at well, not all of them, but it reminded me at least of the young Jacob when he first appeared.
Oh, they did do that with the young Jacob. You're right.
I feel like they've done that sometimes, but definitely not all of them have been like that.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, that's true. I guess I feel like they don't do it most of the time, but
they don't usually do it. But it gave her a ethereal feeling, you know.
Yeah.
The light didn't scatter quite right.
Exactly.
I just made that up.
That's a good one.
Thanks.
You should write that down.
I should.
Should be relevant.
Sell it.
Someday we'll... Is the light that... Okay, I'm not even going to ask.
Please don't go there.
Sorry. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to get at is... I always thought that the apparitions, I mean, I knew they were in some sense that person still, and so they had that person's interest, but it did seem to me like for the most part they served the interest of Jacob, you know, which I would be, you know, the Jacob here is mother, you know, so like it's surprising to me to have an apparition seemingly go against her, although your suggestion is maybe she really is playing into mother's hands in some way. You know, maybe this really is what mother wanted. You know, it doesn't come across that way, but...
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so you agree it doesn't come across that way?
Yeah, no, like I said, you know, I'd like to believe mother put that game out there to test the kids, but that's probably not what happened. But in terms of Claudia coming back to show Men in Black his people, I don't think that had anything to do with mother. I think that was just Claudia trying to be, I don't know what she's trying to do. I guess tell the kid the truth, but you know, I don't know. I guess you don't really know what her motivation is because you don't see her saying, now go tell your brother what I told you, and then go live with the people. You know, like you don't really know what she expects him to do with that information.
Right.
But what he does do is go live with them and come to realize that mother was right.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's what's strange to me, I think, is I almost want him to, to live with them and to have a more nuanced view of them because he lived with them. But it's like, nope, they're just evil.
Right.
You think he'd go, I could totally see the scene where he's like, no, Jacob, I lived with them for whatever years, and yes, Mother was right. They're this and they're that and they're evil and they're blah, but they're also capable of blah 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 and good things, and and you should come see that, or you should believe me or trust me or something, and but that's not what they're doing. So.
Right. Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, I guess part of the point is he has to come to agree with her eventually. Because we know that he does. He's basically quoting her later.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is, at least in part, an explanation. I mean, also probably the experiences of the people Jacob brings. But, this is probably in part, an explanation of his opinion about people.
Wouldn't it have been interesting if Man in Black went to go live with them after 20 years, when he and Jacob are, playing their games as adults, he tells Jacob, Mother was wrong. These people are good. Then the whole storyline about him, the men are helping him find a way off the island and all that stuff. And what if it was Jacob throwing him into the light source that made Man in Black think that people were evil? And it was like, look at you, Jacob. You're the one who convinced me that people are bad.
Oh, I see.
Because of what you did.
Mhm.
And it wasn't necessarily the humans. It was like Jacob being the one to prove Mother's point.
Right. Yeah.
So that'd be interesting.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. I agree. Although I do kind of like I like that. Basically, what I expected is the first part of what you said, that he would go live with the people and be like, these people are good. Mother's wrong. She's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What is she? She doesn't know what she's talking about. She isn't like, she just has no idea.
Yeah.
Like that's what I expected him to say. And I kind of like that he just totally agree, even though he still sort of hates her. He actually thinks she's right about these people. Like I kind of like that because I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I can see that.
So that part's good. Although you're thinking about Jacob creating, like he looks into the light and what he saw was evil or something. Like I sort of like that idea of his origin.
Mm-hmm.
Like he understands man's evil on a level that no one else does. And like if you just knew, if you went down there and looked in the light, you'd agree with me.
Mhm.
And you made me believe this because you showed me what people really are. That's kind of cool. I like that too.
Yeah. You have to go down there, Jacob. You got to go see for yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering too. Is if someone else goes down there, are there two Smokies, or
is there only one Smokey?
Yeah.
Possible. Yeah. It's a good question. I feel like that's a possibly relevant question.
Yeah.
In terms of going forward with the story. I mean, I feel like we're not done with the source and the light, so...
No, we better not be.
I feel like it might come up what happens if someone else goes down there.
Yeah. Maybe if someone else goes down there, they'll absorb all the light, and then it'll be, if that person leaves the island, then I don't know what.
Okay. What I thought you were going to say is someone goes down there, absorbs the light, and then they fire it at Smokey, destroying him.
Oh. I would just think there'd be two people, one darkness and one light, and they'd have to battle it out somehow. But maybe he shoots him with the light or something.
Yeah, he becomes the mythical light smoke monster.
Mhm.
The good smoke monster that people have been talking about for a long time. And basically, when I say he, I mean Desmond.
Mhm.
That's and so he would be like the good smoke monster, and he'll do battle with the bad smoke monster. That would be my version of that.
All right. Well, let's hope that happens.
Are you serious?
No.
Okay. All right. But yeah, in terms of sending someone down there and having them absorb the light, like, I expect them to somehow use it as a weapon.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's a little weird. Like, I'm going to use goodness and life as a weapon, but, like, that seems a little, whatever, contradictory, but still, that's the best guess I have.
Using life to kill someone?
Yeah.
What's contradictory about that?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I sense that it's there.
All right, I can see that.
I just can't identify it. So I know that, I mean, really on a level, I think Claudia is a plot device. She just moves the story forward.
Mhm.
So I think asking too much about her maybe isn't really that important, but I'm concluding from this, perhaps without warrant, that the apparitions do what they want to do.
Mhm.
They have their own agenda. Whatever it is they want, they will do, and they're not necessarily subject to the protector of the island.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't even know if the protector of the island knows about the dead people.
I'm not sure they do either.
I mean, if they can't see the dead people, then how do they know about them?
Yeah. Although it's weird, like, I expect the protector of the island to sort of know everything about the island, but I guess that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, I think that's one of the big phenomena of the island. Like, they should at least know about the whispers, right?
I don't know.
I mean, not say what they are, but they should at least know that there are whispers.
If the whispers ever happen around them, I guess, but maybe there was no need for the whispers to happen around Mother or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I see.
I'm wondering if the whispers and, people who are trapped on the island, maybe that connects to the light source by the way of, like somehow, like the electromagnetism or something, which is, I guess, synonymous with the light. Maybe that's what's trapping them, the people, their spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Like souls are magnetic. Not literally, but metaphorically.
Right.
Magnetic. And so, like, they sort of get trapped in the light, like they get merged with the light source or something. But I guess they can manifest themselves other places, but that's where they go.
That's the home base or where they have to stay for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, the light is seemingly the, what's the word? The
soul,
the heart, I guess is what she says, of the island. And I feel like a crazy property of the island, like having these dead souls that whisper on it, if that has nothing to do with the light, that would be really weird.
Mhm.
If that's just like, well, it just happens to be this island that has the light of life is also the island where dead souls wander around and whisper danger.
Yeah, it should be the same.
So I think something like your theory has got to be right.
Yeah. Souls are magnetic.
Souls are magnetic. I like that. It's pithy.
Mhm.
You can put it on a bumper sticker.
Magnetic souls.
It's catchy too. I could see just people. Yeah, souls are magnetic.
Mhm. All right. Any of this other stuff with Claudia? What does she say?
Village, born, wrecked.
Yeah.
Real
There's
mother.
many things across the sea. So now we get why the idea of home. That was the other big mystery.
Oh, good point. Yes.
The other big mystery that, it's like, you said you wanted to go home. You were born here.
Mhm.
But home is a place he's never been to. So that little line he had when he was like, I've been trapped on the island so long, I don't remember what it's like to be free. It's like, well, technically, you were never free. But, you know, if you think you're trapped, then, yeah, you were never free. And home is a place you've never been to.
Mhm.
You know, that's not a theory we were banning about back in the day.
That's true.
So, home, he's never been there.
Right. It helped for me because I always thought he was old. I mean, we knew he went back to Richard's time, and I was always like, okay, where do you have in mind that is even still going to be remotely like where you left it? And of course, you know, you brought up Topeka, Kansas or whatever, but I think, you know, what this makes clear is that it's just this, like, indistinct other place besides the island.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't home for him is whatever's
off
out
the
there.
Island. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like he knows in general he comes from there. Now, looks like technically home is sort of Rome or somewhere in the Roman Empire, which doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, whatever.
Yeah, and I don't even think he knew where those people came from. Maybe he learned by hanging out with them for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure he learned by hanging out with them for a while.
Yeah.
That must have come up. So, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if he wants to go to a specific place, it should be Rome or some place like that, I guess. But it's not, the people there are not going to be like the people he was living with, although he didn't like them, so.
Are you saying Rome is not where the heart is?
No. Wow. Really? A pun? Did you throw a pun out there?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because he didn't like the people, but I think, you know, I feel like really for him, even though technically that's sort of his homeland or something, I feel like he just wants to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, and then for him, it's not about let me go back to Rome, but I just want to get off this island.
Yeah.
And be elsewhere. And like now, based on this episode, I can actually envision it. You know, when I didn't know who he was before, it was weird, but now I can actually see him getting off the island. It's not crazy anymore. He, you know, at least in his fetal state, was off the island.
Yeah.
You know, he was just a man, and he got turned into a smoke monster, which is pretty weird, but still, like, he's someone who there's no mental blockage for me about him leaving the island now. You know, even him, like, getting on the plane.
Yeah.
You know, I meant to say that when we did the Candidate podcast. Like, when he walked on the plane and I saw him in the aisles, I was like, oh, there he is on a plane.
That's what it looks like to imagine him being on a plane. It would look like him being on a plane.
Yeah. He just walked on the plane and that's it. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
It didn't freak me out or anything. It was like, oh my God, he's on the plane. That's crazy. You know, it was just like I mean, it's just an actor playing him, so it just looks like someone getting on a plane.
What?
So like that for me.
Who could have predicted?
Right. Well, yeah. Okay. So obviously, I had some weird problem about actually envisioning him getting on a plane. I guess I didn't see the story going that way. But once they showed him just walking on the plane, I was like, okay, there he does. That's how they would do it. He would just get on the plane and they would fly, and there's no reason he can't do that.
That's pretty much exactly what I said to you when we were talking about that. Be like, well, he gets on the plane and they fly away.
It took this long for me to realize that you're right.
Well, as long as you realize it eventually.
Although really it was last week. I mean, this week helped like conceptualize him going home, but last week I was convinced he could get on a plane.
Yeah. And
fly. And also, like, on the island, he spent a lot of time just kind of sitting around. That was the other thing I thought was weird. But like, I can see him just sitting in one of the seats. You know?
Terry O'Quinn can sit down. That is true. That is so true. It's on,
I guess it probably sounds absurd that I felt like that they couldn't do that, but I guess for me he was this smoke monster creature thing, and he's not just gonna get on a plane and sit down, But then it's like, here he is doing it. What's to stop him?
Yeah.
I guess it just took the visual of it to actually convince me that it was possible. It just seemed too weird. I guess that's the thing. I thought it would look bizarre, but it really didn't.
Like Tokyo?
Yeah.
Just kidding. I love Tokyo.
So do I. 2 thumbs up for Tokyo.
So when Locke says he's telling Sawyer he knows what it's like to lose someone you love. I guess he's talking about Mother.
I think he is talking about Mother. This is going to sound like, what do they call it?
Bullshit.
That's one word. That's one word. Like a prophecy after the fact.
Post-prophecy.
That's not it. He's making shit up.
No, it's really hind prophecy.
Isn't it like hindsight is not quite that? Monday morning quarterback? Is that the kind of thing I have in mind? I don't know. Anyway.
I think you mean backseat fortune teller.
I sort of mean like make us up after I already know pretending like I knew the answer after I already knew it. But I'm just going to claim, and you can believe me or not, off a podcast last week it occurred to me, I bet the crazy mother is the one he lost.
Oh.
I was like, I wish I had said that on the podcast because the thought occurred to me. Because I was thinking about that speech where he talks about, I know what it's like to lose someone you love, and I was like, who do I think that's going to be? And then I thought about the crazy mother speech, and I thought that's probably who it is.
Yeah. Well, good call. There's no record of it.
I know. I'll never be able to prove that I thought that. I wish I'd said it on the podcast, but I don't know.
Well, we all believe you. Wink, wink. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, damn it.
I don't need credit for it. I'm just gonna.
Well, you know what you thought, don't you?
I don't even know what the point of saying that I thought of that is, because I'm not going to get credit for it. I don't even care. It's fine. I guess I just want to say I feel like there were enough clues there to guess that that's who it was going to be. You know. And
you mean one clue?
2 clues. Or, well, it depends on what you mean. But, yeah, I guess 1 clue.
1 clue to guess the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Like the only person they told us about that he clearly cared about to some extent, you know. Like that's, you know. I guess, you know, I originally envisioned like a smoky love interest. Yeah,
me too. I thought it'd be some sort of peer, some sort of love interest.
Yeah.
But now that all we've seen is the mother, I have to assume it's mother.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's better, actually. You know, they've done the love thing enough.
Yeah.
Or the romantic love thing enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they've done the losing your parent thing enough too, but you know, I'll take it. It works. So yeah, you're right. That's an answer to that mystery.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, who his crazy mother is.
Yeah.
The previous Jacob. Wouldn't have guessed that.
No, that's not something we should have guessed.
That was a tough one to guess. I don't think we really had a lot of clues for that one.
Nope.
Okay, so damn. Anything else about this scene?
No.
Okay. So we'll go to the next scene, I guess.
Let's do that.
I'm losing my place. Oh, sorry, I missed one thing.
Mm-hmm.
This line at the beginning, one day you'll make up a game and you can make up your own rules.
Yeah, I forgot about that line.
Any suggestions of stinkery on your part for that line, or is that line okay with you?
Any what?
Suggestions of... I don't want to repeat that. Do you think it's a stinker?
I don't know what word you said. I'm like, I gotta hear that again. I don't want to say yes. I don't know if I agree. So you want to rephrase that? I don't know what you're asking me.
Yes.
Really.
Do you think it's a stinker?
Oh. Yes, total stinker.
Okay.
One day you can make up your own game. What? Because it's basically saying, yeah, I made up the rules. But shouldn't the point be like he didn't make up the rules, he just knows the rules?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those because this is a flashback, they can have this. They wrote that line because it's a flashback.
Right. This is one of those. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not the kind of line I feel like you would write if you're writing linearly.
Right. This is one of those like retcon lines.
Mm-hmm.
They if this was the first scene they wrote, they wouldn't be saying that. Yeah.
And it also makes it seem like Jacob has a game going on where there's rules that people have to follow.
Yes. That's why I brought it up. I feel like this is so the mother saying I made it so that you can't hurt each other. That's the origin of the rule about Jacob and the Man in Black, and having to find the loophole. Okay. Oh, should I just say, doesn't that make it 100% clear that the loophole was as simple as getting someone else to kill Jacob?
I guess so. I mean, it seems like the loophole was how to get off the island, and you have to kill Jacob to do that. So, yeah. I think the problem with the loophole was it was confusing with the difference between the loophole and the rules. And I guess there seems to be only one rule, really, that applied to Jacob and Man in Black, and that was just they couldn't kill each other.
Right.
There weren't a list of rules. It was really just kind of like that one. And it's not even a rule. It's a matter of fact.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's a rule that was put in place by Mother.
Mm-hmm.
So the loophole is just a way to kill Jacob without violating the rule.
Yeah.
And it does. I mean, as far as I can tell, that's all there was to it. So Richard could have done it.
Mm-hmm.
In theory. I mean, he failed, but in some sense, he could have killed Jacob.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway, at least.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
So the other thing I want to say is that I think Jacob, just as Mother had the power to sort of make it so that they couldn't kill each other, once Jacob takes over the position, I think Jacob has the ability to sort of make, certain rules as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the rules is MIB can't kill the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
For example.
And they can't kill themselves.
Yeah. So I think that's a sort of explanation for that stuff. I think Jacob sort of put that in place.
It's weird to me that he has the ability to make it where Smokey can't kill the candidates, though. Who's ever in the protective position just has ultimate power over everything else?
Oh, on the island, maybe?
Yeah. That's still strange, though. That's a lot of power.
It is a lot of power.
Why not make it so that none of the humans who come to the island can kill any of the other ones? I don't know. You might find some good people in when they can't kill each other.
He wants to give them choice.
Oh, of course.
You forgot about choice.
Choice, destiny, choice.
Exactly.
This was the second choice. That's right.
Yes.
This is the second one. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, then there's my answer.
Yeah, I think that's the answer. That's the best answer I got, at least for that specific. Now, as for like why didn't he make certain other rules, you could probably come up with some that wouldn't violate the choice problem much, but he, might have been good for him to do, I bet.
Mhm.
I mean, when they don't limit his power, it's hard to say, why couldn't he have done this or that?
Yeah, totally.
So I think that's a valid point. But I do think that's where that's supposed to come from. And I'll just throw out, the idea that perhaps the rules that Ben and Widmore were talking about are also on that level. Like, I don't know, the new leader of the others can't kill the old one or something like that.
Mhm.
I mean, that's closest I can get to what the rules are in that case.
Yeah, I still don't know. Ugh. He changed the rules.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. Widmore shouldn't be able to change the rules.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Ben was just wrong about what the rules were.
Or maybe he's talking about Jacob.
Oh, he's talking about Jacob? No, he says to Widmore, you'll be sorry you changed the rules.
Oh, yeah.
When he threatens to kill Penny, so he does seem to be talking about Widmore there.
Well, maybe they just had a gentleman's agreement to not each other's family.
A gentleman's agreement. All right.
I mean, it seems like it was between the two of them,
True.
And
I like that idea. Just, there's this, supernatural light and these all-powerful creatures, handing down rules from up high. And then there's just two gentlemen hashing it out.
Yeah.
Just do
there's
it
no
civilized.
Reason not to be civil. Exactly.
We're gonna have a feud, but let's do it the right way.
Mhm.
We don't want to have an ugly feud.
No, that'd be unbecoming.
Exactly.
Unbecoming of a gentleman.
I like that. That works. Why not?
All right, next scene.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm not missing a big thing here. I think I'm not, but blah, blah, blah. Okay, yes. I almost forgot that. So if I forgot that, I could forget something big. Okay, next scene. As Mother sleeps, the boy in black wakes Jacob up and asks him to come with him. The boy in black tells Jacob they are leaving. The boy in black wants to go to their people. Jacob wants to do what Mother said. Boy in black tells Jacob that their mother has been lying to them and that she isn't even their mother. This enrages Jacob, and he tackles the boy in black and punches him several times in the face. Mother comes over and pulls him off. Jacob tells Mother that the boy in black is leaving. The boy in black tells Mother that he plans to go back to his people and then to go home. The boy in black tries again to get Jacob to come with him. Jacob says no. Mother tells boy in black he'll never be able to leave the island. The boy in black says that's not true, and he will prove it. So the boy in black takes the stuff and walks away.
All right. Well, one day I'll be able to prove it. Yeah, that was a stinker.
That was a stinker?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Because that's what he's doing now?
Yeah.
Right.
One day in season 6, I'll... All right.
I see.
Yeah, that's just not the kind of line I just don't understand that. Yeah, you'll never be able to leave the island. That's not true, and one day I can prove it. Why? I don't know why you'd say one day I can prove it if you don't even believe it's true.
Mhm.
I don't know.
I see. I see. Yeah, so I think Mother is lying. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like they really can leave the island. She's just not letting them.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do I think is happening?
I mean, at this point, at a certain point, when he's Smokey, he is trapped there, and he for real can't leave.
Mhm.
But I think at this point, you know.
Well, why? Why is he trapped there when he's Smokey?
Well, because Jacob's holding him there.
But isn't Jacob only holding him there because Mother said he can't leave?
I don't know. I guess.
Like, yeah, at what point does he say, I don't want him to leave because he's evil incarnate? Because he wasn't always evil incarnate.
True. Yeah, so maybe he's not. Maybe he doesn't realize that yet. I mean, I don't know how much Jacob knows about what Smokey is at the beginning.
Yeah, I want to believe she's telling the truth and that that neither one of them can leave because of something she did. You know, the same reason they can't kill each other, the same reason that they both can't leave. That's what I want to think.
I see.
And then later it becomes, well, Jacob's not going to let Smokey leave because then the evil would spread.
Right. Well, eventually Jacob does leave the island. So, you know, if there really is that thing, it's not there anymore. And the Jacob Man in Black rule still seems to be there. So
yeah.
So I feel like that's not a rule, or at least it doesn't apply to Jacob.
Yeah.
Unless when you become the new Jacob, you can nullify previous rules.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean maybe Jacob should stay the lead because he's in charge of the island.
Yeah. Which it sucks for MIB because it's like if you had just done what Mother wanted, you'd be the new Jacob, and then you could have left the island.
Mhm.
You know, like you could have had what you wanted.
And that's the thing, yeah. Not only that, but they believe the same thing.
Right.
It's not like he needed to change his opinion of what he believed. He just needed to do it her way.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's almost like if she could have just said, you know, one day you will be able to leave the island.
Mhm.
You know, be patient. You know, my time is going to end. It's all, you know, like, I mean, at some point I feel like you can tell him that.
Yeah. It wasn't time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want her to be lying. I want there to be a reason that he can't leave.
I see. Okay.
And maybe she's just saying, you know, the thing about the barrier and all that stuff, like it's just really hard to leave the island.
Mhm.
She could just be saying it's just really hard to leave.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, I think that presumably that still applies.
Mhm.
Again, I'm going to assume that the barrier is somehow a consequence of the light as well.
Mhm. Oh, why wouldn't it be?
Exactly. So, I guess what I'm saying is, you know, if he could find a way to get through the barrier and stuff, like there's no sort of supernatural thing that would stop him from leaving. That's what I'm guessing is going on. But she could have made it that way. I mean, she didn't specifically say. Yeah, I mean, she just said I made it that way. It's very vague about the difference between that and just saying you can't leave the island.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you should just say you can't hurt each other, you can't kill each other. So yeah, it could be your way. I didn't realize how ambiguous this story was.
Mhm.
I mean, it was a little bit ambiguous, but damn.
Yeah.
Every scene you could read like 2 or 3 ways.
Yeah.
There's nothing to go on. And yet it all worked for me.
So I guess the scene we didn't see was Claudia telling the boy in black that mother killed her.
Yes. Yes, I think they saved that for this, for the impact here.
Yeah. You gotta wonder why Jacob stays with her.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's really attached to her, and it's going to take more than that to get him to abandon her. And I think he also doesn't fully believe it.
Yeah. Oh, Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob's a mama's boy.
Even
though Mama doesn't like him as much. That's why he's a sad mama's boy. Because Mama's real boy is the boy that doesn't like Mama.
Agrees with Mama, but doesn't like Mama.
Agrees with Mama, but doesn't like her. Yeah.
Yeah. Because she killed his real Mama.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this it just seems like this is Jacob's move to just like tackle someone and punch them in the face.
Oh, this is his big move, man. He just tackles them and I'm gonna punch you in the face. Yeah, he's got that down.
Yeah. He never lost it.
And it's not just I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna brutally, violently pummel your face.
Yeah.
Yikes. It's pretty intense.
It's a little bit hard to watch. Like it's kind of brutal. I remember there was a scene with Jack where he does that to Ben. And like he just keeps punching him and like a couple of punches and it's like okay, but after like the third or fourth one it starts feeling like too much.
Yeah.
You know? Especially when they're kids. It's like, damn. He's just punching a kid in the face. I mean, he's a kid too, but, you know. Weird. It's weird to see a kid get punched in the face so much.
Yeah. When you're not paying to see it.
Yeah, when you're not paying. Yikes. Creepy.
Everyone relaxes in their own way, all right?
Wow. It's this disturbing lowdown.
All right, what else in this scene? I feel like I don't know what to talk about. Everything is so, like, either matter of fact or there's just nothing to say about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm your mother. You're my mother. You killed my mother. Jacob, she's your mother. I don't know.
That's some of the lines. That's true. Yeah, I mean, this is a transitional scene.
Yeah.
I think on the whole in this episode, there is stuff to talk about. It's just, not every scene.
Yeah. All right, well, next scene?
Yes. Next scene, mother sits on the beach. Jacob comes to sit down with her. Mother doesn't think the boy in black will come back. Jacob asks her if she killed her mother, and she admits that she did. Mother says that she would have taken them back to her people, who are very bad.
Claudia.
Oh, Claudia.
Would have taken them back.
That's who she is. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Mother says that Claudia would have taken them back to her people, who are very bad. God, you think pronouns are good enough, but they're just not. Jacob asks if he is... Okay, the people are bad. Jacob asks if he is good. She says yes. Jacob asks why does she love him more, meaning the boy in black. Mother says she loves them in different ways. She asks Jacob to stay with her, and Jacob says yes for a while.
So the $1 million question is, why does he say for a while? That to me was the number one line that was so against the character. For a while? I don't know why did he what is the word? Do that. Say that. It seems like the point is he's pledging to stay with her indefinitely, but he goes, for a while. Like, I might get bored and change my mind. Like, I don't, it just seems like it lessens the impact of his decision to stay if he says for a while.
Yeah, I think it does. It feels a little bit like a transitional line for the next scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he says for a while, and then they cut to adult Jacob.
I just don't get why, I mean, maybe they're doing something with that, but, I mean, he was still staying with her when he was an adult.
Right. So
he never decided to not stay with her.
Right.
I mean, she did get killed, but.
Yeah.
It was just weird when he's like, yes, for a while.
Yeah, that is
as if
weird.
like he knows something's up, or he's planning something, or.
Strangely, even though it's like he's not willing to fully commit.
Yeah, and this should be the moment he's committing.
Yeah.
Like, he should be like, yes, I'll stay with you forever.
He's still tentative about it.
Yeah, and it's like, you just beat up your brother, and you know, what do you believe, Jacob? Do you think she's right or not, you know?
Yeah. I mean, she did just admit that she killed his mother.
Mm-hmm.
So Boy in Black was right about that. So,
but they're bad.
The people are bad. She does seem to think Jacob is good.
Mm-hmm.
She even said,
"Am I good, Mother?" I like that line. Am I good? It was so like, you know, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, or just reminding me of some old movie or something.
Yeah.
You have to be good. Am I good, Mother?
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's not a stinker for you.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
I don't blame him for asking that. It's not a retcon line, so.
Yeah. Yeah, although when I watched it again, it felt a little like the show talking to me about the whole issue of Jacob and Man in Black and who's the good one and who's the bad one.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, well, it is doing that.
So that's the retcon line part of it, but it works dramatically, so.
I mean, it's part of the scene, though, you know. At least, you know, she's explaining. He's only asking that because he's explaining why I didn't let you go to the bad people, you know. So.
Right.
It works. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. But here, you know, she acknowledges that Jacob is good.
Mm-hmm.
But he is one of those people, you know, just genetically. So it's like, It's like you were saying earlier, like, if only I could raise all those people, then they'd be good. But they're bad because they're not raised right?
Well, here's the question. Is Kid in Black good? That's my whole point, is, like, she seems to love him more, yet he doesn't seem to be the good one. So doesn't that mean she should love all the people, all the humans? Like, it's so weird how it just, you know, for a story that's really just about the characters, it's not cut and dry.
Yeah. She never does say that he's bad, I think.
She what?
I don't think she ever says that he's bad.
No. She never says he's bad, but she never says he's good.
That's true.
And it's, you know, and if Jacob is good, then what is his brother?
Right. Yeah. Who goes to live with the bad people?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I think, but it's sort of, I mean, God, it's hard to blame the Boy in Black. Like, he finds out this information.
Oh,
like,
it's not his fault at all. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can understand his reaction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, it doesn't make him evil that he wanted to leave Mother and go live with the people he came there with.
No. Or even works with those people to try to get off the island.
Sure. Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
That's why I feel like his evilness. I feel like that's going to be the reveal. Is the evil is post going into that light cave.
Right.
You
like
know.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and we talked before about everyone's calling Locke evil incarnate. Did anybody tell him that? Does he know he's evil? And I feel like I feel like there has to be a scene with Jacob and, when Jacob first sees Smokey turn into his brother, and they have whatever conversation they have. I feel like there should be some scene where Jacob it tells him, you're evil now or you're carrying evil or something. But I feel like up until he becomes Smokey, I don't see how he is bad, truly bad or evil.
Right. I see. Now, I will bring up...
Of course, he just killed Mother. Maybe that's a bad thing.
Yeah. I mean, he did have a bit of provocation for that since she killed his entire village.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I do think that was bad in some sense.
Yeah.
I will say that I thought I remembered this right, but I looked it up. Saeed tells Locke that Dogen said he was evil incarnate.
Saeed tells that to Locke?
Yeah. So he has heard it. He has heard it at least once.
Yeah, he's heard it. He doesn't believe, but he never...
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
He's heard it, but he's never taken on that moniker on his own.
Oh, I agree. But you were saying, did anyone tell him that? Like, I thought you were suggesting that no one had even informed him that he was the evil incarnate.
But I feel like I said before. I feel like I want to see the scene where Jacob first sees Smokey, sees his brother after his brother turns into Smokey. I want to see what that's like.
Oh, okay.
We're
going to get that scene?
Well, we know that there's obviously scenes of them as adults on the island.
Right.
The Apaterno scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Doing things. So I feel like we'll get that scene. I feel like we'll get that scene. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Because I feel like Jacob needs to. Where is the point at which Jacob realizes his brother's evil incarnate? I feel like we need to see that scene.
Yeah. Okay. You want to see that scene?
Unless we've seen that scene and that's supposed to be, we just get a scene with Jacob or something later saying, he killed my mother and then he became Smokey and that's why he's evil incarnate. Or I guess we don't have to see it, but we need it to be explained where that moment happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Because he maintained he maintained a relationship with his brother, as far as I can tell, like through that time,
Yeah.
And he wanted it to be in secret. I guess Mother sort of knew about it, but it suggests to me that he didn't think his brother was evil yet. And I do think, killing the mother was a turning point.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that is fully the answer of when he knew he was evil incarnate.
No, yeah, I feel like it has to do with the Smokey thing in the light. That's my gut theory is just that he somehow he got dipped in the evil and it's all over him and now he's carrying around all the evil.
Right.
Oops.
I took a dip in the evil.
It happens.
It does, yeah. Yeah. I see. So, I'm just gonna say that I think I agree. I mean, it definitely doesn't feel like this episode really explains why the Man in Black is evil incarnate.
No.
It tells something about his origins. It explains his relationship to Jacob. It explains why he wants to leave the island. It explains, even to a certain extent, I think, oh man, I lost it. Explain something else that
How he becomes Smokey?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It explains how he becomes Smokey. Yes. But the evil incarnate part, it does not explain.
No.
I mean, there's a lot there in terms of the story, but it doesn't hit all the notes.
I think they'll get there.
Okay, yeah, it'll be interesting for them to sort of like. The only reason why I want to say they won't give us that scene is I feel like it'll be weird to weave it in. I mean, I guess they could do something like the Alana flashback where they just kind of put it in amidst other stuff going on. I guess that's the only way I can really envision it, because I feel like this is the last, long form Jacob the Man in Black flashback we'll get.
Yeah.
So, because I feel like we got to go back to the sideways stuff. That's sort of going to take the place of, what this is doing.
Yeah. Hey, so I was just thinking, the same way that Man in Black was able to build a donkey wheel and figure that out, I wonder if that's supposed to explain Jacob's lighthouse. Like, he wanted to build a lighthouse that could do this specific thing, and he just knew how to build it.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I'm just wondering. I don't know how else to explain how he could build a lighthouse that could do the thing that lighthouse did.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, I don't either. And I guess I thought Jacob didn't really know how to do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the special one.
Yeah.
But he is Jacob. I mean, he's the Jacob.
Yeah.
The protector, I guess, is the word. Before this, I always considered the position to just be the Jacob position.
Yeah.
But now it's like, you don't have to be.
You mean Jacob is the island's mom?
Yeah.
He's the mother.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, no, so he has a certain amount of abilities, and the lighthouse is weird. I do think in some ways it is a device similar to the donkey wheel.
Mhm.
It's simple and mechanical, but it does sort of outrageous stuff. And that's what it seems to have in common. And I guess in some way it also harnesses the power of the light.
Mhm.
I mean, what else can it do?
It is a lighthouse.
It's a lighthouse. Oh, good point. Look at that. It actually works. It's a bloody lighthouse.
The bloody lighthouse.
So it really should have something to do with light.
Mhm.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah.
Like maybe changing the position of the lighthouse on the dials into some specific energy of some specific wavelength of light that connects from the island's light to that person's light that's in all of us.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Oh, that is so a real theory.
I'm sorry. Sorry it is, but it's unfortunately plausible.
Oh, you don't like your own theory?
It's okay.
Okay. I mean, at first I thought it was sort of a vague thing, and I thought something like it was correct, but you made it specific with, like, the light in everyone, and the light connects to their light.
Mhm.
Like that actually fits. So I like that, personally.
Do we do the next scene? What scene are we on?
No, we're on I'll Stay for a While.
Oh, okay.
I guess they sort of covered the She Loves Him More thing.
Mhm.
That's
I don't know why she loves him more.
That's a mystery that may never be solved. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I could imagine her initially taking pity on the sort of forgotten, unnamed child. You know, I could see that being, you know, an impetus, but I feel like there's more to it than that.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I wouldn't call him forgotten. I mean, his mother didn't get a chance to name him because she died 30 seconds. She was murdered 30 seconds after they were born. You know.
Right, but she didn't know about him. I mean, I guess she didn't. She just knew she only knew she had one baby. Apparently.
Yeah, I mean, she just didn't know she was having twins.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, it's not like he was neglected or anything. Just the fact that, I don't know, the fact that he came out second, it seemed like the mother didn't care about him as much, didn't name him, didn't really ask for him, you know, was just asking for Jay. Like, you know, like it did. I mean, in the 20 seconds they had, it did come across a little bit like he was a bit neglected.
Yeah, I don't know what to make about the "can I see him" line. I assume she was talking about Jacob, but I don't know why she would not just equally want to see either baby. Yeah, I don't know. Are they making a thing about that? I don't know.
Although her apparition goes to the neglected baby.
Mhm.
So, but then maybe she can't appear to Jacob. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Next scene.
Okay. Let's see. Am I losing it? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'll stay for a while. And then we cut to 30 years later. I think, I mean, it doesn't really say that, but it's about 30 years later. I think we discover that. I think somehow they say that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right, because Man in Black says he's lived with them for 30 years.
Yeah.
That's where I got that from. So we cut to 30 years later. Grown-up Jacob leaves the tapestry in the cave. Then Jacob goes to visit the Man in Black, who now lives in the village with his people. They play Senate. MIB asks if she knows Jacob visits. I guess mother, is she there? Jacob says she never asked about him. The Man in Black asks why Jacob watches. Jacob says he wants to know if mother is right about them. And the Man in Black says she is definitely right. They are bad. The Man in Black says he knows because he's lived with them for 30 years. They're greedy, manipulative, untrustworthy, and selfish. The Man in Black is only living with them as a means to an end. He tells Jacob that he's leaving. He found a way off the island. He throws his knife, and it is attracted to a nearby well. Jacob pulls the knife off of the well. The Man in Black tells Jacob that they have discovered many places like this well on the island, and he tells Jacob that at this well they found something. He asks Jacob to come with him off the island, I think. Jacob does not want to leave.
Well, it's not mine. So Man in Black says. Not a well talks near the well. Sorry, they're near a well, and they both say "well" at the end.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
He says, "Well, I don't want to leave the island. It's not my home." And Man in Black says, "Well, it's not mine."
Oh. Jacob says, "Well, I don't want to leave the island."
Mhm.
Wow.
According to the transcript.
I don't remember saying that. It sounds weird. Well,
yeah, it was weird. I think that's when he was kind of bratty. Like, he got a couple times where he was really sort of bratty. I don't want to leave.
Yeah. Oh, this is that thing about she's never going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I see. Well, I don't want to leave the island. That's right. It's like a whiny thing.
Yeah, he's kind of whining.
Yeah, I see. It's my home. Well, it's not mine. Okay, I see. Yeah, welling. They're welling it up.
So, well, the digging, this ties to what Locke told Desmond,
right.
about people digging wells. And who would have guessed he was one of the people who dug wells?
I wouldn't have guessed.
Mm-hmm.
I just assumed that, he knew that because he'd been on the island for a long time, and he just, observed that people did that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have occurred to me. Not only was he the one doing it, but it seems really like he's spearheading the project.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's the one that really got it started based on his determination to get off the island.
Yeah, totally. He misrepresented that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He sort of talked about they, but, it was really, him that did this. So I think, I like that they dropped that little thing in of him talking about the well, and it was like, I didn't even know what the point of it was, but it was a little backstory that we didn't realize we were getting.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. That was nice. I think also what we're learning is that, like when he throws a knife, there's a scene like that, almost identical, I think, back in season 2 when they were in the hatch.
Mm-hmm.
I think his echo grabs Charlie's belt and flings it at the wall.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. So and this is the Orchid Well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the electromagnetism, which has been a big sting. I mean, Desmond presumably is going to do something with that. Like the Orchid Station was connected with this area, and then the Swan Station also had some kind of pocket there. And that was the thing that the incident was trying to prevent. So it seems to me like all that stuff is connected to the light somehow. Like the magnetism is somehow a manifestation of the light.
Mm-hmm.
One of the lights, the light has physical properties, and one of its properties seems to be a great deal of electromagnetic energy.
Yeah.
In sort of, and it's kind of under the island, so it comes up in these pockets. And so those things can be observed. And so, one of the big things Dharma was studying was a manifestation of this stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think they're sort of telling us that here. And so I think that sort of means that, I don't know how far to take it, but I think that sort of means that when Desmond turns the failsafe key, he really is, when they talked about ending the world, maybe they really are talking about, the light going out or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If that pocket sort of continued to release energy, eventually, the light would sort of escape, all the energy would be gone or something. And that's sort of the problem, not the whole world being attracted to it.
Mm-hmm.
That I can never really envision.
Yeah.
And also, since this is connected to the orchid, I think that means that that the light is also connected to the time traveling.
Yeah, I guess it should be.
Because, that seems to be what's causing it, and you even see the light sort of in the background, you know, in those scenes. Like they, you know, there's light coming out of there, and, you know, we didn't really know what that was supposed to be. It just seemed kind of stylistic, but now it looks like that's, you know, that really is sort of the source of the island's power sort of coming through there, and that's very much connected with the time travel. And of course they portray the time travel with white light, you know, sort of filling the screen. So it seems like, you know, not only does it manifest electromagnetism, but it also manifests this time traveling.
Yeah, well, at the very least, Man in Black talks about the wheel later, and you know, and you know, we know what the wheel does. It can move the island through space, so time is connected to that. So. Right.
Yeah, so it moves it through space-time or something, but that's still, you know, that's the connection to time travel.
Yeah,
it's interesting. It moves the island, but it also transports the user to Tunisia. I'm not sure how that works, but so it's both like a means of moving the island, possible source of time traveling, and a way to get off the island.
Well, that's the exit point.
Yeah.
Tunisia, remember?
Tunisia's the exit point.
The exit point.
Okay.
That's your answer.
Oh man.
So in this scene where Mother says she's tired.
Oh, I didn't get to that yet.
Oh, you didn't get. How did you not get to that?
I was just on the Jacob and Man in Black scene.
Was this not before that scene when he's weaving the tapestry?
No, it's oh, you're right. Sorry, you're right. I just didn't write that part down. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When Mother says she's tired, yeah. What about that?
Why is she tired? Is this just like she's gonna die soon?
I think so.
Okay.
I think she's planning to end her term as the protector. And, you know, she's tired.
All right.
I mean, I think that's what it is. I don't know that she knows she's going to die soon, but I think she knows that she's going to give up her position and, you know, maybe be subject to dying soon.
All right. Anything else in this scene?
I think she's sort of ready to die.
She's apparently.
Yeah.
She is ready.
I mean, I'm guessing. We don't really get the history of her, but I'm guessing that she's done it for a long time. I mean, I want to say it's sometime comparable to Jacob's tenure on the island, which seems to have been 2,000 years. That's going back pretty far, but I want to say it's something on that scale, and so I think she's ready to give it up, and move on, and I mean I can understand it sort of being an exhausting job after a while. Not much changes, just sort of on the island, sort of like being a vampire.
Yeah.
I can understand sort of giving it up after a while, not wanting the burden.
All right. Well, we get to see the origin of the dagger, I think.
Oh,
the silver dagger Man in Black has.
Good point.
This is just the dagger he has.
Yeah. I looked up on the Lostpedia page that dagger, and it's a
knife.
It's a replica of a Roman dagger.
Oh.
And I looked that up before I watched this episode. So when I saw that, it made me think, that's from some Roman people who came to the island at some point. Yet another theory that I had off the podcast that I'll never be able to prove.
You do your best work when we're not recording.
It's so true. It's so true. I save all my wrong theories for the podcast.
Yeah, well, it's good for me that way.
like Man in Black's soul trapped in the cabin. I'm certain that's not correct. But I'm not giving it up until they tell me it's wrong.
Yeah.
So the knife is not like a mystical knife. It's just a Roman knife that someone had, and I guess he started using.
Well, apparently on the sheath of that knife, it depicts the Roman she-wolf suckling Remus and Romulus.
Oh, really?
Suckling, I should say.
What did you say?
I don't know if I said sucking.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I don't know what I said.
I thought I heard suckling.
Yeah, suckling.
But okay.
So Remus and Romulus, Jacob and Nameless.
Yes.
I'll leave it at that.
The rival brothers who founded the empire of the islands.
Mm-hmm. And came up with cloaking technology.
I came up with cloaking technology. Wow. Yes. And they get to use it. Unlike people in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
Although some of them might be using it in secret.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So it does look like they picked a knife. I mean, I don't know that we ever really saw it in enough detail to know that that's even there, but
yeah,
they didn't focus on it. But it does look like they picked a knife to fit with the story.
Yeah, totally.
Which is pretty cool. Nice attention to detail.
It's a nice knife.
It is a nice knife. But I think this tells us that the knife isn't this like mystical knife that kills the island supernatural beings or something.
Yeah.
It's just a regular old knife. It was Man in Black's. That's where it originally came from.
Mhm.
And so that's why he had it, I guess. And I don't know, I guess he took it off his own body or something in the cave. And then gives it to Richard, and I guess then it ends up in Jacob's hands, and then I guess Dogen gets a hold of it somehow, and seems like that's the sort of story with the knife.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to think that knife is special as opposed to some other knife. Yeah,
totally.
So I think that's at least confirmed by this. I forgot that. Yeah, the knife is a part of the story.
Mhm.
I got focused on. Oh, sorry.
I almost want to say, is the iron the knife made of iron? Since it's magnetic. Does that make any sense? I guess other metals would fly over there.
Yeah. I don't know. What age is that? Is that the Iron Age?
Let me consult my age calendar. Let's see. Bronze, steel. No, I don't know. The Iron Age was.
Yeah, it looks like that's older. Okay. Yeah, it really should be bronze, maybe.
Yeah.
Are you saying the knife is made of something that wouldn't be attracted by a magnet?
I don't know what I'm saying. I was just wondering what's it made of.
Oh, okay. It seems to be from the Bronze Age era, so I mean that doesn't mean it was made of bronze, but that's my best guess.
Yeah.
It seems to be after the Iron Age. Iron Age seems to end about 400 years BC, according to Wikipedia.
All right. Well, now that we know where the knife is from.
Yeah. And we'll have to talk about the other part of the knife later. Okay, so anything else about the Jacob Man in Black scene, or
no
any of that stuff? Okay. Back at the caves, Jacob tells Mother she knows where she was. What?
I knows where you was. Mother.
Jacob tells Mother she knows where he was, I guess. Jacob tells her that the Man in Black said he found a way to leave the island. This prompts her to go see the people. She climbs down the well and meets the Man in Black there. I guess, yeah, to go see Man in Black, not to go see the people, I guess, exactly. I mean, she goes to where the people are. That's what I mean to say. Okay, so she goes down the well. She meets Man in Black there. Man in Black tells her that he has searched 30 years for the waterfall with the light, but he never found it. Then he decided to try to access the light another way. We see that the donkey wheel in the background, not installed. The Man in Black takes a stone out of the wall, and the light comes through the hole. Mother asks about the donkey wheel. Man in Black says he's going to attach the wheel to a system, and then turn it, and then he's going to be able to leave this place. He knows it will work because he is special. Mother asks him not to go. Man in Black refuses. Mother says, I suppose this is goodbye. She approaches Man in Black, hugs him. Man in Black says, goodbye, Mother. And then Mother apologizes and runs his head into a wall, knocking him out.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry about what? Oh, no, you're trying to kill me. So here's a quick question. Why is that wall there? The stone wall where he takes out the brick and or takes out the little piece of the wall and the light comes through. Why is that wall even there? If they just dug down there to make they just dug the well down there, there shouldn't already be stones down there, right? Like it should just be dirt and then the light. Yet there's this wall of stones.
Mm-hmm.
So did they just put that up there so they could take it down later?
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess they put it in.
Yeah, but it's weird to me. It seems like that if they went down there and dug and there was no stones and it's just dirt and they dug it up until the point where they reached the light, then wouldn't the light just be everywhere? And then we're supposed to believe they just built a wall there?
I guess. I didn't really think about it.
Well, you shouldn't have. Unfortunately, I did. I don't know. It just made it seem like, the same way we were thinking about the donkey wheel in the beginning, it seems like that area is sort of already built there, the area with the stone bricks, and then people just find it by digging down there. But it really should just be, there's nothing down there but dirt and light. Right?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if there's really a structure there, they should have put it there.
Mm-hmm.
So I would guess then that the wall is somehow part of the system.
Mm-hmm.
And that he's just taking one of the stones out to show that the light's there.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact science, as you can tell with his system.
Yeah, so now we finally get an explanation of how the donkey wheel works.
Mm-hmm.
It's attached to a system.
Attached to a system. Come on. What is in this pill? Who can tell? Oh, it's poison. How does the donkey wheel work? It's attached to a system.
I also think it's a little odd that he thinks that if he attaches the wheel to a system that harnesses the light and the water, it's going to get him off the island.
Mhm.
I mean, we know that. So this is. I mean, what this tells us is that the Donkey Wheel project was spearheaded by the Man in Black himself.
Yeah.
Which is a shocker to me.
Big shocker.
Would not have expected that.
Didn't even know they were going to come back to that.
Me either. And, like, when Christian Shepherd meets Locke down there, it's weird. It's like, I built that. That's my wheel. Like, yeah. I don't know. That's not where I thought the story was going. I agree. I guess I didn't think the wheel, I thought the wheel was going to be like the temple ruins or something. One of those things from the past of the island that we could speculate about, but they're not going to, like, address specifically.
Mhm.
You know? But no, in fact, they really show you the wheel, and they really tell you where it came from. Now, it does look like from the events of this episode, he did not complete the project at this stage.
No, he didn't.
It looks like he got to the verge of doing it, but didn't finish. But so I guess later, you know.
Well, I think the idea is if he would have finished it before he got killed by his brother, then he would have just been able to leave the island.
Yeah, I was just going to ask when I thought about Christian Shepherd down there, like him just going over and turning the donkey wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, step aside. I'm leaving.
That's what's weird is in the beginning when they're kids, okay, the mother says that Boy in Black can't leave the island. Not sure what the exact reason is, but he can't leave. But later the whole real main idea of not being able to leave is tied to the Man in Black being Smokey, being evil incarnate, and specifically not having a body.
Right.
So that plays a big factor in it too. So I guess even if he appeared as Christian or whatever apparition, he can't he couldn't turn the wheel, or turning it wouldn't let him leave or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
How do you know it'll work? I'm special, mother. She should have said because I bloody do.
Yes, exactly. That's what I thought when he said that. That's the British answer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how he knows this, but he just knows it'll work.
Yeah. Yeah. The donkey
wheel. Channel the water and the light.
What did he say?
Going to channel the water and the light.
Yes. Yeah.
What do you want?
I mean, based on this episode, even if they hadn't showed us this, based on the way they portray the donkey wheel, I would infer that the donkey wheel is connected to the light somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But this tells us, it's basically, so the other thing we find out is that Man in Black has looked for the waterfall and wasn't able to find it.
Yes.
So it's sort of like, to me it seems like it's like the lighthouse that he can't find it unless he knows where to look or knows how to look or is led there or something.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that's also, to explain why we've never seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
No characters have ever just kind of run across it. Like, it's somehow a place that you're just not going to find unless you know to go there.
Mm-hmm.
But, interestingly, you can access the light and do stuff with it, because we know that, in fact, this donkey wheel does stuff.
Yeah, it does.
So even though you can't just go find the waterfall and the sort of ultimate source, the light is still there and sort of scientifically accessible.
Yeah, well, it seems like there's light in different parts of the island. I guess I want to believe that any place with electromagnetism has the light.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what I want to believe.
Okay. I see. Yeah. So this ancient donkey wheel thing is a primitive way to like harness the light, and I guess it actually makes the island move, and it has the ability to affect time travel, to affect time in some way, and it can transport you to Tunisia. So, that's a lot.
Yep.
The other thing is, I think Dharma, like the Dharma stations, particularly the Orchid, also was sort of trying to, harness that power, I guess, specifically to do time travel experiments.
And
you can get it. Like, it's, even though the sort of ultimate location is obscured, you actually can sort of just find it on your own.
Yeah.
Just by knowing where to look. Like, it's like the back door or something. And so you can get at it, and seemingly that's what Dharma, that's one of their big things that they were doing, and I think this donkey wheel is an early version of that.
Totally, yeah.
So I think the history of this island is in part, people who are there to find things out, end up discovering some manifestation of this light stuff. And that's sort of what makes the place scientifically interesting. I'm assuming that that's tied in with the healing properties as well.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's the kind of thing that it seems like it's got to be the explanation for most of those things. So yeah, I mean that's sort of what makes it special, and I think in part that's what Widmore is interested in as well. I think I don't know how much he knows about it, but I think he knows, so he has some vague sense of it.
So, dare I ask how this ties into the infertility that was on the island for a long time?
Ooh. The donkey wheel or the light in general?
The light.
Oh, okay. Do you think it ties in like somehow, let's see, somehow after the incident, some of the light was released in an irregular way or something, or there was some exposure that happened that resulted in fertility issues? Is that the kind of thing you have in mind?
Let me think. What do I think happened? I don't know. Maybe something like the light, something like, okay, if there's a little bit of light in all of us, yikes. So saccharine. There's a little bit of light in you, and you, and you. Even me, Mother? Especially you. Maybe something like if the light is if a little bit of the light is analogous to a new life, then maybe the newborns, maybe something happened with the light and it wasn't issuing new little light flickers to babies or something. Like it wasn't like there's the transfer of the life force was being interrupted somehow.
I see. Because everyone needs their little individual light share.
Yes.
Okay. And so maybe the incident caused that process to be blocked? Yeah. Okay. That sounds good to me.
All right. Wrap it up. We're done. Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it, again, just like the lighthouse, like the fact that it's connected to each person, saccharine though it may be, makes the theory work.
Yeah. All right, well, What else in the scene? So I don't think there's much else.
We get to see the unattached. This is actually probably the closest we'll get to something install the donkey wheel.
Yeah.
You were right about that. That was a actual prediction for something they showed us.
Oh, the installation of the donkey well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
When he initially talked about the well, like you had that thing about, whatever the history of these people were digging these wells, he wanted to throw in the donkey wheel installation. And, I thought, yeah, that's silly. They're not going to show that.
That's a very reasonable thing to say.
I thought so. The thing I thought was a bit odd was that the donkey wheel is like only kind of a half wheel.
Yeah.
The problem with it in my head is if you turn it enough, you run out of handle.
Yeah.
And it just like when they turned it, I never got the sense that they were going to run out of handle.
Yeah.
So it looks like the donkey wheel they show sort of looks like the part that we see.
Mhm.
So that kind of works to match up with what we've seen, but at the same time, it seems like it should be a wheel all the way around, so it can be turned indefinitely, not just like a piece.
They didn't have the technology to make a full wheel.
Oh, okay.
I would imagine it didn't with the system that they had or something. That plus the idea that they didn't need to turn it indefinitely, like. It would sort of, just one turn will do.
Mm-hmm.
One little turn is all it takes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, for their system, but like we've seen it turned twice.
Mhm.
And just a few more times, and I think they'd run out of spokes.
Maybe it resets.
Oh, you think it resets itself?
Maybe it resets. Maybe after you turn it, it resets back to the standard position or something.
Oh, okay. Okay. We never see it after they turn it, so.
Yeah. And I was just thinking, the reason I thought of that explanation, besides the fact it pulled out of my ass, is just that it might have explained why the wheel, the time flashes and the wheel jumping, is that it didn't reset like it was supposed to.
Oh, okay. It was in its reset process.
Yeah, it was trying to spring back to the natural position, but it didn't do that. It just kind of flailed around on the axis a bit.
It got stuck.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wow. A little system failure resulted in a lot of problems.
Hey, let's leave the BP spill in the Gulf out of this.
Oh! I knew we could go whole podcast without a little serious political commentary.
I can't help it. You set that one up way too easy for me.
Yeah. I never noticed that I'm doing a setup.
I just watched this clip on Rachel Maddow's show, and I have to show you this clip. Everyone should watch this. It's basically her going through the different system failures that were responsible for this accident. And I kid you not, there's like 6 or 7 fail-safe protocols and systems that are in place. But the primary one that everyone has heard about, the blowout preventer, it itself had 290 different ways it could fail. Just like in a good day, there's 290 ways where the primary system could fail. So you can see we're already not looking good here. When the thing that's supposed to prevent a catastrophe has 290 possibilities that it could fail. And then she talked about the other systems that were in place, like some other sort of blowout preventer thing that was hooked up to a dead battery, just like all these horrible, ridiculous safety violations and systems that were in place. So it's like, well, no wonder something happened,
Right.
Anyway.
So when you say there's 290 ways for it to fail, do you just mean like I'm trying to figure out what that's supposed to mean? Like what can I say? Like a car could. I mean, how many ways can a car fail? Like, I mean, it seems like maybe there are 290 ways a car could fail.
Mhm.
You know, like, is that so bad? I mean, like, I don't understand what's bad about that.
Well, what's bad about that is I think the idea is it has this thing that's supposed to stop something from happening. It's like your brakes. Like a car might have 290 ways it can fail, but your brakes shouldn't have 290 ways it can fail. I think that would mean it's less safe.
I see.
The more chances something has of failing, I think the less safe it is.
I see. It's a safety protocol. So if your seatbelts had 290 ways to fail, that would be weird.
I mean, that's not really good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I see. So it was God, I can't get a sentence out. It was a really complicated safety mechanism.
I guess you could infer that means it's complicated. I don't know if that means it's complicated or it was just poorly constructed.
It just had a lot of failure points.
Yeah, it just had a lot of failure points, which I think at the very least means it's, not the best thing ever to use.
Yeah, like I'm imagining like a seatbelt with like a bunch of like holes cut into it and like bashed out at one end, and like the thing that makes the seatbelt catch is broken or exactly. On the verge of being broken, and the latch is about to break. Like that's sort of what I'm imagining. Like it's if it were all in good working order, it wouldn't be that many. Is that what you're saying? And the more numbers of the more points of failure, the harder it is to plan for those. I see.
If it does fail, you can't say, oh, okay, well, it's this part of the seatbelt, so let's go with this plan, or it's that part of the device, let's go with this plan to fix it. It's like, well, there's so many possibilities. Yeah. It just seemed like it was a stacked deck. It was just a matter of time before something would happen down there.
Yes.
But anyway, back to Lost.
Oh, was that not Lost? Yeah, okay.
No, not quite.
Right. So do you think that she was trying to kill him?
No.
Okay. Well, that was easy. Okay, different question. Did you think she was trying to kill him the first time you saw it?
I guess not. I mean, she just knocked him to the wall. I think that was kind of, that's not what you do when you want to kill someone. So I guess I don't remember ever thinking she was trying to kill him.
Okay.
But it happened pretty quick,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, okay, the first time I saw this, not only did I think she was trying to kill him, I thought she did kill him.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so when he wakes up outside, I thought, oh, he's been claimed or something.
Oh, no.
Like I really thought, because the whole time I'm expecting how's Smokey going to originate.
This should have been the case where I thought the crazy thing. And I'm trying to think 2 steps ahead, and that's so funny. I'm just thinking, oh no, she just knocked him out, and now he's just awake now.
Yeah, I was like, when he woke up, I was like, oh shit, he's alive. Oh no, he's evil now.
And then the evil spreads over 2,000 years, and that's how it becomes evil incarnate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Yeah, I thought, I don't know, that was, when I watched it again, I was like, she didn't kill him.
No, she didn't.
I guess because of the symmetry with the first scene, she does the same thing, I'm sorry, and then she hits his head, with a stone, the way she hits the Claudia's head with the stone.
Yeah, well, she hits Claudia's head with a stone, and she hits Man in Black's. She hits the stone with Man in Black's head.
A stone with his head? Right. But there's something there.
There's something there.
So I guess I thought it was the same kind of scene, where she just suddenly laughed out.
They're trying to fake. Maybe that's why I didn't get faked out, because they're trying to fake you out.
Oh, because they're trying to fake us out, and I always fall for it. I'm like the ultimate gullible audience member.
Hey, you're the one they're doing the show for.
Yes.
They're not writing it for me, because they write some different stuff.
Yes, clearly. Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like this is separate from like my own personal taste, because I think I do like stuff that other people don't like, but just in terms of being like, being fooled by writer's tricks, I'm very gullible to those.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I will like what you do if you fool me with a writer's trick. That's not quite the same thing, but
yeah.
But I'm definitely susceptible to them. Never saw the Sixth Sense ending coming, for example. Still didn't really love it, but I didn't see it coming.
Is there a twist at the end of that?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Sorry if that's a spoiler. I won't tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Or a Fight Club. There are people who just saw those coming, early in the movie.
Yeah.
And
cynical people.
Yeah, cynical people. And I am cynical to a certain extent, but I guess I sit down and watch something and I just, I just let all the tricks work on me. And I don't really try to outguess them. And I don't know, maybe that's an excuse that I can't do it and I'm just saying I don't try, but I feel like I don't try. Maybe if I tried I wouldn't be able to, but nonetheless, I'm taken in by it. So I think this is a case of that. Just like I thought, Locke was trying to kill Desmond when he pushed him down the well. Because I think the way they shot it, it really looks like Desmond's in trouble.
Oh.
And then, yeah, I know. And then you see him in the next scene, and it's just like that well wasn't that deep.
No, but that's the whole thing. I think that's why if they didn't show him dropping the torch down there, I think, at least for me, I would have been a little bit more worried about Desmond, because I would have said, well, I don't know how deep it is.
Could you really tell how deep it was from him dropping it? To me, it looked.
You couldn't tell how deep it was, but I think the whole, but just the. To me is okay. So, if the well was super, 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 super deep, and there was no way for you to be able to tell, like for instance, sometimes they'll drop a coin down a well, and if you don't hear anything, it's like, well, that well is really deep or something. So I felt like if they were trying to tell us the well is super deep and he has something to be fearful of, they wouldn't have thrown the torch down there.
I see. I guess
I feel like throwing the torch was him sort of saying, look at this well. It has a bottom. I don't know.
See, I guess when he threw the torch, I couldn't even see where it hit, and so I thought that was them telling us it's far. It's so far down there.
Yeah, it could go either way.
It didn't strike me as him diffusing how deep the well was. You could definitely take it that way. I just at the time I thought it was it's deep. And the way Desmond screams when he goes down there, it really comes across like he's in for a big fall. But I see what you mean. The clues are there, and you were right. So I can sit here all day and give my reasons for what I thought, but
Well, no, you can't. We got to move on.
I was just wrong.
Yeah, it happened, and I don't, I watch stuff as a writer, and so I try to guess and pick it apart, and I go back and forth between, I get fooled all the time, myself, but it's, the tricks do work, and, but usually I am trying to figure out what's going on or try to see how the pieces connect, and just because someone's telling you the truth doesn't mean you can trust them.
Right.
Even if they're dead. You gotta wonder.
Right. Yeah, see, I'm trusting if they seem trusting, and if they portray them as ominous, I think they're evil. Regardless of what evidence I have for one or the other. I just kind of go along with that. So it's like,
yeah.
But I do feel like, I agree, yeah, I mean, it would be hard for you to guess, like, every single, writing trick, but I feel like to a certain level of obviousness, you'll catch them all.
Mm-hmm.
Like the backpack thing, like, I don't think there's any way you wouldn't have caught that.
The backpack thing?
Yeah, the backpack switch. The lock.
Yeah. Well, when they show it on camera, I mean,
right.
Was I supposed to be looking away when they showed that? I don't know.
Right. See, like, I managed to miss that.
Mhm.
Like, it just didn't catch my eye. I know they show it, but it's an action scene, and I'm thinking about other stuff, and I see a backpack. I see him hand a backpack, but I'm not like, oh, is that Jack's backpack? Is he switching a backpack? Is he doing something bad? Like, I'm just not even thinking on those terms.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm worried about all kinds of other stuff, and I'm just missing what's in my face.
Mhm.
So I think this is sort of another example of that. Like, I'm like, she killed him.
Well, it looks like you get some extra mileage out of it. It's like, oh no, he's dead. Oh,
I do.
Okay, he's alive.
I do. I get more dramatically manipulated.
It reminds me of the big moment in season 3 when Jack runs into the glass wall, and I'm like, oh no, force field.
Yes. Yes. It's exactly like that. Now, I didn't jump to that conclusion.
Mhm.
I thought it was a glass wall. Every now and then, I guess I get the right thing. But yeah, although I remember I did have that thing. I think you had it too, where like when Juliet tells Jack to sit down, so for her to bring in the food, and then he sits down, and then she leaves, and I thought like it was just a power game.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I got you to sit down, Jack. I'm not even going to give you the food.
Oh man, yeah.
But she wasn't doing that.
No.
She was leaving the room to go give him the food.
Yeah.
It was as simple as that. But they cut to a flashback when she leaves, which makes it come across like that's the end.
Mm-hmm.
Not that she's just going to go right down the hall. Like next door, basically.
Yeah.
So whatever. I feel... And that just seems so cool, but whatever. I like Juliet. R.I.P. Juliet.
Oh, Juliet. R.I.P.
Even though she didn't do that one cool thing. She did. She redeemed herself in other ways.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so are you ready for the next scene?
Yep.
Okay. Mother wakes up Jacob in the cave and says, it's time. Then she leads Jacob to the light waterfall and tells him he's going to protect it now. Jacob asks what's down there. Mother says life, death, rebirth. It's the source, the heart of the islands. Mother asks Jacob to promise he won't ever go down there. Jacob asks if he would die. Mother says it would be much worse than dying. She takes out a flask of wine, which we've seen before, or later, pours a cup for Jacob and says a little incantation. Then she hands the cup to Jacob, and says that with it, Jacob accepts responsibility for protecting the place as long as he can, and then he will have to find his replacement. Jacob doesn't want the job. Mother says her time's over. Jacob says, why? Why is your time over? Mother says it has to be you, Jacob. Jacob says, no, it doesn't. You wanted it to be him, but now I'm all you have. Mother says, it was always supposed to be you, Jacob. I see that now, and one day you'll see it too, but until then, you don't really have a choice. Then she asks Jacob again to drink. Jacob takes the cup and drinks. Then Mother says, now you and I are the same.
All right. Well, there's some things to talk about here.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you want to talk about here?
I want to talk about, let's see, why was it time for her to go?
Because she was tired.
All right. Because she's special. No. Yeah, it seems like since Man in Black was so adamant about leaving the island, that somehow predicated her to give up the reins to Jacob.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe she realized Man in Black wasn't going to stop trying to leave, and she's not going to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and maybe he could kill her. He does.
Right.
And so she realized, well, then the protector of the island needs to be someone he can't kill.
Ah.
So that's why she decides to put Jacob in charge ASAP.
I see. Yeah, that sounds good. I had a much worse answer than that.
Well, what's your answer?
She was tired.
Oh, she's tired. Okay. That was your answer.
That was my answer.
All right.
Yeah. No, you actually have a thought out thing. To me, it was just kind of arbitrary.
Jacob says something happened, and then she's like, I had to say goodbye to your brother, and this is all when she's getting, about to take him to the source again. So it just seems like the something that happened was him, deciding he's going to try to leave as much as he can.
Yeah. I think you're right. She doesn't want to kill him, clearly. She kills everybody but him.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't want him to leave the island, but he can kill her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if he does, and there's no other protector, I think he's basically in the position, even better, I guess, because he isn't Smokey, but he's sort of in the position that he's in now.
Yeah.
In the present, where Jacob's dead, the protector's dead, and he really can basically leave the island, but for the candidates.
Yeah.
And so Jacob is basically a candidate here.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is the crowning scene or something, the scene where he really takes the job.
So about the little incantation she says, and he has to drink the thing. To me, that seems all fake. Like, it seems like something she made up.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine that's the actual transfer of power ritual. Like, if you don't do that, then the person can't become the new protector.
Mm-hmm. So why does she do it?
Because she's crazy.
Oh, because she's crazy.
Or tired. Which one do you prefer?
Or tired. I'll just like your theory if you say she's tired.
Crazy, tired, or special? Take your pick.
Yeah, okay. So she's just crazy. I mean,
like it's one of those things where it does work.
Yeah.
But I feel like, it just seems like something she came up with.
Yeah.
That's the thing, like, has she done this before? I don't think so.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think she's ever replaced herself before.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. I'm guessing the only way she would know what to do is whatever the person before her did.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming there was a person before her.
Well, her mother, according to her.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I believe that, but it could be. It could be a situation like theirs, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I kind of want to say that the protector can confer their power, however they want.
Mm-hmm.
And that, like, it's real in the sense that she really is giving her power to Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I feel like the ritual is something she just made up, but of course the transfer is real.
Yeah. So maybe the point is that whoever the actual person to replace Jacob is, like, they're not going to have Jacob there do the incantation and give him the wine bottle,
drink from the cup, and
yeah. I'm assuming that this is the same wine flask that was the bottle of evil.
I mean, how many wine flasks can they have?
Abiturno, yeah, I know. Exactly. Although that's been broken, so if it really matters, that was like the sacred wine or something, it's gone now.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be able to do it. I think I agree. I mean, it seems to me like even though Richard drinks the wine, it seems to me like Jacob really, gave him immortality by touching him.
Mhm.
Yeah, and sort of that's like Jacob's way of doing things, just touching people.
Yeah.
But it looks like Mother prefers to like say a little incantation and give him some wine.
Mhm.
Because I don't think she quite, she doesn't do the touch thing like Jacob does.
No.
It really, for her, it seems to be about like the sacred wine, the magic elixir wine. So like, I feel like, I mean, it's hard for me to call it fake since I think it's really doing something. But I guess I'll say that it's not like intrinsically tied to the passing of the protector thing.
Yeah, it's just a ceremony.
Yeah. And she just did things this way. And who knows, what her mother taught her and, where she gets this stuff from.
Mhm.
How did she learn Latin, for example?
Yeah.
She knew it already, when the people landed. Of course, they've shown Jacob knowing other languages too, so,
Yeah, I assume she was just speaking the language of whatever person she was talking to somehow.
Oh, you think she just has that ability?
Yeah, that's just what I assumed. The moment she was talking to Claudia, I just thought, well, you're only speaking Latin because that's what she knows.
Yeah, okay. I see. So that's like maybe a protector ability or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see. It's like they have a universal translator or something.
Mhm.
Love that universal translator.
It comes in handy.
It's amazing. It's so great you forget it's there 99% of the time.
Mhm.
Or shall I say I do. But I forget a lot of things.
So what's next on this thing? Worse than dying? I don't know if that's true, but
yeah, becoming a smoke monster, better than dying. Do you wanna take a stand on that? You think that's better than dying?
I don't know yet. I don't know what it is. What's it like to be a smoke monster? I don't know what it's like.
Okay.
When he's in smoky form, is it fun? I don't know. What does it feel like? It might be hell. I don't know.
Mhm. Okay. So you're just slightly skeptical of that, or you just don't know? I mean, what are you saying about that?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the final verdict is on that.
Okay. I think in part she's telling that to make clear that the Man in Black doesn't die when he goes in there.
Mhm.
Because they do show his dead body, so it would come across that way more if they didn't have this line saying it's not dying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean maybe what's worse than death is being alive without a body.
Yeah.
Maybe that's worse than death. I don't know.
Yeah. Or at least she thinks so.
Yeah.
So, this is basically when Jacob becomes Jacob.
Mhm.
This little exchange. The flask. Okay, so we saw the flask. That's fine. And the way she talked about protecting the place as long as he can, and then he will have to find his replacement. I guess that in part, that little wording might be what made me think that's something you do at the end.
Mhm.
Not like the whole time, I guess. Like I don't know. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but like subconsciously, maybe that's where I got the idea that he just did that at the end.
Mhm.
You know, and it seems like she did too. You know, like with Jacob and the Man in Black, like it seemed like she, you know, started trying to find a replacement sort of late in the game. You know, 50 years or so before she's ready to give up.
Mhm.
You know, so that's where I get that, or that's a slight clue in that direction.
Yeah,
I'll say. I do think it's interesting that Jacob doesn't want the job.
Yeah, she's like, someone has to protect the island. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, thanks, Jacob.
Yeah, I don't care. Wow. It's and of course, you know, I think, you know, part of it is, as he says, like he, you know, she actually wanted Man in Black to be the one.
Mhm.
You know, and I guess also I want to say, you know, when she sees that he really is trying to leave the island for real, she realizes that he's never going to be that guy.
Yeah.
You know, I almost want to say she was holding out hope for him.
I don't know why, but it seems to be the case. I want it to be true that it was supposed to be Jacob. Like, for whatever reason, she wanted it to be the brother, and it was really supposed to be Jacob all along.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. I think Jacob is much better for the job.
Mm-hmm.
I think her judgment was weird on thinking Man in Black should be the one doing the job.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about that, but it's like, to me, it's interesting. I try to even imagine him doing that job, and I mean, there's just no way.
Well, if you take out the fact he wants to leave, I think he'd be pretty good at it. Cause couldn't he just kill everyone who comes to the island?
Well, yeah, okay. I guess so. But in terms of the fact that he just wants to leave, he doesn't want to have anything to do with the island.
That's the part that they can't reconcile.
Yeah.
You can't be the protector if you want to leave.
Yeah, and like committing to the island for life is like the opposite of what he wants.
Mhm.
You know. So I think she recognizes that that's not going to change. Among other things, the things you suggested, you know, it's she doesn't want to kill him, and he's probably going to try to leave again. And you know, if Jacob is the protector and he can't kill him, that'll ensure that he can't leave.
Mhm.
So I think that's part of it too.
So yeah, she doesn't like Jacob doesn't have a choice.
Oh yeah, that line.
And then in the top of the scene, she says, Jacob says, "You're letting him go," and she says, "I don't have a choice."
Mm-hmm.
It's what he wants. So that's what was weird to me is she seems to be saying she's going to let him leave the island.
Oh.
But of course she's not.
Right.
But that's what she seems to be saying is.
Oh, she really said that?
Well, that's what it seems like. Am I reading it wrong? He says, something happened, didn't it? She says, yes, I had to say goodbye to your brother. He says, you're letting him go? She says, I don't have a choice. It's what he wants.
Oh, I see.
So it's kind of like she's saying he's got the choice to decide if he wants to leave or not, and she can't stop him.
Right.
But she can stop him by putting Jacob in charge. It's one of those. I can't do anything about it except for this thing I'm going to do about it.
Right. Somehow, like, that's her loophole for keeping the Man in Black on the island.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can leave the temple if you want, but I have to stop you.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, you have a choice, but not really.
Yeah. Right. And, like, having Jacob be told you don't really have a choice when he accepts the position of Jacob, like, I want that to be some kind of influence on why Jacob places so much emphasis on giving people the choice.
Yeah.
That he really felt like he didn't have a choice when he originally took the job.
Yet he brings all these people to the island without them having a choice or whether or not they want to come there.
Well, okay.
No, not the best ever, but...
Yes. But he at least pays lip service to the idea that he wants them to choose.
Yeah.
And, that seems to be a part of his worldview. And so I feel like that's influenced by the fact that he felt just kind of trapped into this.
Mhm.
And he really was. I mean, he was born on the island and raised by this crazy woman and, got in this situation where he really felt like he had just no other option.
Yeah.
But I guess, I feel like he doesn't want to put that kind of situation on anyone else. And I don't think he's done that. I don't think he's ever sort of, gone to the candidates and I guess we could still see it, but to be like, you have to do it. It's
but hasn't he?
It's not up to you.
Way? I mean, hasn't he forced these people to be in these situations in an indirect way? Well, sort of a direct way, but not coming up to them telling them they have to do it. But the end result's the same, right? They don't have a choice of being there. How is he really giving them a choice, though? I mean, obviously they have choices once they get to the island, but, small choices, but in terms of big choices, it seems like they are sort of being forced. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think when he brings people there, it does seem like they didn't have a choice, but to a certain extent, I feel like they had the choice to come back.
I think to a certain extent they did, but I think in the larger context, if we're supposed to believe some of the stuff we've been told, they didn't really have a choice. Like, they needed to come back. The island wasn't done with them yet or whatever. And the candidates themselves never got to say, yes, I want to be a candidate, and no, I don't want to be a candidate. Sun was like, I don't care about any of this stuff. So it's like they didn't really have a choice, even with just the candidates.
They don't have a choice whether or not to be candidates, yeah. But, like when he talks to Hurley in the cab, like he does specifically say, it's your choice whether you get on the plane or not.
Mhm. Yeah, he says that all right. Doesn't mean it's true. Because what if Hurley says, well, I don't want to go, dude? And what if Jacob said then? Okay, Hurley, you stay here? Or would he have been like, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to make you go?
Kind of like the Dogen thing, you mean?
Yeah, like the Dogen thing.
There's always a choice, but I'd have to stop you?
It's totally your choice, but but you have to go.
I see.
And that's the thing, he knew Hurley. He knew Hurley would be, he told Hurley what Hurley needed to hear to do what he wanted. And I think the same, the same sort of thing with Jack. Like, he has to manipulate these people to a certain degree to get them to do what they want. He sends Jack to the lighthouse so Jack can get him so he can get Jack to do what he wants.
Yeah.
He's not really giving Jack a choice of saying, here's your options, do what you want.
I mean, he is letting Jack draw his own conclusions.
Yes, but it's the conclusion Jacob wants him to draw, which is that Jack was brought there for a reason, blah, 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 blah.
Right. But he's not, he's not just having Hurley tell Jack that.
Yeah. Well, and he didn't just let Jack discover the lighthouse on his own either.
Yeah.
Or stay at the temple if he wanted to stay at the temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree. There's a problem with with allowing people to have choices while at the same time manipulating them into, doing things that you want. But at the same time, I feel like he, they've made too much of a thing of him trying to give people choices.
Yeah, but
you know, for me to just say he doesn't do that, that's just a lie. Like I think that's a part of the story.
Okay, I totally buy that, but I mean, I want to believe that, but what are the examples of him honestly giving people choices?
I mean, so you're saying like in the car with Hurley when he gives him the choice to get on the plane or not, if he says no, he would just say no. But that's, I mean, you know, we'll never know because he didn't do that. I don't know what he would say. I don't know what he would say, but I will say this: it's clear from what he told Hurley that he already knew what to tell Hurley to get him on the plane. Which was, all he had to do was show up and tell Hurley to do it, and Hurley was going to do it. So how much of a choice did he give Hurley when he knew what it was going to take for Hurley to do what he wanted him to do? Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say he still gave Hurley a choice, yet he told him everything he needed to hear to do the choice he wanted him to make, the choice he wanted to make.
It's sort of like he knows what their choices are going to be to a certain extent. I mean, I guess the other big example is with Ben, you know, before he stabbed him. And in that case, he stuck true to his word. I mean, he really did let him stab him.
Yeah.
You know?
That was Ben's choice. He let Ben choose to do it. Although, you could say he provoked him into doing it, but he definitely let him do it.
Yeah. I don't think he necessarily wanted to be stabbed, and that's what he wanted Ben to do. Mm-hmm. You know? So, and he, you know, as we find out from Miles, he was hoping he was wrong about Ben, so he, you know, he really didn't want that. He did seem a little bit provocative, I agree, but...
It's like he was hoping he was wrong, but he knew he wasn't.
Yeah. But he offered a choice, and I don't think...
I'll give you one solid point for Jacob giving someone a choice. Now, I have about 1,000 other points on the other end of Jacob not giving people choices.
I see.
You know, which is really just most of the tally comes from him bringing people to the island against their will.
I mean, I think So I think his basic MO is he brings people to the island. I mean, not exactly against their will. There's always a rationale for why they're there. And most of them, I think, would tell you why they were there without Jacob being involved at all.
Well, that's the whole point, though, is what Men in Black says, is things you thought were your choices weren't really your choices.
Right.
So they might tell you how they got there. Like Sawyer says, I'm here because my raft blew up and the freighter, blah, 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 and the helicopter, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, but that's not really why you're here.
Yeah. Right. But he can say that wasn't Sawyer's choice to do those things. I don't buy it. I mean, I think that was Sawyer's choice to do those things. You know?
Some of those things, yeah. Some of those things were Sawyer jumping off the helicopter, sure, that was his choice.
Yeah.
But in terms of the things that led them to the island, like it's pretty clear they were being manipulated over time and controlled over time to get to certain places and points in their lives. So to me, that's not giving people a choice.
So I think there is a distinction between what he does and sort of kidnapping people and bringing them to the island. Mm-hmm. Like his way is he somehow orchestrates their life so that they end up on the island.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
which robs them of the choice of their own free will to live. Number one.
Right. So, but the point, as he says, is I think the big thing is once they're on the island, he sort of, you know, they have the freedom to make choices there.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a big place where he allows the choices. In terms of bringing people to the island, yeah.
Yeah, now once they're there, they're free to die all they want.
Yeah.
But, you know, the whole point is he's not sort of generally just handing out choices to people. I think generally he's limiting people's choices.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted to absolutely give people all the choices they want, he would just do nothing. Mm-hmm. You know. But he wants people to come there so he can do this experiment about whether people are good or not. So.
Yeah, he just can't say he's the choice king of the universe.
Yeah.
You know, he's just he gives some people choices sometimes. That's fine.
Yeah.
But he's just like his mother. He thrusts people into situations they don't want to be in. If you ask them, they would. You know, a lot of people say they would want to be in those situations. So.
Yeah.
You know.
But I still say that choice is, you know, a recurring concern of his character. Whether or not, whether or not we can say he's the paragon of offering choices.
Yes, I will agree with that.
Yeah, that's sort of all I was
He might think
at.
he's good at giving people choices, but I would disagree.
Okay, fine. He's crap at it, but he thinks he's good at it.
Yeah.
Or he considers it an important thing.
Mhm.
And basically what I wanted to say is I feel like the reason why he gives it so much attention is in part, has its origin in this scene.
Mhm.
That was sort of what I was trying to say.
All right. I'm on that page.
Yeah. I mean, it's I pretty much agree with you. It's just, I feel like he definitely for real does the choice thing at times, but it's in the broader picture that it looks different.
Mhm.
But I also think the Man in Black thing he says to Sawyer, I mean, I think, it might be right to a certain extent, but I think he also could be distorting the truth a bit.
Yeah, but
in terms of sort of accusing Jacob of controlling all their choices, seemingly.
Mhm.
I think that's a bit much.
He could be exaggerating, but I feel like if that didn't come around the time of the lighthouse, I'd believe it a lot less. But when you have the lighthouse, and we don't know exactly what the lighthouse does. It could just be for watching, but I like to think it was somehow influencing them, over time.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, I'm still stuck on it watches them.
Mm-hmm.
Which, he's watching them so that he can, he's gathering information.
Yeah.
And eventually he plans on bringing them to the island, I guess, yeah, it's just not clear to me to what extent, his thing about him sort of manipulating your whole life, and, I feel like that is an exaggeration.
Mhm.
But I think he does to a certain extent get people to the island. That's true. That's clearly true.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we've established that Jacob brings people to the island. Check. You heard it here first, folks.
Well,
Jacob brings people to the island.
The content of that is supposed to be in such a way that it isn't just their choice to go to the island.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I wanted that to have a little more of a point than something that was obvious a year ago. Because that would be sad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the last thing I wanted to point out about this scene is Mother says, now you and I are the same.
Mm-hmm.
So that means to me that, it means what it means. Jacob and Mother are the same kind of being, I guess. Jacob as we know him, So that also tells us, I think, what Mother is, and in particular, Mother is not a smoke monster. Because Jacob's not a smoke monster.
Oh, wait, what are you saying? You're saying... So what are you taking her to mean?
Now you and I are the same? I'm taking her to mean they're the same kind of thing, namely the protector of the island.
Okay. They're the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I think when you become protector of the island, you inherit a certain range of abilities and responsibilities. And I think, that's what she's saying. They share those.
Yeah.
They have those in common.
So what is the thing about the smoke monster you were saying?
Basically, if she really were a smoke monster, I feel like that should mean Jacob is a smoke monster as well. Oh,
you mean if he could transform into one?
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean if that was part of her powers, or you mean if? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, if that's part of the power and she could do it, then I would imagine he could do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, basically, a line like this tells me that the powers that she has, Jacob has as well.
Mhm.
You know. And since I don't think Jacob is a smoke monster, I don't think she's a smoke monster.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you necessarily thought that. I'm just saying, like...
No, I didn't. I mean, I thought in the beginning when we were, before we see the origin of the smoke monster, I thought she might have had some power like that. But once we see where the smoke monster comes from, it's clear she didn't go down there.
Right. I see. Yeah. No, I'm really just saying that because I saw a lot of theories about her being a smoke monster. So I felt the need to explain. This is the main line that I think sort of shows she's not a smoke monster.
Yeah, totally.
Not to mention, I feel like if she was a smoke monster, they really should have shown it because I don't think we're ever going to see her character again.
No.
So, it's a waste of a good scene if you don't show her being a smoke monster, I say.
Yeah.
But that's just a dramatic point. There is at least this line, so I'm sort of resting on that. Okay, so let's see. Anything else about this scene?
No.
You want to go to the next, then? Okay, so the man in black wakes up on the ground outside the well. He sees that the well has been filled in. He sees black smoke a ways away. That's just ordinary fire black smoke. And he runs to the village and finds that the village is burning and there's dead bodies lying all over the place. He picks up the game of Sinnit, holds it to his head, and goes from sort of sad frustration to anger. Comment?
Yeah, we can keep going.
I do want to say something about this scene.
Oh, you guys do anything?
Yeah, I guess you don't. So any thoughts on... So I guess I'm just going to ask a question. I'll answer it if you have nothing, or do the best I can. Any thoughts on how she managed to knock the well in, fill it in, and kill the entire village single-handedly?
She's special? Does that work?
Is that a real answer?
It is on Lost. I didn't even think about it. I thought about it, but I should say I didn't give a lot of thought to it. I didn't think it mattered. I don't know where all that dirt came from that she filled in with the well. Yeah, I don't know how she managed to do that, and the fire and the little village. No ideas.
Like I saw one of the people with like a knife in them, or a sword or something like that. I think I saw one of the dead bodies like that. Which seemed like a little clue of what she did. But yeah, this is a basic scene that people cited as evidence that she was a smoke monster.
Why?
Because they, to them, like, what else could wreak such havoc? Like it very much has a vibe of the temple.
I guess, I said why, like I was so incredulous, but that was sort of what made me think of it too when I first saw it.
Yeah.
What can sweep through and do something like that? Yeah, there's a guy who looks like he's got a knife in his leg. Or it could just be the position of his knife in the sheath that he has.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know why she would stab him in the leg, when the point is that these people died in the fire.
Oh, okay.
No, it looks like it's.
Oh, so she just set the whole village on fire? That's what she did?
Well, that's what he says in the next scene. He says she burned them.
Well, I know, but he just woke up and found them. I mean, he didn't necessarily see what happened.
Oh, okay. Well, I took that to mean he could tell what it looks like when people get burned.
Yeah. I mean, clearly that's part of what happened. There was burning fires all over the place. But yeah, I guess I wasn't convinced that sort of did all the damage.
Yeah, I assume she just sort of somehow set fire to the villages and
because it's like it's just tense. Like you can just walk outside.
Yeah. It doesn't explain how the people who are not in the structures would sort of die by fire or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really put a lot of thought into, any conspiracy theories or big crazy theories on what she did to them. I just sort of assumed that I don't know. I guess I just assumed it didn't matter how she killed them.
Okay.
When he said they, she burned them all, I assumed that just meant she set the fire and, that's it.
Yeah. It seems a little bit much for just her to do in the ordinary way.
It is.
The village, yeah, and then of course filling in the hole, like that seems like a pretty hefty job for one person to do, as well. I mean, I don't quite envision the smoke monster sort of filling in the hole either, but it seems to require something more than ordinary one human, can do in like a few hours.
Yeah, it made me think. I was thinking somehow she just made the well collapse and then just filled in some more dirt on top or something. Like, I don't know what they expect us to think happened there.
Yeah, I don't either. My best guess is a variation or slight expansion of what you said, that that she's special, that basically she just, she has some kind of power as the protector of the island, and so I guess I was assuming she used that. Like we saw Man in Black, snap his finger and pop off a ankle thing that Ben had on, and so it's hard to tell exactly what the limits are. I mean, he's not Jacob, but I would assume that Jacob could possibly do things along those lines. And so maybe, I guess I envision her doing something like that, and the well collapses. That's sort of what I have in my mind.
Yeah, I would imagine that's pretty close to what happened. Just she used her power somehow. Yeah. I don't think it necessarily means she's a smoke monster. Although I will say it is reminiscent of the temple. When Smokey goes through there, it also kind of reminded me of the Purge. And it made me, I don't know, this is possibly jumping to too much of a conclusion, but it made me want to say not just the Purge, but also all the American military people who came to the island, and the others killed them all. It made me want to say that, whatever was happening there is something analogous to this. In the case of the military, they're going to detonate this hydrogen bomb on the island. That could threaten the light to some extent. And then in the case of Dharma, they're sort of studying the light explicitly, and so maybe they got too close to it or something. There's some kind of breaking point that resulted in the purge. Along those lines. So you're saying Ben didn't kill Dharma in the Purge? Somebody else did? Jacob did or something?
Well, no, they definitely did it. But I guess what I'm saying is maybe Jacob ordered it for that reason.
Oh. Isn't that against his destiny choice philosophy?
Well, he has to protect the island. He can't let the light go out.
Then it'd be dark.
Because then it'd be dark, yeah. So I think, it's one of those things that, he gives them a choice, whatever. I mean, up to the point where they're threatening the end of the world. Because I think the way it was carried out was definitely by, Ben using the poison gas factory, the Tempest.
Yeah.
That's how they did it. I don't think Jacob himself did it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because, it just confused me in terms of the others doing these mass killings. So reconciling that with Jacob. And, part of me wants to say they just kind of did those on their own. But I guess the other side of that could be Jacob letting them do it because they were threatening the lights.
Yeah, but they didn't need that. I don't think. That's definitely added to the list of reasons. That's totally fine. But I don't think you need more reasons to kill off the Dharma folks. There's already an order to pretty much protect the island from anybody, and as much as stuff as they did by that point, and then so you got that plus Ben's ambition too.
Right.
So I think that's enough to warrant the purge. But yeah, if you want to throw Jacob on top of there saying we need to get rid of these, that's fine.
Yeah, just basically if Jacob is involved, if he actually approved it, that's what I imagine his motivation would be.
Gotta protect the light.
Yeah. Yeah, because I just couldn't really understand it. Because we talked about, he brings people to the island, so that makes it really bother me that the others just start killing people who come to the island. Because Jacob's people just start attacking the people that Jacob brings to the island, including the people on 815 who are at least a big part of the candidates.
Jacob doesn't usually tell the others, not that people are coming or not to attack them or. Yeah. That seems to be part of the choice or the free will or something. It's I'll bring you here, and if you survive, then, that's good.
He doesn't. I agree. He doesn't really stop them from doing that. But I think also I feel like he shouldn't be ordering them to do that. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, but they should be doing that on their own to protect the island. That should be part, because the conceit is all people are bad except for us.
Yes.
So they should be killing people anyway.
But I guess the problem is Jacob brings people there. It's
oh yeah, there's a problem, all right.
It's and Richard knows that.
Yes.
So if Richard knows that, at least one of the others knows. So, it just seems like someone should stand up and say, before we kill all these people that just crashed on the island, maybe we should consider whether Jacob brought them here or not.
And you'd be the guy they'd kick out of the others. I feel like somebody said that once, and then he was never seen again.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Why don't they care what Jacob wants?
Because what Jacob wants them to do is protect the island, number one, which means kill everyone who comes there.
But Jacob,
I don't think people knew that Jacob kept bringing people to the island. I don't think the others knew that. Sure, Richard knew that, but that was only in, season 6.
You don't think he knew that before season 6?
I don't think he knew that before Apaterno. Really don't.
I like this new rule. Whenever we see a flashback, that's the first time they know that.
That's the first time, yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's sort of like the wine bottle. Like I said, I wanted to say this is the wine flask from before.
Yeah, exactly. From before, but not yet. Oh, after. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What is the time period here?
Yeah, it really is basically from before in terms of the story.
Yeah.
They just technically set it to be, from after what we're seeing. But yeah, okay, But, based on, if we're going to take the flashback seriously and try to make it cohere, it does seem like we should say, when Richard is shown there at the Purge, I don't know. Maybe he got the word from Jacob that he didn't bring them there or whatever, but it does seem like that should come up somewhere along the way. And Richard's a big other, he's got a prominent role. He's the guy, he's the emissary to Jacob. I feel like somebody should listen to him.
So wait, what's your point? That Richard should have said something at the purge, like, "Hey, wait a minute, Jacob brings people to the island."
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And maybe not. I mean, maybe in the case of the purge, like he actually knew that Jacob didn't bring Dharma there. We do have reason to think from his hawking that Dharma just found the island sort of scientifically. Mm-hmm. So that definitely makes it seem like Jacob didn't bring them there.
Yeah.
So maybe he just...
I want to, you're making a good case. It's just that they just never seemed to care before about who they could kill or not kill based on the fact that Jacob brings people to the island. Aside from, obviously there's people who was on Jacob's list and stuff like that in the beginning, and they were abducting certain losties because of the list and all that. Besides that, it never seemed to matter before, oh, maybe you can't kill that person since Jacob brings people to the island. That just was never a concern.
Basically, I want Richard, okay, I agree. Step one, I agree. But step two, I'm trying to make it work.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. As far as the purge, forget about it. Okay, fine. I want Richard to step in with A15.
Mm-hmm.
For example, when he's not there, but I want someone like Richard, when Sayid and Sawyer and Jen are held captive, and Bernard, but whatever, are held captive at the end of season 3 by the others, and Ben's about to shoot them all.
Mm-hmm.
I want someone to stand up and say, "Wait a minute, should we really be shooting 3 of the candidates to replace Jacob?"
We had this conversation last podcast about Dogen.
You're right.
Or one of the, and it's the same thing of, he was just going to kill them all. Why? Because Jacob does not tell people stuff they need to know.
He didn't know.
Yeah.
I just came to the conclusion last time that he didn't know until he got the note.
Exactly. That's the thing. He didn't know until he got the note.
Which I think is true.
Even if Dogen knew Jacob brought people to the island, it still wouldn't have stopped him from just killing people.
That's a good point. And I guess Richard didn't know about the candidates either.
Yeah.
So, I guess they have their tracks in terms of them worrying about killing candidates because no one knew about them.
Mm-hmm.
But it just seems to me like if Jacob brings people there, is he bringing people there for you to kill to protect the island? That just seems ridiculous.
You're preaching to the choir. I agree. I wish it. I know you're trying to make it work. You're doing a lot of work there, but it's it just doesn't add up. He was bringing people to the island. He didn't tell anybody for the most part.
Yeah.
That, hey, I'm bringing people here. And it seemed like that's part of it. I don't know, were people supposed to, overcome the others or somehow not resist them and somehow live? I don't know what he expected,
Yeah. Yeah, I almost wish Hurley could ask him that. What's up with the others?
What was the plan, dude?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Why are the others so evil?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with them? I guess part of it you can chalk up to Ben, because I do think, Ben was doing a lot of stuff in his own without necessarily, consulting Jacob. Never even met him.
Yeah.
So to a certain extent, and I guess, again, I can chalk it up to Jacob just letting things happen and sort of giving the others the choice.
Mm-hmm.
To do what he wants. My main point here was just to try to find some justification for the purge and for the killing of the military people.
Yeah.
Because those seem like, mass killings. They didn't really do that with the A-15 at least. They did some infiltration, some smaller kind of missions, but they never just tried to kill them all.
Yeah.
Well,
they shouldn't, right?
Yeah. Right.
We want to keep watching this show.
True. That's, yeah, sure. Sure.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. It'd be nice to get some uniformity here, but I just don't think it's there. Jacob was just too aloof to step in and just tell these people that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
No, what gets me is the people who came to the island, who would just die, before they even, find fresh water or something,
Right.
They're just like, boom, I'm dead. All right, well, thanks.
Which basically that would have been basically everybody on the Black Rock if Man in Black hadn't stepped in and saved Richard.
Yeah.
He just would have died down there. Without ever even getting out of the hull of the ship.
Yeah. Well, he would have gotten killed. Yeah. I mean, the officer would have killed him.
Yeah.
If Man in Black didn't show up, if Smokey didn't show up when he did.
Yeah.
And then even with him being alive, if Man in Black didn't come rescue him, Richard would have just died down there.
Right. Yeah. Smokey, I guess, kind of leaves him there for a few days. And just, I guess he sort of lets him get desperate.
Yeah, because he wasn't already desperate.
Yeah.
But, well, you're not desperate. You're not quite desperate enough. But, yeah, it seems like he was maybe letting something set in, the hunger, the dementia, the disorientation or something.
He's gonna hit him with a wife vision, too.
Yeah.
I think it helps if Richard's kind of delirious when that happens.
Yeah, totally.
And they sort of shoot it that way with her being out of focus. So, yeah. Okay. I mean, you're right. It doesn't quite work. I mean, I think the standard out is, Jacob allows choices up to a point, and that's sort of his explanation for his hands-off methods. It just, I don't know. It just seems like he could still have his way with that. And, avoid these kind of ridiculously violent attacks on the people he brings there.
Have his cake and choose it too?
He doesn't have to say, just be nice to all these people, but just, maybe you don't have to just kill them all.
But they're bad.
Like, check them out, I mean, I guess that's sort of what they did with the crash survivors.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well.
So, next scene? All right. Mother sends Jacob to get some firewood. She portentously tells Jacob to be careful. He says, I'll see you back home. Then Mother goes back to the cave to find that it's been ransacked. She finds the Senate game. She opens it up, looks at a black and white game piece. Then she is stabbed in the back by the Man in Black. She tells the Man in Black she wouldn't let him leave because she loves him. Then she says, thank you, and dies. The Man in Black cries. Then Jacob arrives and is shocked and then angry. The Man in Black tries to explain, but Jacob tackles him and punches him multiple times in the face.
All right. So why wouldn't she let him leave?
Well, she says because she loves him.
Oh, okay.
And the real reason is, I mean, I feel like the reason, I don't know. Okay, let's see. I feel like the first reason was she wanted him to take her place. Then I feel like the second reason is because the way he's trying to leave is tampering with the light. And then the third reason is she loves him.
Well, my explanation would be that she didn't want to be alone. She loved him to the extent that she wanted him to stay there with her, and she didn't want him to leave the island because he'd never come back.
Right. Yeah.
Selfish reasons.
Yes.
Why did she say thank you?
I think she's tired. she's ready to die. she wants it to be over. I think she appreciates being killed. She's ready. Yeah, she's ready to die.
So, do you think she knew he would do this? I think
it comes across like she did. In the previous scene with Jacob, it seems like she knows something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is why I said portentously.
Mhm.
And because I like the word. So yeah, I feel like maybe that. I mean, I also think she didn't want the light to be tampered with, but yeah, it may be the reason, besides the fact that she loves him, that she didn't kill him is, she thought this would provoke him into killing her.
Yeah, it makes me think that maybe, she needed an out.
Yeah. I think she did need an out.
Mhm.
Because I think if no one killed her, she'd just go on living. I think Jacob was sort of right that she wouldn't die in general.
Yeah.
And she's passed the torch now, so she's definitely ready to go.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all my questions.
Okay, so I just want to raise the issue because the man in black stabs her with the knife. And she is the protector, the Jacob figure here. And technically, in this scene at least, she doesn't say anything to him. So, okay, I don't know if this is supposed to have anything to do with that business.
It is.
It is. Okay, well, what do you think it has to do with it?
I think what do you mean? He illustrates it. He stabbed her before she said anything, and she died.
Okay, but here's my problem with that. She talked to him many times. She bloody raised him, and she even talked to him like a couple hours ago. If it's a matter of just you talk to him and then you just go somewhere else and then come back and you get another chance, is that how it really works? That just seems ridiculous.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous. You want to draw the line there? All right.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm drawing the line there.
I would say, how, if anything with that idea of you have to stab them before they say anything is true, they can only get, they can only, what am I trying to say? They can only get so specific with that idea. I mean, it would be like, if anyone said anything to you once, then you could never, ever kill them this way. I don't think that should be true.
Okay. Sure. But at the same time, if it's as simple as, walking away for an hour or two and then coming back, it's not much of a prohibition. You just have to keep trying and wait for your moment.
Well, the idea would be if you keep trying and you fail, the person would kill you. You don't get to just keep trying as much as you want.
Yeah.
You get killed that first or second time where you fail.
But I think the key thing for me about the Saeed and the Richard situation is, Saeed had never spoken to the man in black before, and Richard had never spoken to Jacob before. So in both of those cases, it really was the first thing they ever said to them.
Yeah.
Whereas here, she's been talking to him for a long time. She's exerted quite an influence over him over the years. And so just, if that doesn't count, if that doesn't even matter, it's just a weird situation. It's a very arbitrary, okay, here I go. It's just a very arbitrary, kind of thing that you don't let them talk to you, but if you do, if they talk to you, just kind of go somewhere else for a while and then try again. If they happen to get a word out. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's hard for me to buy that. What I want to say about it is that this is the origin of that idea. And this is sort of where Man in Black gets the idea that you can kill Jacob if you don't let him speak. You just got to stab them before they talk.
Yeah.
Because it works here. you know, and she doesn't speak in this scene to him, at least. Before he stabs her. She does speak after he stabs her.
Mhm.
So, like, I do think this is the origin, but I guess what I'm getting at is I feel like it's baloney.
Mhm.
It doesn't look real to me. It looks to me like something that he might think works, but I mean, as far as what we've seen, it's hard for me to buy. You know, because first of all, like I said, the whole technicality of she talked to him a couple hours ago, and when the real Jacob dies, he talks, you know, up to seconds before he gets stabbed.
Mhm.
You know, so it really looks to me like, you know, you can stab them, and this is really the Jacob. This is the protector. I don't know about Smokey himself. It looks like Smokey himself might be different.
Yeah.
You know, but for the protector, it really looks like if you can manage to stab them, you will kill them.
Mhm.
And, you know, if you do it before they talk, okay, but it doesn't look to me like it matters.
Yeah.
And he just sort of said that.
You know, if they wanted us to definitely know it didn't matter, they could have had her talk. They could have had her say something before she got stabbed. You know, I don't want to put too much emphasis in terms of can you say one word? Can you say
Yeah.
Can you sigh? Can you sneeze? You know, I think it gets a little ridiculous in that regard. I think.
Particularly since
right.
Locke's words were "Hello, Saeed."
Yeah, and I don't know if it really matters about the speaking. I think you're right. I think the main idea is the stabbing, and I think the speaking thing is more about being convincing than it is about any supernatural auditory powers.
Yes.
But I will say, so far, you know, the speaking, the not stabbing before you not saying anything thing, you know, I don't mind that. Obviously, she talked to them you know, his entire life and just a few hours ago. And then he, you know, it might just have to do when, you know, when the motivation to kill the person takes place, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it matters if you've talked to them. You know, it's a minor thing.
It is, but I guess, you know, this is the closest we've come to some kind of explanation for that mystery.
Yeah, and it could just be he stabbed her, that he's just reiterating the circumstances in which he was able to kill the protector, which she wasn't the protector, so that could be the other side of this thing. That's why he was able to kill her so easily or something, is that, you know, it seems like Jacob was, I guess the best you could say is they were both in charge, but it seems like he was really in charge.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she sort of said you and I are the same, which made it seem like it was both of them simultaneously. But it could be more, you know, there's only one.
Yeah.
Because then, like, if it could be both, like, why wouldn't she just try to get both the brothers the job?
Exactly.
You know, do it together. Like, setting it up where it's going to be one of you, like, automatically creates a rivalry.
Yeah, I don't think it can be two people. I think she transferred her power to Jacob, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, and it's really more like you are what I was. Something like that. But it just gets clunky to say it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's true. I also think it's sort of about, you know, it's about, like you said, they're convincing, but like it's like just stab him, don't think. It's sort of like encouraging him to, you know, make sure that Jacob doesn't get a chance to talk him down. That he just stabs right away, and it's putting him in that mode where he's just going to try to stab him instantly.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to look and see who he's dealing with or try to, you know, think too much.
Yeah, and it is of note that Locke didn't tell Ben this dagger story.
True.
When Ben was going to kill Jacob, he didn't say any of that stuff.
That's true. That's a good point. So maybe he, at some point, realized that it didn't work?
I don't know. I can't speculate more on that. It's so amorphous.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let me see here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Man in Black kills her, but he does feel bad about it.
Mhm.
It's painful for everyone. Like she loves him, but she kills all his people and destroys his project. He loves her, but he kills her. Mm-hmm. Jacob loves them both, but he dooms MIB to this thing worse than death. Like, it's just a really horrible family.
Mhm.
They all love each other, but they just do horrible things to each other.
Typical family.
It's ridiculous. See, I don't know. I like that. I like this family drama thing. Okay, so you ready for the next scene here?
Mhm.
Jacob leads the Man in Black by the shirt. Man in Black tells Jacob that she was crazy. She burned them all. He tells Jacob that Jacob can't kill him. He says, Jacob says, "Don't worry, brother. I'm not going to kill you." He leads Man in Black to the source. He tells Man in Black he has to protect it now. Then he tells the Man in Black, "You want to find the light. You want to leave this place, brother, then go." He pushes the Man in Black into the water, sends him down the stream into the light. After a moment, the smoke monster emerges from the cavern and flies away. And go ahead.
Where does Jacob find out that his brother wants to find the light? Is he just referencing the scene with the well?
I think so.
Like, I don't ever remember him saying, "I'm trying to find the light," but maybe he did say that, and I don't remember it. I'm just asking because it seems like one of those lines that obviously it's spot on, but it just seems like one of those lines that, like, no one ever told Jacob that, but the writers are just writing it because it's true.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking at the conversation that he had, and yeah, he doesn't talk about the light. He tells Mother about that he wants to find the light.
Mhm. Yeah, but the mother never tells Jacob that. Like, he says your brother wants to go, but he didn't say, like, oh, he's trying to find the light.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'd have to infer some kind of off-screen conversation where Jacob finds out that he's looking for the light.
He's looking for the light.
He knew he was digging the wells.
Mhm.
So he knew, like, almost enough.
Yeah, he's pretty close.
But yeah, good point. He never actually learned that on screen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they're just kind of fudging it because it's true, and we've seen someone learn it.
Yeah.
Someone who's very connected to Jacob.
So, I don't know. What do you say when the smoke monster is born?
I don't know. What's the right words for that?
Yeah, holy shit, running. I don't know. Yeah. So we see the birth of the smoke monster.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That was unexpected.
There it was. You send Man in Black down the stream, and he goes into the light, and out comes a smoke monster. So, I don't know exactly what to make of that. I guess I think your theory seems like the best so far. That it did look a little bit like the light kind of went out when he went in there.
Yeah, they showed right before Smokey comes out. It looks like you see a shadow or smoke or something that is obscuring the light, or it looks like the water. At first I thought the water was turning dark.
Oh,
like the temple or something.
Oh, okay.
But I think you can kind of see that it's like, I think it's just supposed to be Smokey obscuring the light as he's coming up, I think, something like that. But, but yeah, the light does change.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the light's already out, otherwise, like, no point to show.
Yeah, it's definitely not out, but I think he's like blocking it when he's coming out of it or something.
Yeah, okay. But it does give the impression that somehow he went in there and interacted with it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And as you suggested, like maybe if it really is like the spark of life or something, the, generative power of life or whatever, that, just going right into it somehow conferred the evil part of that into him.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the better way to put it, since we see his body later, is that it took his spirit and merged it with that evil part or something.
Mm-hmm. It was definitely weird to see his body.
Yeah. I will say that, your theory about him putting the evil in him was on the right track.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He does something like that.
Yeah.
He takes the ordinary man and sends him down the stream, and that's how he somehow combines with the evil or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're right, though. The gaping hole is, like, I don't know that Jacob has a clue what's coming out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So the gaping hole is, what did I do? Him finding out that it's still his brother, and him finding out that he's created evil.
Yeah.
That his
he's
brother
created a monster.
His brother's spirit, yeah. Exactly.
A smoke monster.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's the kind of monster. It's just
it's
good to be specific about these things.
Yeah.
Like he also, like, he's sort of merged he's turned his brother into evil incarnate.
Yep.
And that should have been, I feel like that should have been a surprise to him, because I don't think he knew exactly what would happen when he sent his brother's body down there.
Absolutely not.
He didn't say, like, now I'm going to turn you into a smoke monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any way for him to know what was going to happen, and I feel like he shouldn't have expected anything to come out of there. I think he just thought, okay, well, here, you want to find a light, go down there, and I think he was surprised when that thing came out. I'm really curious to see what happens next in terms of that storyline, because I don't think he knows what the smoke monster is. He should be surprised that it's his brother.
Right.
And I wonder if we can get some more answers about Smokey that way, what it can do or stuff like that,
Right. He should also have been surprised that it can manifest itself as dead people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't see
the first time it does that, he should be surprised.
Yeah. I don't see any reason why he should expect that to be the case. I think, he wanted to do something. He knew he couldn't kill his brother, but I think he wanted to do something bad to him because, he's mad at him because he killed their mom.
Yeah.
And so, like, this is a thing that he's heard, that he knows he can do.
Yeah.
And he knows it's supposed to be bad. It's supposed to be worse than death. But, yeah, it isn't clear. It's not quite what I imagined, in the sense that I guess I envisioned Jacob, like, sentencing him to be the smoke monster.
Mm-hmm.
For what you've done, Titus Welliver, you're going to be the smoke monster now.
Yeah, I'm going to take your body from you, and this is the result. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't deserve your body or your humanity anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're so bad, and that's sort of the kind of thing I imagined.
It's funny because it makes Smokey look less like the villain now that this was thrust upon him.
Yes.
You know, and he's trapped against his will from birth. You know, somebody makes him the smoke monster. You know,
right?
Kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of reminds me of, you know, like he's done a lot of bad stuff, but it's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like Dexter or something. Like so much bad stuff happened to him when he was younger that it's hard not to kind of understand why he became what he became.
Yeah.
You know, and at some level to sympathize with him. Now, in the end, I sympathize more with the characters that we've been watching the whole show than him, but I do understand where he's coming from. He always just wanted to leave the island, and he's been basically condemned there in this incorporeal form for 2,000 years. You know, maybe it's fun to be Smokey, but I think he'd prefer to leave.
Yeah.
And being stuck on the island for 2,000 years was definitely not what he wanted. So at this point, he's been forced by the rules to a certain extent to, you know, take rather outrageous measures to get himself off the island.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking, you know, like I was saying before about the lights and the source connecting to different people and like the dead people who are trapped on the island are connected to that source. That's kind of why they're still there or something like that. Maybe that's why he can appear as them.
Ah, yes. God, you're better at using that light than I am.
I'm going to make this light work, damn it.
You're like tying it in the series. And I'm just like,
I hate it.
It's just, you're, I don't know. And you're actually using what they told us about it. Like, for me, it's just like, this and this and this, the light's got something to do with it.
Well, you know, I'm a problem solver. I'm trying to solve the problem.
Yeah. Like you're making it work like in a real detailed way. And I was just like, there's some light in there.
There's some light there. I think the light explains that.
I think maybe the source was better than the light. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Having a whole show about the light is...
Source makes me think of Matrix.
Oh, God. Is that what they did in the Matrix?
Yeah, the source was where Neo... do you want me to explain that? But, yeah, that's what they did in the Matrix.
No, I couldn't... That's where he meets the architect? Spoiler alert?
No, the source was at the end.
The very end.
Yeah, where he had to go and reconnect his body to the source to reset the whole thing and all that.
Oh. Where's the place he goes to meet the architect? There was a name for that too. Was that like the mainframe?
Oh, was that the source? Now I'm getting confused.
I thought that was the source. I could be wrong. Maybe that the central, the hard drive. They gave it a name.
They did have a name. Now I'm a bad Matrix fan. I can't remember.
I'm a bad Matrix fan too. I haven't seen it since it came out.
Yeah, it was something.
But yeah, I mean, they definitely used the word "the source" in there. I think. I mean,
they definitely used the word "the source."
It sounds right. I just don't remember what it was. Yeah, it was sort of like the source code. Yeah,
exactly.
That was the point. So yeah, you're right. But it's weird it is a little weird to just have a whole show about the light.
The light.
The source sounds a little more, you know, weighty.
Yeah, the source was the mainframe computing center for the machines in their city. So I think that's the thing at the end.
Okay.
Where he goes to meet the architect, the whole thing with the key maker.
Yeah, the key maker.
I forgot what they called that.
Yeah, it was some computery name.
Mhm.
It was like the source. But it's like, it was the code, not the code, but I don't know. The mainframe? Did you already say that? I don't think that's right, though. I can't think of any word, like the RAM. I don't know.
All right. Well, what else are we talking about here?
Oh, the birth of the smoke monster.
Yeah. Well.
So I'm assuming we'll find out a little more about Smokey and what he's all about.
Mhm.
Because even though this tells us, so I think one of the things is it definitely seems like he's intimately tied up. I mean, there's a strong relationship between Smokey and the source itself. Man in Black goes in there, Smoke Monster comes out.
Mhm. Mhm.
So like I feel like there's some connection, as we were talking about earlier, between the Man in Black leaving the island and the idea of the light and the source going out all over the place.
Yeah.
So it's like I almost want to say that the Man in Black actually embodies some fundamental part of the source himself.
Mhm. Yeah, it definitely seems possible. I mean, it could. I almost want to say, I was just rewatching that little shot again of Smokey coming out. We don't get to see the cave again with the light in it after Smokey comes out. So I'm wondering if maybe Smokey basically has the light.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of thing I imagined. I mean, it does seem like the light's still there based on like the donkey wheel scenes.
Mhm.
But
well, there's definitely light in other places that I think still.
Oh, okay. So you're imagining. I guess I imagine it being like one big thing, and the source was like the the center of it, and then it had like these.
The logistics of that making any sense in my head doesn't make sense in my head. Of like, you can be 20 miles from where the source cave is, and then you dig down, like where the orchid well is or something. And then you dig down and you're still seeing the same light from the source. That would mean that whatever area under there is huge.
Yeah, that's sort of what I imagined, that it was huge.
Yeah. I imagine it was different pockets. Like I said, I want to believe the electromagnetism is, all those different places where that manifests, those different pockets would be sort of different light sources. That the source is, it is connected to that main one that they get taken to.
Okay.
But if you dug in another place where there's electromagnetism, you'd see another light, some other light or something.
I see, but it's sort of like satellites or something.
Yeah. I don't know what we're supposed to believe is if they're all really connected. Just this huge underground cavern that connects all these different places with light. That'd be weird.
Yeah.
But something like that, I think, is true. Just, but yeah, like I was saying, I just got the sense it was, a different spot with different light.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I see. I think, yeah, I guess I imagine like a giant, like the source that we see is like the tip of the iceberg.
Mhm.
And underneath it, it's just this giant light source, and that the pockets are, sort of manifestations of it, kind of, some kind of byproduct of the fact that it's under the island.
Hmm. So you mean the electromagnetic pockets?
Yeah. Yeah. Like they are.
But isn't it the fact that if you dig where there's electromagnetism, you'll get to the light, right?
Right, because it's manifested by the light. So they're related.
Mhm.
But I feel like I guess I imagine like a giant source of light down there, and so that's why and in places where it's nearer to the surface, you get these pockets. And so that's why when you dig down there, you find it.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
That's what I envision in my head. They don't show us that or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
that works.
I think the satellite thing works too. I guess I imagine it being more unified.
Mhm.
Like. Yeah, but I mean, talking about a source does seem to suggest that there's also these other places that are not the source.
Yeah.
It's weird to have the source and that's all there is.
Yeah, the source is everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the source is the entire thing. Then it's like it's just a thing. It's not the source of anything.
Mhm.
It's not a central part of a series of things. It's just the thing itself.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's the thing. I feel like there needs to be satellite connections because it's just the fact that the exit point from the Orchid is Tanzania. Like that should be a connection between two different light sources, right? Something like that.
Oh, you think so? You think the Tunisia thing actually has a? Oh, so
yeah,
you think?
Because remember the whole idea of the electromagnetism, from the Dr. Rose saw in Australia was that there's different places like this. I know, I'm bringing it back. There's different. Consider this sexy. I'm bringing it back. So the doctor said there's places all over the world that have these properties. So basically, and I think Whitmore and other people have said that similar things before, that there's these pockets of energy a lot of places. The island has a huge one, or where the swan was a big one, or whatever you want to say. The source is a huge one, or something like that. But I feel like that's the story they've been telling us, is that these pockets are connected, and that's why, the way Whitmore describes it is, the Tunisia being the end point just makes me think of a connection between two places, and that connection would be, or what connects the two places would be this electromagnetic energy or the light. They're pretty much synonymous to me at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me like light itself, I don't feel like should be electromagnetic energy, but I want to say it emits it.
Yeah.
But I do think they're basically synonymous. I mean, whenever they talk about electromagnetism, they are in some way just talking about the light.
Yeah.
Whitmore calls it an endpoint. What did you say? Entry point? Exit point?
Yeah. I thought Whitmore was the one who said that.
I believe you. I just don't remember that. Is that from Jeremy Bentham?
Somebody was like, Whitmore. Locke says, how'd you know where to find me, or, because he has those cameras set up where Locke shows up, and he says, oh, because that's the exit point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I didn't make much of that, but I guess that seems like that's saying something in light of what they're telling us now.
Mhm.
So, okay. So, and then you're gonna fit in the SOS stuff too. That not only there, like that's the exit point for the donkey wheel thing.
Mhm.
But there's also these other parts of the world.
Yeah.
That have these things too.
Yeah.
And that's the explanation for them, for what they say in that episode.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. That looks like it works. I have to say. I didn't really think... I thought it was going to be more like the island is the island. But I guess the point is the island is the source.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the most powerful part.
Yeah.
You know. And the origin, seemingly. But...
Seemingly. We'll see about that.
Seemingly, yeah. I mean, based on my current theory.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's going to be something big. So, you know, Origin of Life seems big to me.
Yeah. There's another show you've seen that has to do with that.
Oh, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Yeah. I assume they won't get too close to those things. But yeah, I mean it's different in the I won't explain how it's different without going into detail about that, but
yeah.
It is different, and yet that would have a lot in common.
Yeah.
You're right.
Shows like to get preachy about how life was started. It was this way. Now shut up about it.
Mhm. All right. So.
You ready for the last scene?
Are you ready for the last scene? I guess so.
Let's go to the last scene.
All right. Jacob leaves the area, washes his face by a stream. He sees the Man in Black's dead body down the stream. He hugs it. Then he carries it back to the cave. He lays the Man in Black's body and Mother's dead body next to each other in the cave, along with the black and white stones. We cut back and forth between Jacob doing this and the scene where Jack and Kate discover Adam and Eve. We realize that we are seeing the origin of Adam and Eve. Jacob cries and says, "Goodbye, brother, goodbye." Lost.
All right. So what did you think of Adam and Eve?
Adam and Eve.
The revelation.
Never could have guessed this.
Never, ever, ever, ever.
That's the smoke monster's body and his crazy mother, who was the previous Jacob.
You couldn't have guessed that in season 1?
No.
Oh, okay, wow.
No, I didn't have any hope. And I was thinking, like, usually when Hurley throws out a theory, it's just wrong. So I was thinking, since they had him throw out maybe This Is Us, he would be wrong about that. Once again, I'm going to claim an off-podcast insight. I don't usually do this, but this week I was really insightful. I don't know. Because, like, they had him throw out the thing about Richard, like, are you a cyborg or a vampire or whatever, Like, he usually reads this for kind of an explanation that turns out to be wrong. So anyway, I did guess from that it wasn't going to be them, but and I even thought that Man in Black lost his dead mother, but I never would have brought it to this point. Basically because I didn't think Man in Black was dead, so I didn't think he was a candidate to be Adam.
Yeah,
he wasn't even in the running. And as for Eve, I didn't even know she existed until this episode.
Yeah.
So there's no way I could have guessed that.
Yeah, I just assumed Adam and Eve would be two, romantic interests. Hoping it was Sun and Jin or something like that. But, it's the kind of thing where I don't think they knew who Adam and Eve was when we saw Adam and Eve.
Oh, no.
So it's like, if I thought they had this idea of Adam and Eve in their head all along, I would like it more. But since I know they didn't, I don't really like it. It's very, just the idea that Jack and those guys were hanging out in the cave where Smokey's body and his mother are, it's just like, what are we watching?
Yes.
That makes no sense.
Yes. Not only that, like, I never would have guessed Jacob actually placed them there.
And Jacob is the one who places them there, and, and he has them, like, he puts their hands together, because that was the other thing that made them seem like a couple.
Yeah.
You know, because their hands were together or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's an okay reveal. I don't love it.
I don't exactly love it, but it definitely works for me. Like I'll take this over Rose and Bernard. Personally. Because I mean, to me, this is like, you know, to me this has more like relevance with the island's history.
Yeah.
You know, and I like the story that leads up to it. Well, I like this episode.
Why would he bury them, though?
What?
Why wouldn't he bury them?
Maybe he doesn't know you're supposed to bury people when they die?
Would he say, "What is bury?"
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it seems. I don't know. I don't know what you would expect to do with a dead body, but
yeah, he never really had to deal with death before, so
yeah.
You know, I feel like he's doing the thing he thinks is appropriate. Which I guess I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't live in the cave after he puts their bodies like that.
I assume he leaves and goes somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. Possibly the statue, if it's there. I don't know if it is. But yeah, I feel like he's ready to just kind of let this be, you know, their permanent tomb.
Yeah.
You know. So I think you know, in terms of the overall story of the show, like, it definitely works for me. I 100% don't believe they had this in mind when they wrote that in season 1, episode 6. You know, I think the main evidence for that is that they have Jack say, by the clothes, it looks like they've been here for 40 or 50 years, which is like way the fuck off from what it is.
Yeah, why do their clothes age so well? Their clothes are like, what, 2,000 years old?
Yeah.
They should be like dust.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, their clothes age. They're just really well-made clothes.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes clothes survive. I mean, there have been like cloth artifacts that are, you know, 1,000 years old or so. You know.
Yeah, but were those exposed to the elements for 2,000 years?
Well, you know.
when you go up an octave, I'm going to say the answer is no.
Yeah, I mean that does tend to be something that doesn't happen to things that survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for scientific evidence in this at all, but I'm just saying.
Right. But I do think when they had Jack say that, I feel like they had in mind that wasn't like wildly false.
I agree with you. I think they were trying to get in a ballpark for whatever they thought was true.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Now, Hurley, I remember when Hurley said dinosaur times, which, I mean, first of all, like, sort of makes him some kind of weird creationist who thinks that humans and dinosaurs lived at the same time. But whatever. I think he basically just means a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
I'll forgive him for that. But I think it also, even though it seems like he's sort of more on the right track, that it was super, super old. I mean, Jack didn't even say anything at the time. Like, I almost want Jack to say, like, no, 40 or 50 years old. Like, dinosaur times? What are you talking about, Hurley? Like, you're insane. So it's almost like Hurley's on the right track, but actually, if you really compare the time, Jack is actually closer, I think, than Hurley is, because 2,000 years is closer to, you know, 50 than to, you know, dinosaur time.
Wait. Dinosaurs were only 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
Wait a minute, get my math wrong?
Okay, yeah, I mean, is Hurley just a young Earth creationist? Did we just find that out?
Oh, I hope so.
I'm just saying, I don't know. It was weird. I mean, dinosaurs and people didn't exist at the same time, so it's a problem no matter how old he thinks dinosaurs are.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it seems like he was going in the. It seems like them telling us that was telling us it was older than Jack said.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like it shocked me at the time, and I was like, whatever, you know. But I didn't really. I was just like, Hurley's just way off. You know, but now looking at it, I think, you know, that's a season 6 thing. I think at that point they probably did know who Adam and Eve were.
Oh, totally.
And so they're really setting us up for that.
Yeah.
You know, having them find the thing. You know, I think they incorporated the black and white stones into the story fairly well.
Yeah.
You know, like I think that's the most effective part of it. And I'm happy with who the bodies are. Like, that works too, even though it was a totally unsolvable mystery.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's okay with me. The main thing I don't like about this is how they cut back.
So I was going to ask you, how did you like the flash forwards?
I did not like the flash forwards.
Yeah, I didn't either.
It was a hit you over the head with it kind of moment.
I like the idea of them. I like the idea of cutting back to the Losties originally finding it. I almost feel like audio would have been enough, even though I think that would have been obviously jarring. You know, but I feel like I feel like I wanted a connection, the connection that they made by doing the flashback. But I feel like I didn't want them to go so far as to actually do the flashes.
Yeah.
You know, and then I think in the first one or two with Jack and Kate were sort of okay. And then when Locke comes in, it's just like, what? Now, how much of this scene are we going to see?
It was a lot.
And then when he goes, our very own Adam and Eve, I just started laughing. I was like, oh, God, no.
You know,
don't tell us Adam and Eve after we just got to see who these people are. You know, like no.
You know, I really liked season 1 Locke. I don't remember the delivery of that line being so bad.
It was so wishful or something.
He makes a face too. Like,
yeah,
he does something really weird and unpleasant with his face when he says that line. Our very own Adam and Eve face. It was really jarring, and I was like, I remember him being so cool and interesting, and like he just comes off really just too much. I mean, maybe that line just didn't play by itself in context or something, but it was just weird. Also, like, I started focusing on, like, Kate looks like she's got makeup on.
I'm telling you, Jack, they all look so different.
Oh, they look totally different.
Kate's got makeup on?
Yeah, like, it looks to me like Kate's got serious makeup on her face. Like, it made me realize I think they use less makeup on her now than they used. Like, I didn't even realize that they were doing it, but as soon as I saw it, I was like, man, you got lipstick on. Yeah,
she's got makeup on.
I'm like, damn. That I didn't at the time. I remember early in the show I was thinking, you know, yeah, the women, they don't have any makeup on. It's weird for a show to do that, and it was always jarring, like in the flash forwards and stuff, when they would put a lot of makeup on. Mm-hmm. Like, I always thought Kate looked weird with makeup. Little did I know she was wearing makeup in season 1.
Yeah.
Like, I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't notice it. I think now she doesn't wear as much. Because it really looked weird to me. I was so taken. Like, the most jarring thing to me was the makeup.
Yeah.
And after that, Locke's line about our very own Adam and Eve.
Our very own Adam and Eve.
And that little face. Ugh.
Yeah, he did make a face.
Did you see the face?
Oh, he made a face. No, it's the face.
Couldn't stand the face. You're right. They all look younger. Even Locke, like, looks younger.
Yeah.
Like, all their faces are different. Their bodies are different. They're just little losties.
Little losties. They have no idea that they're in the presence of Smokey and his mother.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's so weird. That smoke monster that they've been, like, running away from. Like,
yeah, this is his body right here.
His body. That's really weird.
Yeah, if Hurley would have said that, Like, whoa, dude, what if this is the body of the smoke monster, man? And his mother, dude. Like, yeah, no, just, Hurley, you're crazy.
Yeah, that would have been another crazy Hurley theory.
Mm-hmm.
You're just wrong again. Yeah, that's not... I also thought it was weird they actually included the little clip that Jack says about, we just shot a polar bear. Where'd that come from?
Mm-hmm.
I just instantly want to jump in, like, the Dharma Initiative. They're doing zoological experiments on the Hydra Island.
Yeah.
We know. It was just weird to have him even say that, because they cut out other stuff. I mean, they cut out the line about, by the looks of the clothes, he's 40 or 50 years old.
Mm-hmm. Why did they cut that out?
That would have been a weird line to put in here.
Yeah.
Because they would have just been obviously wrong. But then they throw in Jack's little quip that we know the answer. I didn't see the point in throwing that line in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it didn't seem like it went.
Well, I think it's only because they need Kate's line of where did they come from, and Jack answers with the polar bear bit.
Oh, okay.
And I just think that's sort of the answer. I think Kate's line is a good place to start with that cut into that scene, but Jack's answer is this whole polar bear bit. So yeah, that feels like that's why they did that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand having Kate's line. I guess they felt like they couldn't leave out the answer.
Yeah, because they're you get a bit of a story or at least progression of that scene from what they cut. So
Yeah. It really showed me. It's been a long time since I've watched season 1 because
man. Mm-hmm.
It looked just miles away from what the show is now.
It was all bright and it was weird. It was different.
Yeah. It was man. It's like hard for me to believe that's even the real footage.
Yeah. So why does he say goodbye, brother, but doesn't say goodbye, mother? Yeah,
that's interesting.
It reminded me of Claudia not asking to see both kids.
Mhm. Yeah. It does. I mean, I do think he feels personally responsible for what happened to his brother because he's the one who did it.
Mhm.
But yeah, why wouldn't he say goodbye to his mother?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Since he didn't get to say goodbye to her.
No.
Like Man in Black actually got to say goodbye to her before she knocked him out.
Yeah. That's true.
Anyway.
That's true. Yeah, so how do you write that? Like, it seems awkward to have him say, goodbye, brother, goodbye, mother. Like,
is that awkward?
Yeah. It sounds weird. It's too, I don't know, it rhymes too much.
Well, that's up to the actor to make it come off well.
Yeah. I think goodbye, brother, goodbye sounds better.
Mhm. Oh, it definitely sounds better. It just leaves out the mother.
Well, yeah, it does. It does. But I'm trying, I don't
maybe it could have just been when he's placing the bodies, and he's dealing with his mom, he says goodbye, goodbye, mother, and then he deals with his brother last. And he says goodbye, brother, goodbye.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, if they wanted to make it work, they could have done something, but it seems like they just, I just have to assume they wanted just to focus on the brother.
Yeah. I mean, I think, the story that's the most relevant to today is the brother relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's a lot of mother stuff in here too. So, but I do think they considered that to be the primary thing to focus on. So if they're going to do one or the other, they wanted to do the brother thing.
Mhm. All right, well, that was an episode.
So, yeah, now we know who Adam and Eve are.
Now we know.
We're never going to not know that.
We can't unknow it.
Yes. We're really getting to the bitter end here.
Yeah, we're definitely getting to the end.
You know, I hope you like the next couple episodes better.
Oh, me too.
It will be depressing if you don't.
As long as they're not flashbacks like this, I have a great chance.
Yeah.
I don't think they will be, so.
Yeah. This is the last story like this we're going to get, but I don't know. Still, I mean, if you're not buying into the basic premise, we could be in for big trouble.
The main storyline's fine with me. The thing with Avaternal is just like when we go back in time and all these retcon lines and stuff. It's just like it's not as good as the other stuff.
Mhm.
But I have high hopes for next couple episodes. What do we got? 2 more, or is it 1 more and then the finale?
1 more than the finale. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. So there's only 1 more episode of Lost, and then the finale.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to be on Tuesday, and then the finale's going to be on Sunday. So.
Wow.
A week and a couple days from now, Lost will be over.
Yikes! Wow. That's pretty scary. It
is. Yeah. Yeah. We're really getting to the serious, end of the show. The last episode was like, okay, we're going to kill some major characters, and this episode was like, okay, we're going to tell you, the big origin story.
Yeah, so, it's about to be wrapped up.
Is he on? Let me check. Yep. All right. Quick perusal of Google News. I'll try to do a better job than I did last time. Let's see. Obama rips execs over oil spill blame game. He scolded on Friday corporate executives for finger pointing over the Deepwater Horizon oil spill disaster. Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's about to be wrapped up.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, and we don't even get another week.
No.
They basically like next week is the end. We're going to get this sort of pre-finale episode, and then it's the finale episode.
Yeah, they don't give us a full week. Yeah.
So I guess it's going to be really intense. But I mean they have some ground to cover. I really don't know. I feel like this episode gives us some kind of hint of it tells us more about the Man in Black, what his history is, what his motivations are. And I feel like this is some kind of hint of what the stakes of the show are and, what to expect. But it's definitely, it's primarily a sort of history thing. And so I think next week we'll be back into sort of the main story.
Yeah, totally.
And in fact, I mean, it's notable to me, this episode is, as far as I know, the first episode, I mean, maybe I'm forgetting one, that's really... Maybe the other 48 Days is one. That's really like all flashback.
Yeah.
Like there isn't even a frame story. They didn't even do like what they do with Meet Kevin Johnson or Abaturno where there's at least like a little bit at the beginning to introduce it, like showing Locke, off to finish what he started or something, and then cutting away to this. Like that's the kind of thing they could have done, but they didn't. I mean, the entire episode is just one continuous flashback narrative. There's no flipping. So that made it unique to me. And again, I enjoyed that aspect of it.
Yeah. I
I you know, I don't want to come off like I'll just take whatever crap they throw at me, but I think I liked it. Certainly, I found it enjoyable to watch.
This episode?
And that's why, yeah.
Mhm.
And that's why I felt like I had to watch it a third time because I was like, okay, is this bad? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, it just pulled me in. I enjoyed it. I guess I like these characters too.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, it wasn't a horrible episode. We'll see. There's not much left, so we'll see how it fits into the rest of the story.
Yeah. I mean, I think Abaterno did his job, and you know, going back to watch it, I think I was less enthusiastic about it as I originally was, but I still stand by that middle section. I feel like that's really strong stuff.
Mhm.
You know, that all really works well for me. I just find that compelling. The only criticism I have of it is just the way it fits into the overall story. There's a certain way in which an episode like this or an episode like Abaterno could be a B-side or something.
Mhm.
You know, some kind of offshoot bunch of episodes or stories.
Yeah, it's almost like this is information someone could have found in the journal.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I arrived to the island and I thought I saw my wife and it was this black smoke and he told me to kill the devil who wasn't the black smoke and then the devil told me he wasn't the devil and this isn't hell and then he gave me a job. Can you believe it, diary?
It's not that different from what the diary was.
Yeah, Abaterno. Disillusioned with Richard's backstory a bit. It was a big lackluster, I think.
Do you think how would you compare Richard's backstory with Man in Black and Jacob's backstory?
Oh, he's got an answer.
Be broken down automatically in.
I was not asking you, sir.
To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
You didn't answer the question either.
In terms of just story, God, they're so close. They involve similar people. A lot of the same people are involved. I guess I like Man in Black's backstory better.
Okay.
Than Richard's. Yeah. I mean, the Richard stuff was okay. I mean, the stuff with him being manipulated by Man in Black was interesting. Like, the stuff on the ship, on the Black Rock, once they get there, that's interesting.
Sure.
Richard trying to escape, all that stuff. And when he actually talks, the whole scene where he tries to go kill Jacob and talk to Jacob, and then the scene after when he's talking to Man in Black, when he doesn't kill Jacob, like that stuff's all good,
Yeah.
But just in general, in terms of, okay, this is Richard, Alpert's backstory. It just wasn't that great. In terms of this is his history on the island, which wasn't much of anything,
Yeah. Yeah.
In some parts.
Right. For me, the biggest weakness was just the pre-island stuff.
Yeah, which is, I didn't even mention that.
The thing with his wife and all that. Like, I think this episode sort of corrects that problem, and that I think it develops the stuff we're supposed to care about.
Mhm. Yeah, this has more good stuff, I think, which is why I think I like it better. It's got more good stuff in terms of just story. Now, in terms of answering questions, like that's a whole different ball game. But
I'm not really talking on that level.
Yeah, in terms of story, this one was more interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think I agree. I mean, the Richard thing is, in terms of story, is fairly flimsy. You know, I think it has some good sequences in it, but the overall story just isn't that great. Whereas I think the story here is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
You know, and it works, and you know, like I don't even like in terms of finding out the origin of Man in Black and Jacob. Like it's could it be more interesting? Yeah, but there's a lot there, I think.
Mhm.
You know. And I guess, I like these sort of long-term, like, kid things. You know, going back and seeing the villain when he's a kid.
Yeah.
You know, that's always like I don't know. I always like that scene.
Mhm. Did Stephen King do it in a book?
Well, yes, maybe, perhaps. It may or may not be somewhere in the Harry Potter series as well.
Mhm.
And that may or may not have been one of my favorite parts in the series.
Which may or may not be a spoiler alert.
Which may or may not be a spoiler alert, yes.
I like it.
And they put that part in the movie, but the movie didn't really carry it off the way I wanted.
Mhm.
That sixth movie, man, they just all the good stuff was just squandered. I don't think they really conveyed the greatness. I don't really know what the movies can do anymore. I feel like they're just kind of floundering.
Mhm.
They haven't really developed the stuff that makes the books work, so they just have to like throw shit at you.
Yeah.
But anyway, this isn't a Harry Potter podcast. So.
No, that's after this one.
Okay.
Well, I think that's it for the podcast, then, unless you got anything else.
Yes. No, I think that's it for the podcast. We definitely covered a lot of ground. I'm sad.
Much like the Man in Black did in 30 years, trying to find the cave with the light.
Indeed.
Cool. Well, we'll be back next week, guys, as usual. I can't say I won't be able to say that forever.
No, not really. In fact, even next week, it's going to be like, we'll be back next week for the last time. I think we'll still do some podcasts, presumably after the show's over, but the Lost Lowdown, per se, will be over.
Yeah.
It's never going to be like this anymore.
Well, that's depressing.
Well, sorry.
Let's end on a depressing note, all right? Yeah.
Sorry, no, I don't mean to be a downer. It's just, I mean, you know, getting a new episode, digging into it scene by scene, figuring out the story as it goes along. I mean, we just can't have that back. Okay, sorry, I don't want to be depressed.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I can somehow arrange a lobotomy after Lost, and I can just forget everything I saw and sort of rewatch it fresh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to be able to do that too.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to feed myself afterwards, but at least I'll have a fresh Lost experience.
I assumed it was some kind of non-bad lobotomy, but
no. So you don't know what lobotomies are, then?
Yeah, maybe I don't. Is there no such thing as a non-bad lobotomy?
There's a non-bad kind, the benign lobotomy.
Yeah, you know. The kind where all it does is take away your memories of Lost.
Yeah, oh.
Yeah, is that...
Well, one day science will be there.
Okay. Yeah, so, well, but hey, we still got 2 more episodes, and, you know, there's probably plenty of stuff to talk about
There's
left.
at least 30 more hours of Lost Lowdown, I think.
Probably,
right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sure. I'm afraid
30 more.
I'm afraid to try to estimate, but yes, I think that seems like a reasonable thing to say. I mean, the next episode will probably have something to talk about, and then the finale, no question, there will be stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll definitely be there for that. There was quite a bit more activity on the forum than usual this week, so
I think this episode brought it out.
That was interesting to see. Yes, it did. It did. And I'm assuming as it gets to the end, that'll still be true. But just in case you haven't heard about the forum yet, tllld.net. Go there, check it out. Talk about the episode, talk about whatever. But I always put something up right after the episode comes on if you want to react to it. I always read those before the podcast. So I haven't really plugged that in a while, so I thought I should do that. Also, you can, if you just want to do it the sort of shorter way without registering, you can just leave a comment on the blog page, which is thelostlowdown.com. Or you can email us, lostlowdown@gmail.com.
I'd like to get our plugs in at the end.
Yes. Oh, and you can Twitter us, @thelostlowdown.
There you go.
We're totally plugged into Twitter now.
Are people still using Twitter?
Yeah.
Is it too late? Has
No.
the bandwagon left? Okay.
I think Twitter is here to stay.
Oh, is it? Okay. That's what I said to MySpace.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's kind of true, but yeah, I guess I shouldn't prophesize that much. Twitter is here for now.
For a while, as Jacob said.
For a while, yeah.
Will you tweet me? For a while.
Yes.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.